Chapter 36. First chapter of Book 5 of Adam Bede by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. The Journey of Hope. A long, lonely journey, with sadness in the heart. Away from the familiar to the strange. That is a hard and dreary thing even to the rich, the strong, the instructed. A hard thing even when we are called by duty, not urged by dread. What was it then to Hetty? With her poor narrow thoughts no longer melting into vague hopes, but pressed upon by the chill of definite fear, repeating again and again the small round of memories, shaping again and again the same childish, doubtful images of what was to come, seeing nothing in this wide world but the little history of her own pleasures and pains, with so little money in her pocket, and the way so long and difficult. Unless she could afford always to go in the coaches, and she felt sure she could not, for the journey to Stoniton was more expensive than she had expected, it was plain that she must trust to carriers' carts or slow waggons, and what a time it would be before she could get to the end of her journey. The burly old coachman from Oakbourne, seeing such a pretty young woman among the outside passengers, had invited her to come and sit beside him, and feeling that it became him as a man and a coachman to open the dialogue with a joke, he applied himself, as soon as they were off the stones, to the elaboration of one suitable in all respects. After many cuts with his whip and glances at Hetty out of the corner of his eye, he lifted his lips above the edge of his wrapper and said, "He's pretty nigh 6 foot high, I'll be bound, isn't he now?" "Who?" said Hetty, rather startled. "Why, the sweetheart as you've left behind, or else him as you're going arter. Which is it?" Hetty felt her face flushing and then turning pale. She thought this coachman must know something about her. He must know Adam, and might tell him where she was gone, for it is difficult to country people to believe that those who make a figure in their own parish are not known everywhere else, and it was equally difficult to Hetty to understand that chance words could happen to apply closely to her circumstances. She was too frightened to speak. "Hey, hey!" said the coachman, seeing that his joke was not so gratifying as he had expected. "You munna take it too serious. If he's behaved ill, get another. Such a pretty lass as you can get a sweetheart any day." Hetty's fear was allayed by and by, when she found that the coachman made no further allusion to her personal concerns, but it still had the effect of preventing her from asking him what were the places on the road to Windsor. She told him she was only going a little way out of Stoniton, and when she got down at the inn where the coach stopped, she hastened away with her basket to another part of the town. When she had formed her plan of going to Windsor, she had not foreseen any difficulties except that of getting away, and after she had overcome this by proposing the visit to Dinah, her thoughts flew to the meeting with Arthur and the question how he would behave to her, not resting on any probable incidents of the journey. She was too entirely ignorant of travelling to imagine any of its details, and with all her store of money, her 3 guineas in her pocket, she thought herself amply provided. It was not until she found out how much it cost her to get to Stoniton that she began to be alarmed about the journey, and then for the first time she felt her ignorance as to the places that must be passed on her way. Oppressed with this new alarm, she walked along the grim Stoniton streets, and at last turned into a shabby little inn, where she hoped to get a cheap lodging for the night. Here she asked the landlord if he could tell her what places she must go to get to Windsor. "Well, I can't rightly say. Windsor must be pretty nigh London, for it's where the king lives," was the answer. "Anyhow, you'd best go to Ashby next, that's south'ard. But there's as many places from here to London as there's houses in Stoniton, by what I can make out. I've never been no traveller myself, but how comes a lone young woman like you to be thinking of taking such a journey as that?" "I'm going to my brother. He's a soldier at Windsor," said Hetty, frightened at the landlord's questioning look. "I can't afford to go by the coach. Do you think there's a cart goes towards Ashby in the morning?" "Yes, there may be carts if anybody knowed where they started from, but you might run over the town before you found out. You'd best set off and walk, and trust to summit overtaking you." Every word sank like lead on Hetty's spirits. She saw the journey stretch bit by bit before her now. Even to get to Ashby seemed a hard thing. It might take the day for what she knew, and that was nothing to the rest of the journey. But it must be done. She must get to Arthur. Oh, how she yearned to be again with somebody who would care for her. She who had never got up in the morning without the certainty of seeing familiar faces, people on whom she had an acknowledged claim, whose farthest journey had been to Rossiter on the pillion with her uncle, whose thoughts had always been taking holiday in dreams of pleasure, because all the business of her life was managed for her. This kitten-like Hetty, who till a few months ago had never felt any other grief than that of envying Mary Burge a new ribbon, or being girded at by her aunt for neglecting Totty, must now make her toilsome way in loneliness, her peaceful home left behind for ever, and nothing but a tremulous hope of distant refuge before her. Now, for the first time, as she lay down tonight in the strange hard bed, she felt that her home had been a happy one, that her uncle had been very good to her, that her quiet lot at Hazelop among the things and people she knew, with her little pride in her one best gown and bonnet, and nothing to hide from anyone, was what she would like to wake up to as a reality, and find that all the feverish life she had known besides was a short nightmare. She thought of all she had left behind with yearning regret for her own sake. Her own misery filled her heart. There was no room in it for other people's sorrow. And yet, before the cruel letter, Arthur had been so tender and loving. The memory of that had still a charm for her, though it was no more than a soothing draught that just made pain bearable. For Hetty could conceive no other existence for herself in future than a hidden one, and a hidden life, even with love, would have had no delights for her. Still less a life mingled with shame. She knew no romances, and had only a feeble share in the feelings which are the source of romance, so that well-read ladies may find it difficult to understand her state of mind. She was too ignorant of everything beyond the simple notions and habits in which she had been brought up, to have any more definite idea of her probable future than that Arthur would take care of her somehow, and shelter her from anger and scorn. He would not marry her and make her a lady, and apart from that, she could think of nothing he could give towards which she looked with longing and ambition. The next morning she rose early, and taking only some bread and milk for her breakfast, set out to walk on the road towards Ashby, under a leaden-coloured sky, with a narrowing streak of yellow like a departing hope on the edge of the horizon. Now, in her faintness of heart at the length and difficulty of her journey, she was most of all afraid of spending her money, and becoming so destitute that she would have to ask people's charity. For Hetty had the pride not only of a proud nature, but of a proud class, the class that pays the most poor rates, and most shudders at the idea of profiting by a poor rate. It had not yet occurred to her that she might get money for her locket and earrings which she carried with her, and she applied all her small arithmetic and knowledge of prices to calculating how many meals and how many rides were contained in her 2 guineas, and the odd shillings, which had a melancholy look, as if they were the pale ashes of the other bright flaming coin. For the first few miles out of Stoniton she walked on bravely, always fixing on some tree or gate or projecting bush at the most distant visible point in the road as a goal, and feeling a faint joy when she had reached it. But when she came to the 4th milestone, the first she had happened to notice among the long grass by the roadside, and read that she was still only 4 miles beyond Stoniton, her courage sank. She had come only this little way, and yet felt tired and almost hungry again in the keen morning air. For though Hetty was accustomed to much movement and exertion indoors, she was not used to long walks which produced quite a different sort of fatigue from that of household activity. As she was looking at the milestone, she felt some drops falling on her face. It was beginning to rain. Here was a new trouble which had not entered into her sad thoughts before, and quite weighed down by this sudden addition to her burden, she sat down on the step of a stile and began to sob hysterically. The beginning of hardship is like the first taste of bitter food. It seems for a moment unbearable, yet if there is nothing else to satisfy our hunger, we take another bite and find it possible to go on. When Hetty recovered from her burst of weeping, she rallied her fainting courage. It was raining, and she must try to get on to a village where she might find rest and shelter. Presently, as she walked on wearily, she heard the rumbling of heavy wheels behind her. A covered waggon was coming, creeping slowly along with a slouching driver cracking his whip beside the horses. She waited for it, thinking that if the waggoner were not a very sour-looking man, she would ask him to take her up. As the waggon approached her, the driver had fallen behind, but there was something in the front of the big vehicle which encouraged her. At any previous moment in her life she would not have noticed it, but now the new susceptibility that suffering had awakened in her caused this object to impress her strongly. It was only a small white and liver-coloured spaniel which sat on the front ledge of the waggon, with large timid eyes, and an incessant trembling in the body, such as you may have seen in some of these small creatures. Hetty cared little for animals, as you know, but at this moment she felt as if the helpless, timid creature had some fellowship with her, and without being quite aware of the reason, she was less doubtful about speaking to the driver, who now came forward, a large, ruddy man, with a sack over his shoulders by way of scarf or mantle. "Could you take me up in your waggon if you're going towards Ashby?" said Hetty. "I'll pay you for it." "Oh," said the big fellow, with that slowly dawning smile which belongs to heavy faces, "I can take you up fast enough without being paid for it if you don't mind lying a bit closish atop of the wool packs. Where do you come from, and what do you want at Ashby?" "I come from Stoniton. I'm going a long way, to Windsor." "What, after some service, or what?" "Going to my brother. He's a soldier there." "Well, I'm going no further nor Leicester, and further enough too, but I'll take you if you don't mind being a bit long on the road. The hosses won't feel your weight no more than they feel the little dog there as I puck up on the road a fortnight ago. He were lost, I believe, and's been all of a tremble ever sin. Come, gie us your basket, and come behind, and let me put ye in." To lie on the wool-packs, with a cranny left between the curtains of the awning to let in the air, was luxury to Hetty now, and she half slept away the hours till the driver came to ask her if she wanted to get down and have "some victual." He was himself going to eat his dinner at this public. Late at night they reached Leicester, and so this second day of Hetty's journey was past. She had spent no money except what she had paid for her food, but she felt that this slow journeying would be intolerable for her another day, and in the morning she found her way to a coach office to ask about the road to Windsor, and see if it would cost her too much to go part of the distance by coach again. Yes, the distance was too great. The coaches were too dear. She must give them up. But the elderly clerk at the office, touched by her pretty anxious face, wrote down for her the names of the chief places she must pass through. This was the only comfort she got in Leicester, for the men stared at her as she went along the street, and for the first time in her life Hetty wished no one would look at her. She set out walking again, but this day she was fortunate, for she was soon overtaken by a carrier's cart which carried her to Hinckley, and by the help of a return chaise with a drunken postilion, who frightened her by driving like Jehu the son of Nimshi, and shouting hilarious remarks at her, twisting himself backwards on his saddle, she was before night in the heart of woody Warwickshire, but still almost 100 miles from Windsor, they told her. Oh, what a large world it was, and what hard work for her to find her way in it. She went by mistake to Stratford-on-Avon, finding Stratford set down in her list of places, and then she was told she had come a long way out of the right road. It was not till the 5th day that she got to Stony Stratford. That seems but a slight journey as you look at the map, or remember your own pleasant travels to and from the meadowy banks of the Avon. But how wearily long it was to Hetty! It seemed to her as if this country of flat fields and hedgerows and dotted houses and villages and market towns, all so much alike to her indifferent eyes, must have no end, and she must go on wandering among them for ever, waiting tired at toll gates for some cart to come, and then finding the cart went only a little way, a very little way, to the miller's a mile off perhaps, and she hated going into the public houses, where she must go to get food and ask questions, because there were always men lounging there who stared at her and joked her rudely. Her body was very weary too with these days of new fatigue and anxiety. They had made her look more pale and worn than all the time of hidden dread she had gone through at home. When at last she reached Stony Stratford, her impatience and weariness had become too strong for her economical caution. She determined to take the coach for the rest of the way, though it should cost her all her remaining money. She would need nothing at Windsor but to find Arthur. When she had paid the fare for the last coach, she had only a shilling, and as she got down at the sign of the Green Man in Windsor at 12 o'clock in the middle of the 7th day, hungry and faint, the coachman came up and begged her to remember him. She put her hand in her pocket and took out the shilling, but the tears came with the sense of exhaustion and the thought that she was giving away her last means of getting food, which she really required before she could go in search of Arthur. As she held out the shilling, she lifted up her dark, tear-filled eyes to the coachman's face and said, Can you give me back 6pence?" "No, no," he said gruffly. "Never mind. Put the shilling up again." The landlord of the Green Man had stood near enough to witness this scene, and he was a man whose abundant feeding served to keep his good nature as well as his person in high condition, and that lovely tearful face of Hetty's would have found out the sensitive fibre in most men. "Come, young woman, come in," he said, "and have a drop of something. You're pretty well knocked up, I can see that." He took her into the bar and said to his wife, "Here, missus, take this young woman into the parlour. She's a little overcome," for Hetty's tears were falling fast. They were merely hysterical tears. She thought that she had no reason for weeping now, and was vexed that she was too weak and tired to help it. She was at Windsor at last, not far from Arthur. She looked with eager, hungry eyes at the bread and meat and beer that the landlady brought her, and for some minutes she forgot everything else in the delicious sensations of satisfying hunger and recovering from exhaustion. The landlady sat opposite to her as she ate, and looked at her earnestly. No wonder. Hetty had thrown off her bonnet, and her curls had fallen down. Her face was all the more touching in its youth and beauty because of its weary look, and the good woman's eyes presently wandered to her figure, which in her hurried dressing on her journey she had taken no pains to conceal. Moreover, the stranger's eye detects what the familiar, unsuspecting eye leaves unnoticed. "Why, you're not very fit for travelling," she said, glancing while she spoke at Hetty's ringless hand. "Have you come far?" "Yes," said Hetty, roused by this question to exert more self-command, and feeling the better for the food she had taken. "I've come a good long way, and it's very tiring, but I'm better now. Could you tell me which way to go to this place?" Here Hetty took from her pocket a bit of paper. It was the end of Arthur's letter on which he had written his address. While she was speaking, the landlord had come in and had begun to look at her as earnestly as his wife had done. He took up the piece of paper which Hetty handed across the table, and read the address. "Why, what do you want at this house?" he said. It is in the nature of innkeepers and all men who have no pressing business of their own to ask as many questions as possible before giving any information. "I want to see a gentleman as is there," said Hetty. "But there's no gentleman there," returned the landlord. "It's shut up. Been shut up this fortnight. What gentleman is it you want? Perhaps I can let you know where to find him." "It's Captain Donnithorne," said Hetty tremulously, her heart beginning to beat painfully at this disappointment of her hope that she should find Arthur at once. "Captain Donnithorne? Stop a bit," said the landlord slowly. "Was he in the Loamshire militia? A tall young officer with a fairish skin and reddish whiskers, and had a servant by the name of Pym." "Oh, yes," said Hetty. "You know him. Where is he?" "A fine sight of miles away from here. The Loamshire militia's gone to Ireland. It's been gone this fortnight." "Look there, she's fainting," said the landlady, hastening to support Hetty, who had lost her miserable consciousness and looked like a beautiful corpse. They carried her to the sofa and loosened her dress. "Here's a bad business, I suspect," said the landlord as he brought in some water. "Ah, it's plain enough what sort of business it is," said the wife. "She's not a common flaunting dratchel, I can see that. She looks like a respectable country girl, and she comes from a good way off to judge by her tongue. She talked something like that ostler we had that come from the north. He was as honest a fellow as we ever had about the house. They're all honest folks in the north. I never saw a prettier young woman in my life," said the husband. "She's like a picture in a shop window. It goes to one's heart to look at her." "It'd have been a good deal better for her if she'd been uglier and had more conduct," said the landlady, who, on any charitable construction, must have been supposed to have more conduct than beauty. "But she's coming to again. Fetch a drop more water." End of chapter 36. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 37 of Adam Bede by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. The Journey in Despair. Hetty was too ill through the rest of that day for any questions to be addressed to her, too ill even to think with any distinctness of the evils that were to come. She only felt that all her hope was crushed, and that instead of having found a refuge, she had only reached the borders of a new wilderness where no goal lay before her. The sensations of bodily sickness in a comfortable bed, and with the tendance of the good-natured landlady, made a sort of respite for her, such a respite as there is in the faint weariness which obliges a man to throw himself on the sand instead of toiling onward under the scorching sun. But when sleep and rest had brought back the strength necessary for the keenness of mental suffering, when she lay the next morning looking at the growing light, which was like a cruel taskmaster returning to urge from her a fresh round of hated, hopeless labour, she began to think what course she must take, to remember that all her money was gone, to look at the prospect of further wandering among strangers with the new clearness shed on it by the experience of her journey to Windsor. But which way could she turn? It was impossible for her to enter into any service, even if she could obtain it. There was nothing but immediate beggary before her. She thought of a young woman who had been found against the church wall at Hazelop one Sunday, nearly dead with cold and hunger, a tiny infant in her arms. The woman was rescued and taken to the parish. The parish? You can perhaps hardly understand the effect of that word on a mind like Hetty's, brought up among people who were somewhat hard in their feelings even towards poverty, who lived among the fields and had little pity for want and rags as a cruel, inevitable fate such as they sometimes seem in cities, but held them a mark of idleness and vice. And it was idleness and vice that brought burdens on the parish. To Hetty the parish was next to the prison in obloquy, and to ask anything of strangers, to beg, lay in the same far-off hideous region of intolerable shame that Hetty had all her life thought it impossible she could ever come near. But now the remembrance of that wretched woman whom she had seen herself on her way from church being carried into Joshua Rann's came back upon her with the new terrible sense that there was very little now to divide her from the same lot. And the dread of bodily hardship mingled with the dread of shame, for Hetty had the luxurious nature of a round, soft-coated pet animal. How she yearned to be back in her safe home again, cherished and cared for as she had always been. Her aunt's scolding about trifles would have been music to her ears now. She longed for it. She used to hear it in a time when she had only trifles to hide. Could she be the same Hetty that used to make up the butter in the dairy, with the Guelder roses peeping in at the window? She, a runaway whom her friends would not open their doors to again, lying in this strange bed with the knowledge that she had no money to pay for what she had received, and must offer those strangers some of the clothes in her basket. It was then she thought of her locket and earrings, and seeing her pocket lie near, she reached it and spread the contents on the bed before her. There were the locket and earrings in the little velvet-lined boxes, and with them there was a beautiful silver thimble which Adam had bought her, the words "Remember me" making the ornament of the border, a steel purse with her 1 shilling in it, and a small red leather case fastened with a strap. Those beautiful little earrings, with their delicate pearls and garnet, that she had tried in her ears with such longing in the bright sunshine on the 30th of July. She had no longing to put them in her ears now. Her head, with its dark rings of hair, lay back languidly on the pillow, and the sadness that rested about her brow and eyes was something too hard for regretful memory. Yet she put her hands up to her ears. It was because there were some thin gold rings in them, which were also worth a little money. Yes, she could surely get some money for her ornaments. Those Arthur had given her must have cost a great deal of money. The landlord and landlady had been good to her. Perhaps they would help her to get the money for these things. But this money would not keep her long. What should she do when it was gone? Where should she go? The horrible thought of want and beggary drove her once to think she would go back to her uncle and aunt and ask them to forgive her and have pity on her. But she shrank from that idea again, as she might have shrunk from scorching metal. She could never endure that shame before her uncle and aunt, before Mary Burge, and the servants at the Chase, and the people at Broxton, and everybody who knew her. They should never know what had happened to her. What could she do? She would go away from Windsor, travel again as she had done the last week, and get among the flat green fields with the high hedges round them, where nobody could see her or know her, and there, perhaps, when there was nothing else she could do, she should get courage to drown herself in some pond like that in the Scantlands. Yes, she would get away from Windsor as soon as possible. She didn't like these people at the inn to know about her, to know that she had come to look for Captain Donnithorne. She must think of some reason to tell them why she had asked for him. With this thought, she began to put the things back into her pocket, meaning to get up and dress before the landlady came to her. She had her hand on the red leather case when it occurred to her that there might be something in this case which she had forgotten, something worth selling, for, without knowing what she should do with her life, she craved the means of living as long as possible, and when we desire eagerly to find something, we are apt to search for it in hopeless places. No, there was nothing but common needles and pins, and dried tulip petals between the paper leaves where she had written down her little money accounts. But on one of these leaves there was a name, which, often as she had seen it before, now flashed on Hetty's mind like a newly discovered message. The name was Dinah Morris, Snowfield. There was a text above it, written, as well as the name, by Dinah's own hand, with a little pencil, one evening that they were sitting together, and Hetty happened to have the red case lying open before her. Hetty did not read the text now, she was only arrested by the name. Now, for the first time, she remembered without indifference the affectionate kindness Dinah had shown her, and those words of Dinah in the bedchamber, that Hetty must think of her as a friend in trouble. Perhaps she were to go to Dinah and ask her to help her. Dinah did not think about things as other people did. She was a mystery to Hetty, but Hetty knew she was always kind. She couldn't imagine Dinah's face turning away from her in dark reproof or scorn, Dinah's voice willingly speaking ill of her, or rejoicing in her misery as a punishment. Dinah did not seem to belong to that world of Hetty's, whose glance she dreaded like scorching fire. But even to her, Hetty shrank from beseeching and confession. She could not prevail on herself to say, "I will go to Dinah." She only thought of that as a possible alternative, if she had not courage for death. The good landlady was amazed when she saw Hetty come downstairs soon after herself, neatly dressed and looking resolutely self-possessed. Hetty told her she was quite well this morning. She had only been very tired and overcome with her journey, for she had come a long way to ask about her brother, who had run away, and they thought he was gone for a soldier, and Captain Donnithorne might know, for he had been very kind to her brother once. It was a lame story, and the landlady looked doubtfully at Hetty as she told it, but there was a resolute air of self-reliance about her this morning, so different from the helpless prostration of yesterday that the landlady hardly knew how to make a remark that might seem like prying into other people's affairs. She only invited her to sit down to breakfast with them, and in the course of it Hetty brought out her earrings and locket, and asked the landlord if he could help her to get money for them. Her journey, she said, had cost her much more than she expected, and now she had no money to get back to her friends, which she wanted to do at once. It was not the first time the landlady had seen the ornaments, for she had examined the contents of Hetty's pocket yesterday, and she and her husband had discussed the fact of a country girl having these beautiful things with a stronger conviction than ever that Hetty had been miserably deluded by the fine young officer. "Well," said the landlord, when Hetty had spread the precious trifles before him, "we might take 'em to the jeweller's shop, for there's one not far off. But, Lord bless you, they wouldn't give you a quarter of what the things are worth, and you wouldn't like to part with 'em," he added, looking at her inquiringly. "Oh, I don't mind," said Hetty hastily, "so as I can get money to go back. And they might think the things were stolen as you wanted to sell them," he went on, "for it isn't usual for a young woman like you to have fine jewellery like that." The blood rushed to Hetty's face with anger. "I belong to respectable folks," she said. "I'm not a thief. Now, that you aren't, I'll be bound," said the landlady, "and you'd no call to say that," looking indignantly at her husband. "The things were gev to her. That's plain enough to be seen." "I didn't mean as I thought so," said the husband apologetically, "but I said it was what the jeweller might think, and so he wouldn't be offering much money for 'em." "Well," said the wife, "suppose you were to advance some money on the things yourself, and then if she liked to redeem 'em when she got home, she could. But if we heard nothing from her after 2 months, we might as well do as we like with 'em." I will not say that in this accommodating proposition the landlady had no regard whatever to the possible reward of her good nature in the ultimate possession of the locket and earrings. Indeed, the effect they would have in that case on the mind of the grocer's wife had presented itself with remarkable vividness to her rapid imagination. The landlord took up the ornaments and pushed out his lips in a meditative manner. He wished Hetty well, doubtless, but pray how many of your well-wishers would decline to make a little gain out of you? Your landlady is sincerely affected at parting with you, respects you highly, and will really rejoice if anyone else is generous to you. But at the same time, she hands you a bill by which she gains as high a percentage as possible." "How much money do you want to get home with, young woman?" said the well-wisher at length. 3 guineas, answered Hetty, fixing on the sum she had set out with, for want of any other standard, and afraid of asking too much. "Well, I've no objections to advance you 3 guineas, said the landlord, "and if you like to send it me back and get the jewellery again, you can, you know. The Green Man isn't going to run away." "Oh yes, I'd be very glad if you'll give me that," said Hetty, relieved at the thought that she would not have to go to the jeweller's and be stared at and questioned. "But if you want the things again, you'll write before long," said the landlady, "because when 2 months are up, we shall make up our minds as you don't want them." "Yes," said Hetty indifferently. The husband and wife were equally content with this arrangement. The husband thought if the ornaments were not redeemed, he could make a good thing of it by taking them to London and selling them. The wife thought she could coax the good man into letting her keep them, and they were accommodating Hetty, poor thing, a pretty, respectable-looking young woman, apparently in a sad case. They declined to take anything for her food and bed. She was quite welcome, and at 11 o'clock Hetty said good-bye to them with the same quiet, resolute air she had worn all the morning, mounting the coach that was to take her 20 miles back along the way she had come. There is a strength of self-possession which is the sign that the last hope has departed. Despair no more leans on others than perfect contentment, and in despair pride ceases to be counteracted by the sense of dependence. Hetty felt that no one could deliver her from the evils that would make life hateful to her, and no one, she said to herself, should ever know her misery and humiliation. No, she would not confess, even to Dinah. She would wander out of sight and drown herself where her body would never be found, and no one should know what had become of her. When she got off this coach, she began to walk again and take cheap rides in carts and get cheap meals, going on and on without distinct purpose, yet strangely by some fascination taking the way she had come, though she was determined not to go back to her own country. Perhaps it was because she had fixed her mind on the grassy Warwickshire fields, with the bushy, tree-studded hedgerows that made a hiding-place even in this leafless season. She went more slowly than she came, often getting over the stiles and sitting for hours under the hedgerows, looking before her with blank, beautiful eyes, fancying herself at the edge of a hidden pool, low down, like that in the Scantlands, wondering if it were very painful to be drowned, and if there would be anything worse after death than what she dreaded in life. Religious doctrines had taken no hold on Hetty's mind. She was one of those numerous people who have had godfathers and godmothers, learned their catechism, been confirmed, and gone to church every Sunday, and yet, for any practical result of strength in life or trust in death, have never appropriated a single Christian idea or Christian feeling. You would misunderstand her thoughts during these wretched days if you imagined that they were influenced either by religious fears or religious hopes. She chose to go to Stratford-on-Avon again, where she had gone before by mistake, for she remembered some grassy fields on her former way towards it, fields among which she thought she might find just the sort of pool she had in her mind. Yet she took care of her money still. She carried her basket. Death seemed still a long way off, and life was so strong in her. She craved food and rest. She hastened towards them at the very moment she was picturing to herself the bank from which she would leap towards death. It was already 5 days since she had left Windsor, for she had wandered about, always avoiding speech or questioning looks, and recovering her air of proud self-dependence whenever she was under observation, choosing her decent lodging at night, and dressing herself neatly in the morning, and setting off on her way steadily, or remaining under shelter if it rained, as if she had a happy life to cherish. And yet, even in her most self-conscious moments, the face was sadly different from that which had smiled at itself in the old specked glass, or smiled at others when they glanced at it admiringly. A hard and even fierce look had come in the eyes, though their lashes were as long as ever, and they had all their dark brightness. And the cheek was never dimpled with smiles now. It was the same rounded, pouting, childish prettiness, but with all love and belief in love departed from it, the sadder for its beauty, like that wondrous Medusa face with the passionate, passionless lips. At last she was among the fields she had been dreaming of, on a long, narrow pathway leading towards a wood. If there should be a pool in that wood, it would be better hidden than one in the fields. No, it was not a wood, only a wild brake where there had once been gravel pits, leaving mounds and hollows studded with brushwood and small trees. She roamed up and down, thinking there was perhaps a pool in every hollow before she came to it, till her limbs were weary and she sat down to rest. The afternoon was far advanced, and the leaden sky was darkening as if the sun were setting behind it. After a little while Hetty started up again, feeling that darkness would soon come on, and she must put off finding the pool till tomorrow, and make her way to some shelter for the night. She had quite lost her way in the fields, and might as well go in one direction as another for aught she knew. She walked through field after field, and no village, no house was in sight. But there, at the corner of this pasture, there was a break in the hedges. The land seemed to dip down a little, and 2 trees leaned towards each other across the opening. Hetty's heart gave a great beat as she thought there must be a pool there. She walked towards it heavily over the tufted grass, with pale lips and a sense of trembling. It was as if the thing were come in spite of herself, instead of being the object of her search. There it was, black under the darkening sky, no motion, no sound near. She set down her basket, and then sank down herself on the grass, trembling. The pool had its wintry depth now. By the time it got shallow, as she remembered the pools did at Hayslope in the summer, no one could find out that it was her body. But then there was her basket. She must hide that too. She must throw it into the water, make it heavy with stones first, and then throw it in. She got up to look about for stones, and soon brought 5 or 6, which she laid down beside her basket, and then sat down again. There was no need to hurry. There was all the night to drown herself in. She sat leaning her elbow on the basket. She was weary, hungry. There were some buns in her basket, 3 which she had supplied herself with at the place where she ate her dinner. She took them out now and ate them eagerly, and then sat still again, looking at the pool. The soothed sensation that came over her from the satisfaction of her hunger, and this fixed, dreamy attitude, brought on drowsiness, and presently her head sank down on her knees. she was fast asleep. When she awoke, it was deep night, and she felt chill. She was frightened at this darkness, frightened at the long night before her. If she could but throw herself into the water! No, not yet. She began to walk about that she might get warm again, as if she would have more resolution then. Oh, how long the time was in that darkness! The bright hearth, and the warmth, and the voices of home, the secure uprising and lying down, the familiar fields, the familiar people, the Sundays and holidays with their simple joys of dress and feasting. All the sweets of her young life rushed before her now, and she seemed to be stretching her arms towards them across a great gulf. She set her teeth when she thought of Arthur. She cursed him without knowing what her cursing would do. She wished he too might know desolation, and cold, and a life of shame that he dared not end by death. The horror of this cold and darkness and solitude, out of all human reach, became greater every long minute. It was almost as if she were dead already, and knew that she was dead, and longed to get back to life again. But no, she was alive still. She had not taken the dreadful leap. She felt a strange contradictory wretchedness and exultation. Wretchedness that she did not dare to face death, exultation that she was still in life, that she might yet know light and warmth again. She walked backwards and forwards to warm herself, beginning to discern something of the objects around her, as her eyes became accustomed to the night. The darker line of the hedge, the rapid motion of some living creature, perhaps a field mouse, rushing across the grass. She no longer felt as if the darkness hedged her in. She thought she could walk back across the field and get over the stile, and then in the very next field she thought she remembered there was a hovel of furze near a sheepfold. If she could get into that hovel, she would be warmer. She could pass the night there, for that was what Alec did at Hazelop in lambing time. The thought of this hovel brought the energy of a new hope. She took up her basket and walked across the field, but it was some time before she got in the right direction for the stile. The exercise and the occupation of finding the stile were a stimulus to her, however, and lightened the horror of the darkness and solitude. There were sheep in the next field, and she startled a group as she set down her basket and got over the stile, and the sound of their movement comforted her, for it assured her that her impression was right. This was the field where she had seen the hovel, for it was the field where the sheep were. Right on along the path, and she would get to it. She reached the opposite gate, and felt her way along its rails and the rails of the sheepfold, till her hand encountered the pricking of the gorsy wall. Delicious sensation! She had found the shelter. She groped her way, touching the prickly gorse, to the door, and pushed it open. It was an ill-smelling, close place, but warm, and there was straw on the ground. Hetty sank down on the straw with a sense of escape. Tears came. She had never shed tears before since she left Windsor, tears and sobs of hysterical joy that she had still hold of life, that she was still on the familiar earth with the sheep near her. The very consciousness of her own limbs was a delight to her. She turned up her sleeves and kissed her arms with the passionate love of life. Soon warmth and weariness lulled her in the midst of her sobs, and she fell continually into dozing, fancying herself at the brink of the pool again, fancying that she had jumped into the water, and then awakening with a start, and wondering where she was. But at last deep, dreamless sleep came. Her head, guarded by her bonnet, found a pillow against the gorsy wall, and the poor soul, driven to and fro between two equal terrors, found the one relief that was possible to it, the relief of unconsciousness. Alas, that relief seems to end the moment it has begun. It seemed to Hetty as if those dozen dreams had only passed into another dream, that she was in the hovel, and her aunt was standing over her with a candle in her hand. She trembled under her aunt's glance, and opened her eyes. There was no candle, but there was light in the hovel, the light of early morning through the open door, and there was a face looking down on her. But it was an unknown face, belonging to an elderly man in a smock frock. "Why, what do you do here, young woman?" the man said roughly. Hetty trembled still worse under this real fear and shame than she had done in her momentary dream under her aunt's glance. She felt that she was like a beggar already, found sleeping in that place. But in spite of her trembling, she was so eager to account to the man for her presence there that she found words at once. "I lost my way," she said. "I'm travelling northward, and I got away from the road into the fields and was overtaken by the dark. Will you tell me the way to the nearest village?" She got up as she was speaking, and put her hands to her bonnet to adjust it, and then laid hold of her basket. The man looked at her with a slow bovine gaze, without giving her any answer, for some seconds. But it was not till he got there that he stood still, and turning his shoulder half round towards her, said, "Oh, I can show you the way to Norton if you like. But what do you do getting out of the high road?" he added, with a tone of gruff reproof. "You'll be getting into mischief if you don't mind." "Yes," said Hetty, "I won't do it again. I'll keep in the road if you'll be so good as to show me how to get to it." "Why don't you keep where there's a finger posts and folks to ax the way on?" the man said, still more gruffly. "Anybody'd think you was a wild woman, and look at you." Hetty was frightened at this gruff old man, and still more at this last suggestion that she looked like a wild woman. As she followed him out of the hovel, she thought she would give him a sixpence for telling her the way, and then he would not suppose she was wild. As he stopped to point out the road to her, she put her hand in her pocket to get the sixpence ready, and when he was turning away, without saying good morning, she held it out to him and said, "Thank you. Will you please to take something for your trouble?" He looked slowly at the sixpence, and then said, "I want none of your money. You'd better take care on't, else you'll get it stole from you if you go traipsing about the fields like a mad woman that way." The man left her without further speech, and Hetty held on her way. Another day had risen, and she must wander on. It was no use to think of drowning herself. She could not do it, at least while she had money left to buy food and strength to journey on. But the incident on her waking this morning heightened her dread of that time when her money would all be gone. She would have to sell her basket and clothes then, and she would really look like a beggar or a wild woman, as the man had said. The passionate joy in life she had felt in the night, after escaping from the brink of the black cold death in the pool, was gone now. Life now, by the morning light, with the impression of that man's hard, wondering look at her, was as full of dread as death. It was worse. It was a dread to which she felt chained, from which she shrank and shrank as she did from the black pool, and yet could find no refuge from it. She took out her money from her purse and looked at it. She had still 22 shillings. It would serve her for many days more, or it would help her to get on faster to Stonyshire, within reach of Dinah. The thought of Dinah urged itself more strongly now, since the experience of the night had driven her shuddering imagination away from the pool. If it had been only going to Dinah, if nobody besides Dinah would ever know, Hetty could have made up her mind to go to her. The soft voice, the pitying eyes would have drawn her. But afterwards the other people must know, and she could no more rush on that shame than she could rush on death. She must wander on, and wait for a lower depth of despair to give her courage. Perhaps death would come to her, for she was getting less and less able to bear the day's weariness. And yet, such is the strange action of our souls, drawing us by a lurking desire towards the very ends we dread. Hetty, when she set out again from Norton, asked the straightest road northwards towards Stonyshire, and kept it all that day. Poor wandering Hetty, with the rounded childish face, and the hard, unloving, despairing soul looking out of it, with the narrow heart and narrow thoughts, no room in them for any sorrows but her own, and tasting that sorrow with the more intense bitterness. My heart bleeds for her as I see her toiling along on her weary feet, or seated in a cart, with her eyes fixed vacantly on the road before her, never thinking or caring whither it tends, till hunger comes and makes her desire that a village may be near. What will be the end of her objectless wandering, apart from all love, caring for human beings only through her pride, clinging to life only as the hunted, wounded brute clings to it? God preserve you and me from being the beginners of such misery. End of chapter 37. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 38 of Adam Bede by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. The Quest. The first 10 days after Hetty's departure passed as quietly as any other days with the family at the Hall Farm, and with Adam at his daily work. They had expected Hetty to stay away a week or 10 days at least, perhaps a little longer if Dinah came back with her, because there might then be something to detain them at Snowfield. But when a fortnight had passed, they began to feel a little surprise that Hetty did not return. She must surely have found it pleasanter to be with Dinah than anyone could have supposed. Adam, for his part, was getting very impatient to see her, and he resolved that if she did not appear the next day, Saturday, he would set out on Sunday morning to fetch her. There was no coach on a Sunday, but by setting out before it was light, and perhaps getting a lift in a cart by the way, he would arrive pretty early at Snowfield and bring back Hetty the next day. Dinah, too, if she were coming. It was quite time Hetty came home, and he would afford to lose his Monday for the sake of bringing her. His project was quite approved at the farm when he went there on Saturday evening. Mrs. Poyser desired him emphatically not to come back without Hetty, for she had been quite too long away, considering the things she had to get ready by the middle of March, and a week was surely enough for anyone to go out for their health. As for Dinah, Mrs. Poyser had small hope of their bringing her, unless they could make her believe the folks at Hazelop were twice as miserable as the folks at Snowfield. "Though," said Mrs. Poyser, by way of conclusion, "you might tell her she's got but one aunt left, and she's wasted pretty nigh to a shadder, and we shall p'raps all be gone 20 mile farther off her next Michaelmas, and she'll die of broken hearts among strange folks, and leave the children fatherless and motherless." "Nay, nay," said Mr. Poyser, who certainly had the air of a man perfectly heart-whole, "it isna so bad as that. Thee looking rarely now, and getting flesh every day. But I'd be glad for Dinah to come, for she'd help thee with the little uns. They tooked her wonderful." So, at daybreak on Sunday, Adam set off. Seth went with him the first mile or two, for the thought of Snowfield and the possibility that Dinah might come again made him restless, and the walk with Adam in the cold morning air, both in their best clothes, helped to give him a sense of Sunday calm. It was the last morning in February, with a low grey sky and a slight hoarfrost on the green border of the road and on the black hedges. They heard the gurgling of the full brooklet hurrying down the hill, and the faint twittering of the early birds. For they walked in silence, though with a pleased sense of companionship. "Good-bye, lad," said Adam, laying his hand on Seth's shoulder and looking at him affectionately as they were about to part. "I wish thee wast going all the way with me, and as happy as I am." "I'm content, Addy, I'm content," said Seth cheerfully. "I'll be an old bachelor, belike, and make a fuss with the children." They turned away from each other, and Seth walked leisurely homeward, mentally repeating one of his favourite hymns. He was very fond of hymns. Dark and cheerless is the morn, unaccompanied by thee. Joyless is the day's return, till thy mercy's beams I see. Till thou inward light impart, glad my eyes and warm my heart. Visit then this soul of mine, pierce the gloom of sin and grief. Fill me radiancy divine, scatter all my unbelief. More and more thyself display, shining to the perfect day. Adam walked much faster, and anyone coming along the Oakbourne road at sunrise that morning must have had a pleasant sight in this tall, broad-chested man, striding along with a carriage as upright and firm as any soldier's, glancing with keen, glad eyes at the dark blue hills as they began to show themselves on his way. Seldom in Adam's life had his face been so free from any cloud of anxiety as it was this morning, and this freedom from care, as is usual with constructive, practical minds like his, made him all the more observant of the objects round him, and all the more ready to gather suggestions from them towards his own favourite plans and ingenious contrivances. His happy love, the knowledge that his steps were carrying him nearer and nearer to Hetty, who was so soon to be his, was to his thoughts what the sweet morning air was to his sensations. It gave him a consciousness of well-being that made activity delightful. Every now and then there was a rush of more intense feeling towards her, which chased away other images than Hetty, and along with that would come a wondering thankfulness that all this happiness was given to him, that this life of ours had such sweetness in it. For Adam had a devout mind, though he was perhaps rather impatient of devout words, and his tenderness lay very close to his reverence, so that the one could hardly be stirred without the other. But after feeling had welled up and poured itself out in this way, busy thought would come back with the greater vigour, and this morning it was intent on schemes by which the roads might be improved that were so imperfect all through the country, and on picturing all the benefits that might come from the exertions of a single country gentleman if he would set himself to getting the roads made good in his own district. It seemed a very short walk, the 10 miles to Oakbourne, that pretty town within sight of the Blue Hills, where he breakfasted. After this, the country grew barer and barer. No more rolling woods, no more wide-branching trees near frequent homesteads, no more bushy hedgerows, but grey stone walls intersecting the meagre pastures, and dismal, wide-scattered grey stone houses on broken lands where mines had been and were no longer. "A hungry land," said Adam to himself. "I'd rather go south'ard, where they say it's as flat as a table, than come to live here. Though if Dinah likes to live in a country where she can be the most comfort to folks, she's i' the right to live o' this side, for she must look as if she'd come straight from heaven, like the angels in the desert, to strengthen them as ha' got nothing to eat." And when at last he came in sight of Snowfield, he thought it looked like a town that was fellow to the country, though the stream through the valley where the great mill stood gave a pleasant greenness to the lower fields. The town lay grim, stony, and unsheltered up the side of a steep hill, and Adam did not go forward to it at present, for Seth had told him where to find Dinah. It was at a thatched cottage outside the town, a little way from the mill, an old cottage standing sideways towards the road, with a little bit of potato ground before it. Here Dinah lodged with an elderly couple, and if she and Hetty happened to be out, Adam could learn where they were gone, or when they would be at home again. Dinah might be out on some preaching errand, and perhaps she would have left Hetty at home. Adam could not help hoping this, and as he recognised the cottage by the roadside before him, there shone out in his face that involuntary smile which belongs to the expectation of a near joy. He hurried his step along the narrow causeway and rapped at the door. It was opened by a very clean old woman, with a slow, palsied shake of the head. "Is Dinah Morris at home?" said Adam.
No,"
said the old woman, looking up at this tall stranger with a wonder that made her slower of speech than usual.
"Will you please to come in?"
she added, retiring from the door, as if recollecting herself.
"Why, you're brother to the young man as come afore, aren't you?"
"Yes," said Adam, entering. "That was Seth Bede. I'm his brother, Adam. He told me to give his respects to you and your good master."
"Aye, the same to him. He was a gracious young man, and ye feature him, only you're darker. Sit ye down i' the armchair. My man isna come home from meeting."
Adam sat down patiently, not liking to hurry the shaking old woman with questions, but looking eagerly towards the narrow, twisting stairs in one corner, for he thought it was possible Hetty might have heard his voice and would come down them.
"So you come to see Dinah Morris," said the old woman, standing opposite to him, "and you didn't know she was away from home, then?"
"No," said Adam, "but I thought it likely she might be away, seeing as it's Sunday. But the other young woman, is she at home, or gone along with Dinah?" The old woman looked at Adam with a bewildered air.
"Gone along wi' you?" she said. Dinah's gone to Leeds, a big town you may ha' heard on, where there's many of the Lord's people. She's been gone since Friday was a fortnight. They sent her the money for a journey. You may see her home here," she went on, opening a door and not noticing the effect of her words on Adam. He rose and followed her, and darted an eager glance into the little room with its narrow bed, the portrait of Wesley on the wall, and the few books lying on the large Bible. He had had an irrational hope that Hetty might be there. He could not speak in the first moment after seeing that the room was empty. An undefined fear had seized him. Something had happened to Hetty on the journey. Still, the old woman was so slow of speech and apprehension that Hetty might be at Snowfield after all. "It's a pity you didn't know," she said. "Have you come from your own country a purpose to see her?" "But Hetty Sorrel," said Adam abruptly. "Where is she?" "I know nobody by that name," said the old woman wonderingly. "Is it anybody you've heard on at Snowfield?" "Did there come no young woman here, very young and pretty, Friday was a fortnight, to see Dinah Morris?" "Nay, I'n seen no young woman." "Think, are you quite sure? A girl, 18 years old, with dark eyes and dark curly hair, and a red cloak on, and a basket on her arm. You couldn't forget her if you saw her." "Nay, Friday was a fortnight. It was the day as Dinah went away. There come nobody. There's ne'er been nobody asking for her till you come, for the folks about know as she's gone. Eh, dear, is there somewhat the matter?" The old woman had seen the ghastly look of fear in Adam's face, but he was not stunned or confounded. He was thinking eagerly where he could inquire about Hetty. "Yes, a young woman started from our country to see Dinah. Friday was a fortnight. I came to fetch her back. I'm afraid something has happened to her. I can't stop. Goodbye." He hastened out of the cottage, and the old woman followed him to the gate, watching him sadly with her shaking head as he almost ran towards the town. He was going to inquire at the place where the Oakbourne coach stopped. No young woman like Hetty had been seen there. Had any accident happened to the coach a fortnight ago? No, and there was no coach to take him back to Oakbourne that day. Well, he would walk. He couldn't stay here in wretched inaction. But the innkeeper, seeing that Adam was in great anxiety, and entering into this new incident with the eagerness of a man who passes a great deal of time with his hands in his pockets, looking into an obstinately monotonous street, offered to take him back to Oakbourne in his own taxed cart this very evening. It was not 5 o'clock. There was plenty of time for Adam to take a meal, and yet to get to Oakbourne before 10 o'clock. The innkeeper declared that he really wanted to go to Oakbourne, and might as well go tonight. He should have all Monday before him then. Adam, after making an ineffectual attempt to eat, put the food in his pocket, and drinking a draught of ale, declared himself ready to set off. As they approached the cottage, it occurred to him that he would do well to learn from the old woman where Dinah was to be found in Leeds. If there was trouble at the Hall Farm, he only half admitted the foreboding that there would be. The Poysers might like to send for Dinah, but Dinah had not left any address, and the old woman, whose memory for names was infirm, could not recall the name of the blessed woman who was Dinah's chief friend in the society at Leeds. During that long journey in the taxed cart, there was time for all the conjectures of importunate fear and struggling hope. In the very first shock of discovering that Hetty had not been to Snowfield, the thought of Arthur had darted through Adam like a sharp pang, but he tried for some time to ward off its return by busying himself with modes of accounting for the alarming fact, quite apart from that intolerable thought. Some accident had happened. Hetty had, by some strange chance, got into a wrong vehicle from Oakbourne. She had been taken ill, and did not want to frighten them by letting them know. But this frail fence of vague improbabilities
was soon hurled down by a rush of distinct agonising fears. Hetty had been deceiving herself in thinking that she could love and marry him. She had been loving Arthur all the while, and now, in her desperation at the nearness of their marriage, she had run away, and she was gone to him. The old indignation and jealousy rose again, and prompted the suspicion that Arthur had been dealing falsely, had written to Hetty, had tempted her to come to him, being unwilling, after all, that she should belong to another man besides himself. Perhaps the whole thing had been contrived by him, and he had given her directions how to follow him to Ireland, for Adam knew that Arthur had been gone thither 3 weeks ago, having recently learned it at the chase. Every sad look of Hetty's since she had been engaged to Adam returned upon him now with all the exaggeration of painful retrospect. He had been foolishly sanguine and confident. The poor thing hadn't perhaps known her own mind for a long while, had thought that she could forget Arthur, had been momentarily drawn towards the man who offered her a protecting, faithful love. He couldn't bear to blame her. She never meant to cause him this dreadful pain. The blame lay with that man who had selfishly played with her heart, had perhaps even deliberately lured her away. At Oakbourne, the ostler at the Royal Oak remembered such a young woman as Adam described getting out of the Treddleston coach more than a fortnight ago. Wasn't likely to forget such a pretty lass as that in a hurry. Was sure she had not gone on by the Buxton coach that went through Snowfield, but had lost sight of her while he went away with the horses, and had never set eyes on her again. Adam then went straight to the house from which the Stoniton coach started. Stoniton was the most obvious place for Hetty to go to first, whatever might be her destination, for she would hardly venture on any but the chief coach roads. She had been noticed here too, and was remembered to have sat on the box by the coachman. But the coachman could not be seen, for another man had been driving on that road in his stead the last 3 or 4 days. He could probably be seen at Stoniton through enquiry at the inn where the coach put up. So the anxious, heart-stricken Adam must of necessity wait and try to rest till morning. Nay, till 11 o'clock, when the coach started. At Stoniton another delay occurred, for the old coachman who had driven Hetty would not be in the town again till night. When he did come, he remembered Hetty well, and remembered his own joke addressed to her, quoting it many times to Adam, and observing with equal frequency that he thought there was something more than common, because Hetty had not laughed when he joked with her. But he declared, as the people had done at the inn, that he had lost sight of Hetty directly she got down. Part of the next morning was consumed in inquiries at every house in the town from which a coach started, all in vain, for you know Hetty did not start from Stoniton by coach, but on foot in the grey morning. And then, in walking out to the first toll-gates on the different lines of road, in the forlorn hope of finding some recollection of her there. No, she was not to be traced any farther, and the next hard task for Adam was to go home and carry the wretched tidings to the Hall Farm. As to what he should do beyond that, he had come to 2 distinct resolutions amidst the tumult of thought and feeling which was going on within him while he went to and fro. He would not mention what he knew of Arthur Donnithorne's behaviour to Hetty till there was a clear necessity for it. It was still possible Hetty might come back, and the disclosure might be an injury or an offence to her. And as soon as he had been home and done what was necessary there to prepare for his further absence, he would start off to Ireland. If he found no trace of Hetty on the road, he would go straight to Arthur Donnithorne and make himself certain how far he was acquainted with her movements. Several times the thought occurred to him that he would consult Mr. Irwine, but that would be useless unless he told him all, and so betrayed the secret about Arthur. It seems strange that Adam, in the incessant occupation of his mind about Hetty, should never have alighted on the probability that she had gone to Windsor, ignorant that Arthur was no longer there. Perhaps the reason was that he could not conceive Hetty's throwing herself on Arthur uncalled. He imagined no cause that could have driven her to such a step after that letter written in August. There were but two alternatives in his mind. Either Arthur had written to her again and enticed her away, or she had simply fled from her approaching marriage with himself because she found, after all, she could not love him well enough, and yet was afraid of her friend's anger if she retracted. With this last determination on his mind, of going straight to Arthur, the thought that he had spent 2 days in inquiries which had proved to be almost useless was torturing to Adam. And yet, since he would not tell the Poysers his conviction as to where Hetty was gone, or his intention to follow her thither, he must be able to say to them that he had traced her as far as possible. It was after 12 o'clock on Tuesday night when Adam reached Treddleston, and, unwilling to disturb his mother and Seth, and also to encounter their questions at that hour, he threw himself without undressing on a bed at the Waggon Overthrown, and slept hard from pure weariness. Not more than 4 hours, however, for before 5 o'clock he set out on his way home in the faint morning twilight. He always kept a key of the workshop door in his pocket, so that he could let himself in, and he wished to enter without awakening his mother, for he was anxious to avoid telling her the new trouble himself by seeing Seth first, and asking him to tell her when it should be necessary. He walked gently along the yard, and turned the key gently in the door, but as he expected, Jip, who lay in the workshop, gave a sharp bark. It subsided when he saw Adam, holding up his finger at him to impose silence, and in his dumb, tailless joy he must content himself with rubbing his body against his master's legs. Adam was too heart-sick to take notice of Jip's fondling. He threw himself on the bench and stared dully at the wood and the signs of work around him, wondering if he should ever come to feel pleasure in them again, while Jip, dimly aware that there was something wrong with his master, laid his rough grey head on Adam's knee and wrinkled his brows to look up at him. Hitherto, since Sunday afternoon, Adam had been constantly among strange people and in strange places, having no associations with the details of his daily life, and now that by the light of this new morning he was come back to his home and surrounded by the familiar objects that seemed forever robbed of their charm, the reality, the hard, inevitable reality of his troubles pressed upon him with a new weight. Right before him was an unfinished chest of drawers, which he had been making in spare moments for Hetty's use, when his home should be hers. Seth had not heard Adam's entrance, but he had been roused by Jip's bark, and Adam heard him moving about in the room above, dressing himself. Seth's first thoughts were about his brother. He would come home today, surely, for the business would be wanting him sadly by tomorrow, but it was pleasant to think he had had a longer holiday than he had expected. And would Dinah come too? Seth felt that that was the greatest happiness he could look forward to for himself, though he had no hope left that she would ever love him well enough to marry him. But he had often said to himself it was better to be Dinah's friend and brother than any other woman's husband. If he could but be always near her, instead of living so far off. He came downstairs and opened the inner door leading from the kitchen into the workshop, intending to let out Jip. But he stood still in the doorway, smitten with a sudden shock at the sight of Adam seated listlessly on the bench, pale, unwashed, with sunken blank eyes, almost like a drunkard in the morning. But Seth felt in an instant what the marks meant, not drunkenness, but some great calamity. Adam looked up at him without speaking, and Seth moved forward towards the bench, himself trembling so that speech did not come readily. "God have mercy on us, Addy," he said in a low voice, sitting down on the bench beside Adam. "What is it?" Adam was unable to speak. The strong man, accustomed to suppress the signs of sorrow, had felt his heart swell like a child's at this first approach of sympathy. He fell on Seth's neck and sobbed. Seth was prepared for the worst now, for even in his recollections of their boyhood, Adam had never sobbed before. "Is it death, Adam? Is she dead?" he asked in a low tone when Adam raised his head and was recovering himself. "No, lad, but she's gone away from us. She's never been to Snowfield. Dinah's been gone to Leeds ever since last Friday was a fortnight, the very day Hetty set out. I can't find out where she went after she got to Stoniton." Seth was silent from utter astonishment. He knew nothing that could suggest to him a reason for Hetty's going away. "Hast any notion what she's done it for?" he said at last. "She can't have loved me. She didn't like our marriage when it came nigh, that must be it," said Adam. He had determined to mention no further reason. "I hear mother stirring," said Seth. "Must we tell her?" "No, not yet," said Adam, rising from the bench and pushing the hair from his face as if he wanted to rouse himself. "I can't have her told yet, and I must set out on another journey directly after I've been to the village and the Hall Farm. I can't tell thee where I'm going, and thee must say to her I'm gone on business as nobody is to know anything about. I'll go and wash myself now." Adam moved towards the door of the workshop, but after a step or two he turned round, and meeting Seth's eyes with a calm, sad glance, he said, "I must take all the money out of the tin box, lad, but if anything happens to me, all the rest'll be thine to take care of mother with." Seth was pale and trembling. He felt there was some terrible secret under all this. "Brother," he said faintly. He never called Adam brother except in solemn moments. "I don't believe you'll do anything as you can't ask God's blessing on." "Nay, lad," said Adam, "don't be afraid. I'm for doing naught but what's a man's duty." The thought that if he betrayed his trouble to his mother, she would only distress him by words, half of blundering affection, half of irrepressible triumph that Hetty proved as unfit to be his wife as she had always foreseen, brought back some of his habitual firmness and self-command. He had felt ill on his journey home. He told her when she came down, had stayed all night at Treddleston for that reason, and a bad headache that still hung about him this morning accounted for his paleness and heavy eyes. He determined to go to the village in the first place, attend to his business for an hour, and give notice to Burge of his being obliged to go on a journey which he must beg him not to mention to anyone, for he wished to avoid going to the Hall Farm near breakfast time, when the children and servants would be in the house place, and there must be exclamations in their hearing about his having returned without Hetty. He waited until the clock struck 9 before he left the workyard at the village, and set off through the fields towards the farm. It was an immense relief to him, as he came near the home close, to see Mr. Poyser advancing towards him, for this would spare him the pain of going to the house. Mr. Poyser was walking briskly this March morning with a sense of spring business on his mind. He was going to cast the master's eye on the shoeing of a new cart-horse, carrying his Spud as a useful companion by the way. His surprise was great when he caught sight of Adam, but he was not a man given to presentiments of evil.
"Why, Adam, lad, is't you? Have you been all this time away and not brought the lasses back after all? Where are they?"
"No, I've not brought 'em," said Adam, turning round to indicate that he wished to walk back with Mr. Poyser.
"Why," said Martin, looking with sharper attention at Adam, "you look bad. Is there anything happened?"
"Yes," said Adam heavily. "A sad thing's happened. I didna find Hetty at Snowfield." Mr. Poyser's good-natured face showed signs of troubled astonishment.
"Not find her? What's happened to her?" he said, his thoughts flying at once to bodily accident.
"That I can't tell, whether anything's happened to her. She never went to Snowfield. She took the coach to Stoniton, but I can't learn nothing of her after she got down from the Stoniton coach."
"Why, you dunna mean she's run away?" said Martin, standing still, so puzzled and bewildered that the fact did not yet make itself felt as a trouble by him.
"She must have done," said Adam. "She didn't like our marriage when it came to the point. That must be it. She'd mistook her feelings." Martin was silent for a minute or two, looking on the ground and rooting up the grass with his spud, without knowing what he was doing. His usual slowness was always trebled when the subject of speech was painful. At last he looked up, right in Adam's face, saying, "Then she didna deserve to hae ye, my lad. And I feel i' fault myself, for she was my niece, and I was allus hot for her marrying ye. There's no amends I can make ye, lad. The more's the pity. It's a sad cut up for ye, I doubt." Adam could say nothing, and Mr. Poyser, after pursuing his walk for a little while, went on, "I'll be bound she's gone after trying to get a lady's maid's place, for she'd got that in her head half a year ago, and wanted me to give my consent. But I'd thought better on her," he added, shaking his head slowly and sadly. "I'd thought better on her, nor to look for this after she'd gi'n ye a word and everything been got ready." Adam had the strongest motives for encouraging this supposition in Mr. Poyser, and he even tried to believe that it might possibly be true. He had no warrant for the certainty that she was gone to Arthur. "It was better it should be so," he said as quietly as he could. "If she felt she couldn't like me for a husband, better run away before than repent after."
"I hope you won't look too harshly on her if she comes back, as she may do if she finds it hard to get on away from home."
"I canna look on her as I've done before," said Martin decisively. "She's acted bad by you and by all of us, but I'll not turn my back on her. She's but a young un, and it's the first harm I've known on her. It'll be a hard job for me to tell her aunt. Why didna Dinah come back wi' ye? She'd ha' helped to pacify her aunt a bit."
"Dinah wasn't at Snowfield. She'd been gone to Leeds this fortnight, and I couldn't learn from the old woman any direction where she is at Leeds, else I should have brought it to you."
"She'd be a deal better be staying wi' her own kin," said Mr. Poyser indignantly, than going preaching among strange folks o' that'n."
"I must leave you now, Mr. Poyser," said Adam, "for I've a deal to see to."
"Aye, you'd best be after your business, and I must tell the missus when I go home. It's a hard job."
"But," said Adam, "I beg particular, you'll keep what's happened quiet for a week or two. I've not told my mother yet, and there's no knowing how things may turn out."
Aye, least said, soonest mended."
"We no need to say why the match is broke off, and we may hear of her after a bit. Shake hands wi' me, lad. I wish I could make thee amends."
There was something in Martin Poyser's throat at that moment which caused him to bring out those scanty words in rather a broken fashion. Yet Adam knew what they meant all the better, and the two honest men grasped each other's hard hands in mutual understanding. There was nothing now to hinder Adam from setting off. He had told Seth to go to the chase and leave a message for the squire, saying that Adam Bede had been obliged to start off suddenly on a journey, and to say as much and no more to anyone else who made inquiries about him. If the Poysers learned that he was gone away again, Adam knew they would infer that he was gone in search of Hetty. He had intended to go right on his way from the Hall Farm, but now the impulse which had frequently visited him before, to go to Mr. Irwine and make a confidant of him, recurred with the new force which belongs to a last opportunity. He was about to start on a long journey, a difficult one by sea, and no soul would know where he was gone. If anything happened to him, or if he absolutely needed help in any matter concerning Hetty, Mr. Irwine was to be trusted, and the feeling which made Adam shrink from telling anything which was her secret must give way before the need there was that she should have someone else besides himself who would be prepared to defend her in the worst extremity. Towards Arthur, even though he might have incurred no new guilt, Adam felt he was not bound to keep silence when Hetty's interest called on him to speak. "I must do it," said Adam, when these thoughts, which had spread themselves through hours of his sad journeying, now rushed upon him in an instant, like a wave that had been slowly gathering. "It's the right thing. I can't stand alone in this way any longer." End of chapter 38. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 39 of Adam Bede by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. The Tidings. Adam turned his face towards Broxton, and walked with his swiftest stride, looking at his watch with the fear that Mr. Irwine might be gone out, hunting perhaps. The fear and haste together produced a state of strong excitement before he reached the rectory gate, and outside it he saw the deep marks of a recent hoof on the gravel. But the hoofs were turned towards the gate, not away from it, and though there was a horse against the stable door, it was not Mr. Irwine's. It had evidently had a journey this morning, and must belong to someone who had come on business. Mr. Irwine was at home then, but Adam could hardly find breath and calmness to tell Carol that he wanted to speak to the rector. The double suffering of certain and uncertain sorrow had begun to shake the strong man. The butler looked at him wonderingly as he threw himself on a bench in the passage, and stared absently at the clock on the opposite wall. The master had somebody with him, he said, but he heard the study door open. The stranger seemed to be coming out, and as Adam was in a hurry, he would let the master know at once. Adam sat looking at the clock. The minute hand was hurrying along the last 5 minutes to 10 with a loud, hard, indifferent tick, and Adam watched the movement and listened to the sound as if he had some reason for doing so. In our times of bitter suffering there are almost always these pauses when our consciousness is benumbed to everything but some trivial perception or sensation. It is as if semi-idiocy came to give us rest from the memory and the dread which refuse to leave us in our sleep. Carol, coming back, recalled Adam to the sense of his burden. He was to go into the study immediately. "I can't think what that strange person's come about," the butler added from mere incontinence of remark, as he preceded Adam to the door. "He's gone to the dining room, and master looks unaccountable, as if he was frightened." Adam took no notice of the words. He could not care about other people's business. But when he entered the study and looked in Mr. Irwine's face, he felt in an instant that there was a new expression in it, strangely different from the warm friendliness it had always worn for him before. A letter lay open on the table, and Mr. Irwine's hand was on it, but the changed glance he cast on Adam could not be owing entirely to preoccupation with some disagreeable business, for he was looking eagerly towards the door, as if Adam's entrance were a matter of poignant anxiety to him. "You want to speak to me, Adam?" he said, in that low, constrainedly quiet tone which a man uses when he is determined to suppress agitation. "Sit down here." He pointed to a chair just opposite to him, at no more than a yard's distance from his own, and Adam sat down with a sense that this cold manner of Mr. Irwine's gave an additional unexpected difficulty to his disclosure. But when Adam had made up his mind to a measure, he was not the man to renounce it for any but imperative reasons. "I come to you, sir," he said, "as the gentleman I look up to most of anybody. I've something very painful to tell you, something as it'll pain you to hear as well as me to tell. But if I speak of the wrong other people have done, you'll see I didn't speak till I'd good reason." Mr. Irwine nodded slowly, and Adam went on rather tremulously. "You was to have married me and Hetty Sorrel, you know, sir, the 15th of this month. I thought she loved me, and I was the happiest man of the parish. But a dreadful blow's come upon me." Mr. Irwine started up from his chair as if involuntarily, but then, determined to control himself, walked to the window and looked out. "She's gone away, sir, and we don't know where. She said she was going to Snowfield if Friday was a fortnight, and I went last Sunday to fetch her back. But she'd never been there, and she took the coach to Stoniton, and beyond that I can't trace her. But now I'm going a long journey to look for her, and I can't trust to anybody but you where I'm going." Mr. Irwine came back from the window and sat down. "Have you no idea of the reason why she went away?" he said. "It's plain enough she didn't want to marry me, sir," said Adam. "She didn't like it when it came so near, but that isn't all I doubt. There's something else I must tell you, sir. There's somebody else concerned besides me." A gleam of something, it was almost like relief or joy, came across the eager anxiety of Mr. Irwine's face at that moment. Adam was looking on the ground and paused a little. The next words were hard to speak. But when he went on, he lifted up his head and looked straight at Mr. Irwine. He would do the thing he had resolved to do, without flinching. "You know who's the man I reckoned my greatest friend," he said, "and used to be proud to think as I should pass my life working for him, and had felt so ever since we were lads." Mr. Irwine, as if all self-control had forsaken him, grasped Adam's arm, which lay on the table, and clutching it tightly like a man in pain, said, with pale lips and a low, hurried voice, "No, Adam, no, don't say it, for God's sake." Adam, surprised at the violence of Mr. Irwine's feeling, repented of the words that had passed his lips, and sat in distressed silence. The grasp on his arm gradually relaxed, and Mr. Irwine threw himself back in his chair, saying, "Go on, I must know it." "That man played with Hetty's feelings, and behaved to her as he'd no right to do to a girl in her station of life, made her presents, and used to go and meet her out a-walking. I found it out only 2 days before he went away, found him a-kissing her as they were parting in the grove. There'd been nothing said between me and Hetty then, though I'd loved her for a long while, and she knew it. But I reproached him with his wrong actions, and words and blows passed between us, and he said solemnly to me after that, as it had been all nonsense and no more than a bit of flirting. But I made him write a letter to tell Hetty he'd meant nothing, for I saw clear enough, sir, by several things as I hadn't understood at the time, as he'd got hold of her heart, and I thought she'd belike go on thinking of him, and never come to love another man as wanted to marry her. And I gave her the letter, and she seemed to bear it all after a while better than I'd expected, and she behaved kinder and kinder to me. I dare say she didn't know her own feelings then, poor thing, and they came back upon her when it was too late. I don't want to blame her. I can't think as she meant to deceive me. But I was encouraged to think she loved me, and you know the rest, sir. But it's on my mind, as he's been false to me, and 'ticed her away, and she's gone to him, and I'm going now to see, for I can never go to work again till I know what's become of her." During Adam's narrative, Mr. Irwine had had time to recover his self-mastery, in spite of the painful thoughts that crowded upon him. It was a bitter remembrance to him now, that morning when Arthur breakfasted with him and seemed as if he were on the verge of a confession. It was plain enough now what he had wanted to confess, and if their words had taken another turn, if he himself had been less fastidious about intruding on another man's secrets, it was cruel to think how thin a film had shut out rescue from all this guilt and misery. He saw the whole history now, by that terrible illumination which the present sheds back upon the past. But every other feeling, as it rushed upon his, was thrown into abeyance by pity, deep, respectful pity, for the man who sat before him, already so bruised, going forth with sad, blind resignedness to an unreal sorrow, while a real one was close upon him, too far beyond the range of common trial for him ever to have feared it. His own agitation was quelled by a certain awe that comes over us in the presence of a great anguish, for the anguish he must inflict on Adam was already present to him. Again he put his hand on the arm that lay on the table, but very gently this time, as he said solemnly, "Adam, my dear friend, You have had some hard trials in your life. You can bear sorrow manfully, as well as act manfully. God requires both tasks at our hands, and there is a heavier sorrow coming upon you than any you have yet known. But you are not guilty. You have not the worst of all sorrows. God help him who has. The two pale faces looked at each other. In Adam's there was trembling suspense. In Mr. Irwine's, hesitating, shrinking pity. But he went on. I have had news of Hetty this morning. She is not gone to him. She is in Stonyshire, at Stoniton. Adam started up from his chair as if he thought he could have leaped to her that moment. But Mr. Irwine laid hold of his arm again and said persuasively, "Wait, Adam, wait." So he sat down. She is in a very unhappy position, one which will make it worse for you to find her, my poor friend, than to have lost her forever. Adam's lips moved tremulously, but no sound came. They moved again, and he whispered, "Tell me." She has been arrested. She is in prison. It was as if an insulting blow had brought back the spirit of resistance into Adam. The blood rushed to his face, and he said loudly and sharply, "For what?" "For a great crime, the murder of her child." "It can't be!" Adam almost shouted, starting up from his chair and making a stride towards the door. But he turned round again, setting his back against the bookcase and looking fiercely at Mr. Irwine. "It isn't possible. She never had a child. She can't be guilty. Who says it?" "God grant that she may be innocent, Adam. We can still hope she is." "But who says she is guilty?" said Adam violently. "Tell me everything." "Here is a letter from the magistrate before whom she was taken, and the constable who arrested her is in the dining-room. She will not confess her name or where she comes from, but I fear there can be no doubt it is Hetty. The description of her person corresponds, only that she is said to look very pale and ill. She had a small red leather pocket-book in her pocket with two names written in it, one at the beginning, Hetty Sorrel, Haslop, and the other near the end, Dinah Morris, Snowfield. She will not say which is her own name. She denies everything, and will answer no questions. And application has been made to me as a magistrate, that I may take measures for identifying her, for it was thought probable that the name which stands first is her own name." "But what proof have they got against her, if it is Hetty?" said Adam, still violently, with an effort that seemed to shake his whole frame. "I'll not believe it. It couldn't have been, and none of us know it." "Terrible proof that she was under the temptation to commit the crime. But we have room to hope that she did not really commit it. Try and read that letter, Adam." Adam took the letter between his shaking hands and tried to fix his eyes steadily on it. Mr. Irwine meanwhile went out to give some orders. When he came back, Adam's eyes were still on the first page. He couldn't read. He could not put the words together and make out what they meant. He threw it down at last and clenched his fist. "It's his doing," he said. "If there's been any crime, it's at his door, not at hers. He taught her to deceive. He deceived me first. Let him put him on his trial.
Let him stand in court beside her, and I'll tell him how he got hold of her heart and ticed her to evil, and then lied to me. Is he to go free while they lay all the punishment on her, so weak and young?" The image called up by these last words gave a new direction to poor Adam's maddened feelings. He was silent, looking at the corner of the room, as if he saw something there. Then he burst out again in a tone of appealing anguish. "I can't bear it! Oh God, it's too hard to lay upon me! It's too hard to think she's wicked!" Mr. Irwine had sat down again in silence. He was too wise to utter soothing words at present, and indeed the sight of Adam before him, with that look of sudden age which sometimes comes over a young face in moments of terrible emotion, the hard, bloodless look of the skin, the deep lines about the quivering mouth, the furrows in the brow, the sight of this strong, firm man shattered by the invisible stroke of sorrow moved him so deeply that speech was not easy. Adam stood motionless, with his eyes vacantly fixed in this way for a minute or two. In that short space he was living through all his love again. "She can't have done it," he said, still without moving his eyes, as if he were only talking to himself. "It was fear made her hide it. I forgive her for deceiving me. I forgive thee, Hetty. Thee wast deceived too. It's gone hard with thee, my poor Hetty, but they'll never make me believe it." He was silent again for a few moments, and then he said with fierce abruptness, "I'll go to him. I'll bring him back. I'll make him go and look at her in her misery. He shall look at her till he can't forget it. It shall follow him night and day. As long as he lives it shall follow him. He shan't escape with lies this time. I'll fetch him. I'll drag him myself." In the act of going towards the door, Adam paused automatically and looked about for his hat, quite unconscious where he was or who was present with him. Mr. Irwine had followed him, and now took him by the arm, saying in a quiet but decided tone, "No, Adam, no. I'm sure you will wish to stay and see what good can be done for her, instead of going on a useless errand of vengeance. The punishment will surely fall without your aid. Besides, he is no longer in Ireland. He must be on his way home, or would be long before you arrived, for his grandfather, I know, wrote for him to come at least 10 days ago. I want you now to go with me to Stoniton. I have ordered a horse for you to ride with us as soon as you can compose yourself." While Mr. Irwine was speaking, Adam recovered his consciousness of the actual scene. He rubbed his hair off his forehead and listened. "Remember," Mr. Irwine went on, "there are others to think of and act for besides yourself, Adam. There are Hetty's friends, the good Poysers, on whom this stroke will fall more heavily than I can bear to think. I expect it from your strength of mind, Adam, from your sense of duty to God and man, that you will try to act as long as action can be of any use." In reality, Mr. Irwine proposed this journey to Stoniton for Adam's own sake. Movement with some object before him was the best means of counteracting the violence of suffering in these first hours. "You will go with me to Stoniton, Adam?" he said again after a moment's pause. "We have to see if it is really Hetty who is there, you know."
"Yes, sir," said Adam. "I'll do what you think right. But the folks at the Hall Farm? I wish them not to know till I return to tell them myself. I shall have ascertained things then which I am uncertain about now, and I shall return as soon as possible. Come now, the horses are ready." End of chapter 39. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 40 of Adam Bede by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. The bitter waters spread. Mr. Irwine returned from Stoniton in a post-chaise that night, and the first words Carol said to him as he entered the house were that Squire Donnithorne was dead, found dead in his bed at 10 o'clock that morning, and that Mrs. Irwine desired him to say she should be awake when Mr. Irwine came home, and she begged him not to go to bed without seeing her. "Well, Dauphin," Mrs. Irwine said as her son entered her room, "you're come at last. So the old gentleman's fidgetiness and low spirits, which made him send for Arthur in that sudden way, really meant something. I suppose Carol has told you that Donnithorne was found dead in his bed this morning. You will believe my prognostications another time, though I dare say I shan't live to prognosticate anything but my own death." "What have they done about Arthur?" said Mr. Irwine. "Sent a messenger to await him at Liverpool?" "Yes, Rafe was gone before the news was brought to us. Dear Arthur, I shall live now to see him master at the chase, and making good times on the estate like a generous-hearted fellow as he is. He'll be as happy as a king now." Mr. Irwine could not help giving a slight groan. He was worn with anxiety and exertion, and his mother's light words were almost intolerable. "What are you so dismal about, Dauphin? Is there any bad news? Or are you thinking of the danger for Arthur in crossing that frightful Irish Channel at this time of year?" "No, mother, I'm not thinking of that, but I'm not prepared to rejoice just now." "You've been worried by this law business that you've been to Stoniton about. What in the world is it that you can't tell me?" "You will know by and by, mother. It would not be right for me to tell you at present. Good night. You'll sleep now you have no longer anything to listen for." Mr. Irwine gave up his intention of sending a letter to meet Arthur, since it would not now hasten his return. The news of his grandfather's death would bring him as soon as he could possibly come. He could go to bed now and get some needful rest before the time came for the morning's heavy duty of carrying his sickening news to the Hall Farm and to Adam's home. Adam himself was not come back from Stoniton, for though he shrank from seeing Hetty, he could not bear to go a distance from her again. "It's no use, sir," he said to the rector. "It's no use for me to go back. I can't go to work again while she's here, and I couldn't bear the sight of the things and folks round home. I'll take a bit of a room here where I can see the prison walls, and perhaps I shall get in time to bear seeing her." Adam had not been shaken in his belief that Hetty was innocent of the crime she was charged with, for Mr. Irwine, feeling that the belief in her guilt would be a crushing addition to Adam's load, had kept from him the facts which left no hope in his own mind. There was not any reason for thrusting the whole burden on Adam at once, and Mr. Irwine at parting only said, "If the evidence should tell too strongly against her, Adam, we may still hope for a pardon. Her youth and other circumstances will be a plea for her."
Ah, and it's right people should know how she was tempted into the wrong way," said Adam, with bitter earnestness. "It's right they should know it was a fine gentleman made love to her and turned her head with notions. You remember, sir, you've promised to tell my mother and Seth and the people at the farm who it was as led her wrong, else they'll think harder of her than she deserves. You'll be doing her a hurt by sparing him, and I hold him the guiltiest before God, let her ha' done what she may. If you spare him, I'll expose him." "I think your demand is just, Adam," said Mr. Irwine, "but when you are calmer, you will judge Arthur more mercifully. I say nothing now, only that his punishment is in other hands than ours."
Mr. Irwine felt it hard upon him that he should have to tell of Arthur's sad part in the story of sin and sorrow, he who cared for Arthur with fatherly affection, who had cared for him with fatherly pride. But he saw clearly that the secret must be known before long, even apart from Adam's determination, since it was scarcely to be supposed that Hetty would persist to the end in her obstinate silence. He made up his mind to withhold nothing from the Poysers, but to tell them the worst at once, for there was no time to rob the Tidings of their suddenness. Hetty's trial must come on at the Lent assizes, and they were to be held at Stoniton the next week. It was scarcely to be hoped that Martin Poyser could escape the pain of being called as a witness, and it was better he should know everything as long beforehand as possible. Before 10 o'clock on Thursday morning, the home at the Hall Farm was a house of mourning for a misfortune felt to be worse than death. The sense of family dishonour was too keen, even in the kind-hearted Martin Poyser the younger, to leave room for any compassion towards Hetty. He and his father were simple-minded farmers, proud of their untarnished character, proud that they came of a family which had held up its head and paid its way as far back as its name was in the parish register. And Hetty had brought disgrace on them all, disgrace that could never be wiped out. That was the all-conquering feeling in the mind both of father and son, the scorching sense of disgrace which neutralised all other sensibility, and Mr. Irwine was struck with surprise to observe that Mrs. Poyser was less severe than her husband. We are often startled by the severity of mild people on exceptional occasions. The reason is that mild people are most liable to be under the yoke of traditional impressions. "I'm willing to pay any money as is wanted towards trying to bring her off," said Martin the younger when Mr. Irwine was gone, while the old grandfather was crying in the opposite chair. "But I'll not go nigh her, nor ever see her again by my own will. She's made our bread bitter to us for all our lives to come, and we shall ne'er hold up our heads i' this parish nor i' any other. The parson talks of folks pitying us. It's poor amends pity'll make us." "Pity!" said the grandfather sharply. "I ne'er wanted folks as pity in my life afore, and I mun begin to be looked down on now, and me turned 72 last St. Thomas's, and all the underbearers and pallbearers as I'm picked for my funeral are i' this parish and the next to it. It's o' no use now. I mun be ta'en to the grave by strangers." "Don't fret so, father," said Mrs. Poyser, who had spoken very little, being almost overawed by her husband's unusual hardness and decision. "You'll have your children with you, and there's the lads and the little un 'll grow up in a new parish as well as i' the old un. Ah, there's no staying i' this country for us now. said Mr. Poyser, and the hard tears trickled slowly down his round cheeks. "We thought it'd be bad luck if the old squire gave us notice this Lady Day, but I must gi' notice myself now, and see if there can be anybody to be got to come and take to the crops as I'm put i' the ground, for I wunna stay upo' that man's land a day longer nor I'm forced to it. And me, as thought him such a good, upright young man, as I should be glad when he come to be our landlord. I'll ne'er lift my hat to him again, nor sit i' the same church wi' him, a man as has brought shame on respectable folks, and pretended to be such a friend to everybody. Poor Adam there, a fine friend he's been to Adam, making speeches and talking so fine, and all the while poisoning the lad's life, as it's much if he can stay this country any more than we can." "And you to ha' to go to court and own you're a kin to," said the old man. "Why, they'll cast it up to the little un as isn't 4-year-old some day. They'll cast it up to her as she'd a cousin tried at the 'Sizes for murder." "It'll be their own wickedness then," said Mrs. Poyser with a sob in her voice. "But there's One above 'll take care of the innocent child, else it's but little truth they tell us at church. It'll be harder nor ever to die and leave the little uns, and nobody to be a mother to 'em." "We'd better ha' sent for Dinah if we'd known where she is," said Mr. Poyser, "but Adam said she'd left no direction where she'd be at Leeds." "Why, she'd be with that woman as was a friend to her Aunt Judith," said Mrs. Poyser, comforted a little by this suggestion of her husband. "I've often heard Dinah talk of her, but I can't remember what name she called her by." "But there's Seth Bede, he's like enough to know, for she's a preaching woman as the Methodists think a deal on." "I'll send to Seth," said Mr. Poyser. "I'll send Alec to tell him to come, or else to send up word of the woman's name, and thee canst write a letter ready to send off to Treddleston as soon as we can make out a direction." "It's poor work writing letters when you want folks to come to you at trouble," said Mrs. Poyser. "Happen it'll be ever so long on the road and never reach her at last." Before Alec arrived with the message, Lisbeth's thoughts too had already flown to Dinah, and she had said to Seth, There's no comfort for us i' this world any more wi'out thee couldst get Dinah Morris to come to us as she did when my old man died. I'd like her to come in and take me by the hand again and talk to me. She'd tell me the rights on't, belike. She'd happen know some good o' all this trouble and heartbreak coming upon that poor lad as ne'er done a bit o' wrong in's life, but were better nor anybody else's son pick the country round. My lad, Adam, my poor lad." "Thee wouldstna like me to leave thee to go and fetch Dinah?" said Seth, as his mother sobbed and rocked herself to and fro. "Fetch her?" said Lisbeth, looking up and pausing from her grief, like a crying child who hears some promise of consolation. "Why, what place is she's at, do they say?" "It's a good way off, mother. Leeds, a big town. But I could be back in 3 days if thee could spare me." Nay, I canna spare thee. Thee must go and see thy brother and bring me word what he's a doing. Mester Irwine said he'd come and tell me, but I canna make out so well what it means when he tells me. Thee must go this hen, sin' Adam wunna let me go to him. Write a letter to Dinah, canstna? Thee'd fond enough o' writing when nobody wants thee."
"I'm not sure where she'd be in that big town," said Seth. "If I'd gone myself, I could have found out by asking the members of the society. But perhaps if I put Sarah Williamson, Methodist preacher, Leeds, or the outside, it might get to her, for most like she'd be with Sarah Williamson." Alec came now with the message, and Seth, finding that Mrs. Poyser was writing to Dinah, gave up the intention of writing himself. But he went to the Hall Farm to tell them all he could suggest about the address of the letter, and warn them that there might be some delay in the delivery from his not knowing an exact direction. On leaving Lisbeth, Mr. Irwine had gone to Jonathan Burge, who had also a claim to be acquainted with what was likely to keep Adam away from business for some time. And before 6 o'clock that evening there were few people in Broxton and Hazelop who had not heard the sad news. Mr. Irwine had not mentioned Arthur's name to Burge, and yet the story of his conduct towards Hetty, with all the dark shadows cast upon it by its terrible consequences, was presently as well known as that his grandfather was dead, and that he was come into the estate. For Martin Poyser felt no motive to keep silence towards the one or two neighbours who ventured to come and shake him sorrowfully by the hand on the first day of his trouble, and Carroll, who kept his ears open to all that passed at the rectory, had framed an inferential version of the story, and found early opportunities of communicating it. One of those neighbours who came to Martin Poyser and shook him by the hand without speaking for some minutes was Bartle Massey. He had shut up his school, and was on his way to the rectory, where he arrived about 7:30 in the evening, and sending his duty to Mr. Irwine, begged pardon for troubling him at that hour, but had something particular on his mind. He was shown into the study, where Mr. Irwine soon joined him. "Well, Bartle," said Mr. Irwine, putting out his hand. That was not his usual way of saluting the schoolmaster, but trouble makes us treat all who feel with us very much alike. "Sit down." "You know what I'm come about as well as I do, sir, I dare say," said Bartle. "You wish to know the truth about the sad news that has reached you, about Hetty Sorrel?" "Nay, sir. What I wish to know is about Adam Bede. I understand you left him at Stoniton, and I beg the favour of you to tell me what's the state of the poor lad's mind, and what he means to do. For as for that bit of pink and white they've taken the trouble to put in jail, I don't value her a rotten nut, not a rotten nut, only for the harm or good that may come out of her to an honest man, a lad I've set such store by, trusted to, that he'd make my bit of knowledge go a good way in the world. Why, sir, he's the only scholar I've had in this stupid country that ever had the will or the headpiece for mathematics. If he hadn't had so much hard work to do, poor fellow, he might have gone into the higher branches, and then this might never have happened, might never have happened." Bartle was heated by the exertion of walking fast in an agitated frame of mind, and was not able to check himself on this first occasion of venting his feelings. But he paused now to rub his moist forehead, and probably his moist eyes also. "You'll excuse me, sir," he said, when this pause had given him time to reflect, "for running on in this way about my own feelings, like that foolish dog of mine howling in a storm, when there's nobody wants to listen to me. I came to hear you speak, not to talk myself. If you'll take the trouble to tell me what the poor lad's doing." "Don't put yourself under any restraint, Bartle," said Mr. Irwine. "The fact is, I'm very much in the same condition as you just now. I've a great deal that's painful on my mind, and I find it hard work to be quite silent about my own feelings and only attend to others. I share your concern for Adam, though he is not the only one whose sufferings I care for in this affair. He intends to remain at Stoniton till after the trial. It will come on probably a week tomorrow. He has taken a room there, and I encouraged him to do so, because I think it better he should be away from his own home at present. And, poor fellow, he still believes Hetty is innocent. He wants to summon up courage to see her if he can. He is unwilling to leave the spot where she is." "Do you think the creature's guilty, then?" said Bartle. "Do you think they'll hang her?" "I'm afraid it will go hard with her. The evidence is very strong, and one bad symptom is that she denies everything, denies that she has had a child in the face of the most positive evidence. I saw her myself, and she was obstinately silent to me. She shrank up like a frightened animal when she saw me. I was never so shocked in my life as at the change in her. But I trust that in the worst case we may obtain a pardon for the sake of the innocent who are involved." "Stuff and nonsense!" said Bartle, forgetting in his irritation to whom he was speaking. "I beg your pardon, sir. I mean it's stuff and nonsense for the innocent to care about her being hanged. For my own part, I think the sooner such women are put out of the world the better, and the men that help 'em to do mischief had better go along with 'em, for that matter. What good will you do by keeping such vermin alive, eating the victual that'd feed rational beings? But if Adam's fool enough to care about it, I don't want him to suffer more than's needful. Is he very much cut up, poor fellow?" Bartle added, taking out his spectacles and putting them on as if they would assist his imagination. "Yes, I'm afraid the grief cuts very deep," said Mr. Irwine. "He looks terribly shattered, and a certain violence came over him now and then yesterday, which made me wish I could have remained near him. But I shall go to Stoniton again tomorrow, and I have confidence enough in the strength of Adam's principle to trust that he will be able to endure the worst without being driven to anything rash." Mr. Irwine, who was involuntarily uttering his own thoughts rather than addressing Bartle Massey in the last sentence, had in his mind the possibility that the spirit of vengeance towards Arthur, which was the form Adam's anguish was continually taking, might make him seek an encounter that was likely to end more fatally than the one in the grove. This possibility heightened the anxiety with which he looked forward to Arthur's arrival. But Bartle thought Mr. Irwine was referring to suicide, and his face wore a new alarm. "I'll tell you what I have in my head, sir," he said, "and I hope you'll approve of it. I'm going to shut up my school. If the scholars come, they must go back again, that's all, and I shall go to Stoniton and look after Adam till this business is over. I'll pretend I'm come to look on at the assizes. He can't object to that. What do you think about it, sir?" "Well," said Mr. Irwine, rather hesitatingly, "there would be some real advantages in that, and I honour you for your friendship towards him, Bartle. But you must be careful what you say to him, you know. I'm afraid you have too little fellow feeling in what you consider his weakness about Hetty." "Trust to me, sir, trust to me. I know what you mean. I've been a fool myself in my time, but that's between you and me. I shan't thrust myself on him, only to keep my eye on him, and see that he gets some good food, and put in a word here and there." "Then," said Mr. Irwine, reassured a little as to Bartle's discretion, "I think you'll be doing a good deed, and it will be well for you to let Adam's mother and brother know that you're going." "Yes, sir, yes," said Bartle, rising and taking off his spectacles. "I'll do that, I'll do that. Though the mother's a whimpering thing, I don't like to come within earshot of her. However, she's a straight-backed, clean woman, none of your slatterns. I wish you good-bye, sir, and thank you for the time you've spared me. You're everybody's friend in this business, everybody's friend. It's a heavy weight you've got on your shoulders. Good-bye, Bartle, till we meet at Stoniton, as I dare say we shall." Bartle hurried away from the rectory, evading Carol's conversational advances, and saying in an exasperated tone to Vixen, whose short legs pattered beside him on the gravel, "Now I shall be obliged to take you with me, you good-for-nothing woman. You'd go fretting yourself to death if I left you, you know you would, and perhaps get snapped up by some tramp. And you'll be running into bad company, I expect, putting your nose in every hole and corner where you've no business. But if you do anything disgraceful, I disown you. Mind that, madam, mind that."
End of chapter 40. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 41 of Adam Bede by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. The eve of the trial. An upper room in a dull Stoniton street, with 2 beds in it, one laid on the floor. It is 10 o'clock on Thursday night, and the dark wall opposite the window shuts out the moonlight that might have struggled with the light of the one dip candle by which Bartle Massey is pretending to read, while he is really looking over his spectacles at Adam Bede, seated near the dark window. You would hardly have known it was Adam without being told. His face has got thinner this last week. He has the sunken eyes, the neglected beard of a man just risen from a sick bed. His heavy black hair hangs over his forehead, and there is no active impulse in him which inclines him to push it off, that he may be more awake to what is around him. He has one arm over the back of the chair, and he seems to be looking down at his clasped hands. He is roused by a knock at the door. "There he is," said Bartle Massey, rising hastily and unfastening the door. It was Mr. Irwine. Adam rose from his chair with instinctive respect as Mr. Irwine approached him and took his hand. "I'm late, Adam," he said, sitting down on the chair which Bartle placed for him, "but I was later in setting off from Broxton than I intended to be, and I have been incessantly occupied since I arrived. I have done everything now, however, everything that can be done tonight, at least. Let us all sit down." Adam took his chair again mechanically, and Bartle, for whom there was no chair remaining, sat on the bed in the background. "Have you seen her, sir?" said Adam tremulously. "Yes, Adam. I and the chaplain have both been with her this evening." "Did you ask her, sir? Did you say anything about me?" "Yes," said Mr. Irwine, with some hesitation. "I spoke of you. I said you wished to see her before the trial if she consented." As Mr. Irwine paused, Adam looked at him with eager, questioning eyes. "You know she shrinks from seeing anyone, Adam. It is not only you. Some fatal influence seems to have shut up her heart against her fellow creatures. She has scarcely said anything more than no, either to me or the chaplain. 3 or 4 days ago, before you were mentioned to her, when I asked her if there was any one of her family whom she would like to see, to whom she could open her mind, she said, with a violent shudder, 'Tell them not to come near me. I won't see any of them.'" Adam's head was hanging down again, and he did not speak. There was silence for a few minutes, and then Mr. Irwine said, I don't like to advise you against your own feelings, Adam, if they now urge you strongly to go and see her tomorrow morning, even without her consent. It is just possible, notwithstanding appearances to the contrary, that the interview might affect her favourably. But I grieve to say I have scarcely any hope of that. She didn't seem agitated when I mentioned your name. She only said no in the same cold, obstinate way as usual. And if the meeting had no good effect on her, it would be pure, useless suffering to you. Severe suffering, I fear. She is very much changed. Adam started up from his chair and seized his hat, which lay on the table. But he stood still then, and looked at Mr. Irwine, as if he had a question to ask which was yet difficult to utter. Bartle Massey rose quietly, turned the key in the door, and put it in his pocket. "Is he come back?" said Adam at last. "No, he is not," said Mr. Irwine quietly. "Lay down your hat, Adam, unless you like to walk out with me for a little fresh air. I fear you have not been out again to-day." "You needn't deceive me, sir," said Adam, looking hard at Mr. Irwine and speaking in a tone of angry suspicion. "You needn't be afraid of me. I only want justice. I want him to feel what she feels. It's his work. She was a child as it'd have gone to anybody's heart to look at. I don't care what she's done. It was him brought her to it. And he shall know it. He shall feel it. If there's a just God, he shall feel what it is to have brought a child like her to sin and misery." "I'm not deceiving you, Adam," said Mr. Irwine. "Arthur Donnithorne is not come back, was not come back when I left. I have left a letter for him. He will know all as soon as he arrives." "But you don't mind about it," said Adam indignantly. "You think it doesn't matter as she lies there in shame and misery, and he knows nothing about it. He suffers nothing." "Adam, he will know. He will suffer long and bitterly. He has a heart and a conscience. I can't be entirely deceived in his character. I am convinced, I am sure, he didn't fall under temptation without a struggle. He may be weak, but he is not callous, not coldly selfish. I am persuaded that this will be a shock of which he will feel the effects all his life. Why do you crave vengeance in this way? No amount of torture that you could inflict on him could benefit her." "No. Oh, God, no!" Adam groaned out, sinking on his chair again. "But then, that's the deepest curse of all. That's what makes the blackness of it. It can never be undone. My poor Hetty, she can never be my sweet Hetty again, the prettiest thing God had made, smiling up at me. I thought she loved me and was good." Adam's voice had been gradually sinking into a hoarse undertone, as if he were only talking to himself. But now he said abruptly, looking at Mr. Irwine, "But she isn't as guilty as they say. You don't think she is, sir? She can't have done it." "That, perhaps, can never be known with certainty, Adam," Mr. Irwine answered gently. "In these cases we sometimes form our judgment on what seems to us strong evidence, and yet, for want of knowing some small fact, our judgment is wrong. But suppose the worst. You have no right to say that the guilt of her crime lies with him, and that he ought to bear the punishment. It is not for us men to apportion the shares of moral guilt and retribution. We find it impossible to avoid mistakes even in determining who has committed a single criminal act,
and the problem how far a man is to be held responsible for the unforeseen consequences of his own deed is one that might well make us tremble to look into it.
The evil consequences that may lie folded in a single act of selfish indulgence is a thought so awful that it ought surely to awaken some feeling less presumptuous than a rash desire to punish. You have a mind that can understand this fully, Adam, when you are calm. Don't suppose I can't enter into the anguish that drives you into this state of revengeful hatred. But think of this. If you were to obey your passion, for it is passion, and you deceive yourself in calling it justice, it might be with you precisely as it has been with Arthur. Nay, worse, your passion might lead you yourself into a horrible crime.
No, not worse, said Adam bitterly. I don't believe it's worse. I'd sooner do it. I'd sooner do a wickedness as I could suffer for by myself than have brought her to do wickedness and then stand by and see 'em punish her while they let me alone. And all for a bit of pleasure, as if he'd had a man's heart in him, he'd have cut his hand off sooner than he'd have taken it. What if he didn't foresee what's happened? He foresaw enough. He'd no right to expect anything but harm and shame to her. And then he wanted to smooth it off with lies. No, there's plenty of things folks are hanged for not half so hateful as that. Let a man do what he will, if he knows he's to bear the punishment himself, he isn't half so bad as a mean, selfish coward as makes things easy to himself, and knows all the while the punishment will fall on somebody else.
There again you partly deceive yourself, Adam. There is no sort of wrong deed of which a man can bear the punishment alone. You can't isolate yourself and say that the evil which is in you shall not spread. Men's lives are as thoroughly blended with each other as the air they breathe. Evil spreads as necessarily as disease. I know, I feel the terrible extent of suffering this sin of Arthur's has caused to others. But so does every sin cause suffering to others besides those who commit it. An act of vengeance on your part against Arthur would simply be another evil added to those we are suffering under. You could not bear the punishment alone. You would entail the worst sorrows on everyone who loves you. You would have committed an act of blind fury that would leave all the present evils just as they were, and add worse evils to them. You may tell me that you meditate no fatal act of vengeance, but the feeling in your mind is what gives birth to such actions, and as long as you indulge it, as long as you do not see that to fix your mind on Arthur's punishment is revenge and not justice, you are in danger of being led on to the commission of some great wrong. Remember what you told me about your feelings after you'd given that blow to Arthur in the grove." Adam was silent. The last words had called up a vivid image of the past, and Mr. Irwine left him to his thoughts, while he spoke to Bartle Massey about old Mr. Donnithorne's funeral and other matters of an indifferent kind. But at length Adam turned round and said, in a more subdued tone, "I've not asked about him at the Hall Farm, sir. Is Mr. Poyser coming?" "He has come. He is in Stoniton tonight. But I could not advise him to see you, Adam. His own mind is in a very perturbed state, and it is best he should not see you till you are calmer." "Is Dinah Morris come to him, sir? Seth said they'd sent for her." "No,
Mr. Poyser tells me she was not come when he left. They're afraid the letter has not reached her. It seems they had no exact address." Adam sat ruminating a little while, and then said, "I wonder if Dinah would have gone to see her. But perhaps the Poysers would have been sorely against it, since they won't come nigh her themselves. But I think she would, for the Methodists are great folks for going into the prisons, and Seth said he thought she would. She'd a very tender way with her, Dinah had. I wonder if she could have done any good. You never saw her, sir, did you?" "Yes, I did. I had a conversation with her. She pleased me a good deal. And now you mention it, I wish she would come, for it is possible that a gentle, mild woman like her might move Hetty to open her heart. The jail chaplain is rather harsh in his manner. But it's a no use if she doesn't come," said Adam sadly. "If I'd thought of it earlier, I would have taken some measures for finding her out," said Mr. Irwine. "But it's too late now, I fear. Well, Adam, I must go now. Try to get some rest tonight. God bless you. I'll see you early tomorrow morning." End of chapter 41. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 42 of Adam Bede by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. The morning of the trial. At 1 o'clock the next day, Adam was alone in his dull upper room. His watch lay before him on the table as if he were counting the long minutes. He had no knowledge of what was likely to be said by the witnesses on the trial, for he had shrunk from all the particulars connected with Hetty's arrest and accusation. This brave, active man, who would have hastened towards any danger or toil to rescue Hetty from an apprehended wrong or misfortune, felt himself powerless to contemplate irremediable evil and suffering. The susceptibility which would have been an impelling force where there was any possibility of action became helpless anguish when he was obliged to be passive, or else sought an active outlet in the thought of inflicting justice on Arthur. Energetic natures, strong for all strenuous deeds, will often rush away from a hopeless sufferer, as if they were hard-hearted. It is the overmastering sense of pain that drives them. They shrink by an ungovernable instinct, as they would shrink from laceration. Adam had brought himself to think of seeing Hetty, if she would consent to see him, because he thought the meeting might possibly be a good to her, might help to melt away this terrible hardness they told him of. If she saw he bore her no ill will for what she had done to him, she might open her heart to him. But this resolution had been an immense effort. He trembled at the thought of seeing her changed face, as a timid woman trembles at the thought of the surgeon's knife, and he chose now to bear the long hours of suspense, rather than encounter what seemed to him the more intolerable agony of witnessing her trial. Deep, unspeakable suffering may well be called a baptism, a regeneration, the initiation into a new state. The yearning memories, the bitter regret, the agonized sympathy, the struggling appeals to the invisible right, all the intense emotions which had filled the days and nights of the past week, and were compressing themselves again like an eager crowd into the hours of this single morning, made Adam look back on all the previous years as if they had been a dim, sleepy existence, and he had only now awaked
to full consciousness. It seemed to him as if he had always before thought it a light thing that men should suffer, as if all that he had himself endured and called sorrow before was only a moment's stroke that had never left a bruise. Doubtless a great anguish may do the work of years, and we may come out from that baptism of fire with a soul full of new awe and new pity. "Oh God!" Adam groaned, as he leaned on the table and looked blankly at the face of the watch. "And men have suffered like this before, and poor, helpless young things have suffered like her. Such a little while ago, looking so happy and so pretty, kissing 'em all, her grandfather and all of 'em, and they wishing her luck. Oh, my poor, poor Hetty! Dost think on it now?" Adam started and looked round towards the door. Vixen had begun to whimper, and there was a sound of a stick and a lame walk on the stairs. It was Bartle Massey come back. Could it be all over? Bartle entered quietly, and going up to Adam, grasped his hand and said, "I'm just come to look at you, my boy, for the folks are gone out of court for a bit." Adam's heart beat so violently he was unable to speak. He could only return the pressure of his friend's hand, and Bartle, drawing up the other chair, came and sat in front of him, taking off his hat and his spectacles. "That's a thing never happened to me before," he observed, "to go out of the door with my spectacles on. I clean forgot to take 'em off." The old man made this trivial remark, thinking it better not to respond at all to Adam's agitation. He would gather in an indirect way that there was nothing decisive to communicate at present. "And now," he said, rising again, "I must see to your having a bit of the loaf and some of that wine Mr. Irwine sent this morning. He'll be angry with me if you don't have it. Come now," he went on, bringing forward the bottle and the loaf and pouring some wine into a cup, "I must have a bit and a sup myself. Drink a drop with me, my lad, drink with me." Adam pushed the cup gently away and said entreatingly, "Tell me about it, Mr. Massey. Tell me all about it. Was she there? Have they begun?" "Yes, my boy, yes. It's taken all the time since I first went, but they're slow, they're slow. And there's the counsel they've got for her puts a spoke in the wheel whenever he can, and makes a deal to do with cross-examining the witnesses and quarrelling with the other lawyers. That's all he can do for the money they give him. And it's a big sum, it's a big sum. But he's a cute fellow, with an eye that'd pick the needles out of the hay in no time. If a man had got no feelings, it'd be as good as a demonstration to listen to what goes on in court. But a tender heart makes one stupid. I'd have given up figures forever only to have had some good news to bring you, my poor lad." "But does it seem to be going against her?" said Adam. "Tell me what they've said. I must know it now. I must know what they have to bring against her." "Why, the chief evidence yet has been the doctors. All but Martin Poyser. Poor Martin! Everybody in court felt for him. It was like one sob, the sound they made when he came down again. The worst was when they told him to look at the prisoner at the bar. It was hard work, poor fellow, it was hard work." "Adam, my boy, the blow falls heavily on him as well as you. You must help poor Martin. You must show courage. Drink some wine now, and show me you mean to bear it like a man." Bartle had made the right sort of appeal. Adam, with an air of quiet obedience, took up the cup and drank a little. "Tell me how she looked," he said presently. "Frightened, very frightened when they first brought her in. It was the first sight of the crowd and the judge, poor creature. And there's a lot of foolish women in fine clothes, with gewgaws all up their arms and feathers on their heads, sitting near the judge. They've dressed themselves out in that way, one 'ud think, to be scarecrows and warnings against any man ever meddling with a woman again. They put up their glasses and stared and whispered, but after that she stood like a white image, staring down at her hands, and seeming neither to hear nor see anything. And she's as white as a sheet. She didn't speak when they asked her if she'd plead guilty or not guilty, and they pleaded not guilty for her. But when she heard her uncle's name, there seemed to go a shiver right through her, and when they told him to look at her, she hung her head down and cowered and hid her face in her hands. He'd much ado to speak, poor man, his voice trembled so. And the councillors, who look as hard as nails mostly, I saw, spared him as much as they could. Mr. Irwine put himself near him and went with him out of court. Ah, it's a great thing in a man's life to be able to stand by a neighbour and uphold him in such trouble as that." "God bless him, and you too, Mr. Massey," said Adam in a low voice, laying his hand on Bartle's arm. "Aye, aye, he's good metal. He gives the right ring when you try him, our parson does. A man of sense says no more than's needful. He's not one of those that think they can comfort you with chattering, as if folks who stand by and look on knew a deal better what the trouble was than those who have to bear it. I've had to do with such folks in my time, in the south when I was in trouble myself. Mr. Irwine is to be a witness himself by and by on her side, you know, to speak to her character and bringing up." "But the other evidence, does it go hard against her?" said Adam. "What do you think, Mr. Massey? Tell me the truth." "Yes, my lad, yes. The truth is the best thing to tell. It must come at last. The doctor's evidence is heavy on her, is heavy. But she's gone on denying she's had a child from first to last. These poor silly women things, they've not the sense to know it's no use denying what's proved. It'll make against her with the jury, I doubt, her being so obstinate. They may be less for recommending her to mercy if the verdict's against her, but Mr. Irwine'll leave no stone unturned with the judge. You may rely upon that, Adam." "Is there nobody to stand by her and seem to care for her in the court?" said Adam. "Well, there's a chaplain of the jail sits near her, but he's a sharp, ferrety-faced man, another sort of flesh and blood to Mr. Irwine. They say the jail chaplains are mostly the fag end of the clergy." "There's one man as ought to be there," said Adam bitterly. Presently he drew himself up and looked fixedly out of the window, apparently turning over some new idea in his mind. "Mr. Massey," he said at last, pushing the hair off his forehead, "I'll go back with you. I'll go into court. It's cowardly of me to keep away. I'll stand by her. I'll own her for all she's been deceitful. They oughtn't to cast her off, her own flesh and blood. We hand folks over to God's mercy and show none ourselves. I used to be hard sometimes. I'll never be hard again. I'll go, Mr. Massey. I'll go with you." There was a decision in Adam's manner which would have prevented Bartle from opposing him, even if he had wished to do so. He only said, "Take a bit, then. and another sup, Adam, for the love of me. See, I must stop and eat a morsel. Now you take some." Nerved by an active resolution, Adam took a morsel of bread and drank some wine. He was haggard and unshaven as he had been yesterday, but he stood upright again and looked more like the Adam Bede of former days. End of chapter 42. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 43 of Adam Bede by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. The verdict. The place fitted up that day as a court of justice was a grand old hall, now destroyed by fire. The midday light that fell on the close pavement of human heads was shed through a line of high-pointed windows, variegated with the mellow tints of old painted glass. Grim, dusty armour hung in high relief in front of the dark oaken gallery at the farther end, and under the broad arch of the great mullioned window opposite was spread a curtain of old tapestry, covered with dim, melancholy figures, like a dozing, indistinct dream of the past. It was a place that through the rest of the year was haunted with the shadowy memories of old kings and queens, unhappy, discrowned, imprisoned. But to-day all those shadows had fled, and not a soul in the vast hall felt the presence of any but a living sorrow, which was quivering in warm hearts. But that sorrow seemed to have made itself feebly felt hitherto, now when Adam Bede's tall figure was suddenly seen, being ushered to the side of the prisoner's dock. In the broad sunlight of the great hall, among the sleek, shaven faces of other men, the marks of suffering in his face were startling even to Mr. Irwine, who had last seen him in the dim light of his small room. And the neighbours from Hazelip who were present, and who told Hetty Sorrel's story by their firesides in their old age, never forgot to say how it moved them when Adam Bede, poor fellow, taller by the head than most of the people round him, came into court and took his place by her side. But Hetty did not see him. She was standing in the same position Bartle Massey had described, her hands crossed over each other and her eyes fixed on them. Adam had not dared to look at her in the first moments, but at last, when the attention of the court was withdrawn by the proceedings, he turned his face towards her with a resolution not to shrink. Why did they say she was so changed? In the corpse we love, it is the likeness we see. It is the likeness which makes itself felt the more keenly because something else was and is not. There they were, the sweet face and neck, with the dark tendrils of hair, the long dark lashes, the rounded cheek and the pouting lips. Pale and thin, yes, but like Hetty, and only Hetty. Others thought she looked as if some demon had cast a blighting glance upon her, withered up the woman's soul in her, and left only a hard, despairing obstinacy. But the mother's yearning, that completest type of the life in another life, which is the essence of real human love, feels the presence of the cherished child even in the debased, degraded man. And to Adam, this pale, hard-looking culprit was the Hetty who had smiled at him in the garden under the apple-tree boughs. She was that Hetty's corpse which he had trembled to look at the first time, and then was unwilling to turn away his eyes from. But presently he heard something that compelled him to listen, and made the sense of sight less absorbing. A woman was in the witness box, a middle-aged woman who spoke in a firm, distinct voice. She said, "My name is Sarah Stone. I am a widow and keep a small shop licensed to sell tobacco, snuff, and tea in Church Lane, Stoniton. The prisoner at the bar is the same young woman who came looking ill and tired with a basket on her arm and asked for a lodging at my house on Saturday evening, the 27th of February. She had taken the house for a public because there was a figure against the door, and when I said I didn't take in lodgers, the prisoner began to cry and said she was too tired to go anywhere else, and she only wanted a bed for one night. And her prettiness and her condition, and something respectable about her clothes and looks, and the trouble she seemed to be in, made me, as I couldn't find in my heart to send her away at once. I asked her to sit down and give her some tea, and asked her where she was going, and where her friends were. She said she was going home to her friends. They were farming folks a good way off, and she'd had a long journey that had cost her more money than she expected. So, as she'd hardly any money left in her pocket, and was afraid of going where it would cost her much, she had been obliged to sell most of the things out of her basket, but she'd thankfully give a shilling for a bed. I saw no reason why I shouldn't take the young woman in for the night. I had only one room, but there were 2 beds in it, and I told her she might stay with me. I thought she'd been led wrong and got into trouble, but if she was going to her friends, it would be a good work to keep her out of further harm. The witness then stated that in the night a child was born, and she identified the baby clothes then shown to her as those in which she had herself dressed the child. "Those are the clothes. I made them myself, and had kept them by me ever since my last child was born. I took a deal of trouble both for the child and the mother. I couldn't help taking to the little thing and being anxious about it. I didn't send for a doctor, for there seemed no need. I told the mother in the daytime she must tell me the name of her friends and where they lived, and let me write to them. She said by and by she would write herself, but not today. She would have no nay, but she would get up and be dressed, in spite of everything I could say. She said she felt quite strong enough, and it was wonderful what spirit she showed. But I wasn't quite easy what I should do about her, and towards evening I made up my mind I'd go, after meeting was over, and speak to our minister about it. I left the house about 8:30 o'clock. I didn't go out at the shop door, but at the back door, which opens into a narrow alley. I've only got the ground floor of the house, and the kitchen and bedroom both look into the alley. I left the prisoner sitting up by the fire in the kitchen, with the baby on her lap. She hadn't cried or seemed low at all, as she did the night before. I thought she had a strange look with her eyes, and she got a bit flushed towards evening. I was afraid of the fever, and I thought I'd call and ask an acquaintance of mine, an experienced woman, to come back with me when I went out. It was a very dark night. I didn't fasten the door behind me. There was no lock. It was a latch with a bolt inside, and when there was nobody in the house, I always went out at the shop door. But I thought there was no danger in leaving it unfastened that little while. I was longer than I meant to be, for I had to wait for the woman that came back with me. It was an hour and a half before we got back, and when we went in, the candle was standing burning just as I left it. But the prisoner and the baby were gone.
she'd taken her cloak and bonnet, but she'd left the basket and the things in it. I was dreadful frightened and angry with her for going. I didn't go to give information because I'd no thought she meant to do any harm, and I knew she had money in her pocket to buy her food and lodging. I didn't like to set the constable after her, for she'd a right to go from me if she liked."
The effect of this evidence on Adam was electrical. It gave him new force. Hetty could not be guilty of the crime. Her heart must have clung to her baby, else why should she have taken it with her? She might have left it behind. The little creature had died naturally, and then she had hidden it. Babies were so liable to death, and there might be the strongest suspicions without any proof of guilt. His mind was so occupied with imaginary arguments against such suspicions that he could not listen to the cross-examination by Hetty's counsel, who tried, without result, to elicit evidence that the prisoner had shown some movements of maternal affection towards the child. The whole time this witness was being examined, Hetty had stood as motionless as before. No word seemed to arrest her ear. But the sound of the next witness's voice touched a chord that was still sensitive. She gave a start and a frightened look towards him, but immediately turned away her head and looked down at her hands as before. This witness was a man, a rough peasant. He said, "My name is John Olding. I am a labourer and live at Ted's Hall, 2 miles out of Stoniton. A week last Monday, towards 1 o'clock in the afternoon, I was going towards Hetton Coppice, and about 1/4 of a mile from the coppice I saw the prisoner in a red cloak sitting under a bit of a haystack not far from the stile. She got up when she saw me, and seemed as if she'd be walking on the other way. It was a regular road through the fields, and nothing very uncommon to see a young woman there, but I took notice of her because she looked white and scared. I should have thought she was a beggar woman, only for her good clothes. I thought she looked a bit crazy, but it was no business of mine. I stood and looked back after her, but she went right on while she was in sight. I had to go to the other side of the coppice to look after some stakes. There's a road right through it, and bits of openings here and there where the trees have been cut down, and some of 'em not carried away. I didn't go straight along the road, but turned off towards the middle, and took a shorter way towards the spot I wanted to get to. I hadn't got far out of the road into one of the open places before I heard a strange cry. I thought it didn't come from any animal I knew, but I wasn't for stopping to look about just then. But it went on, and seemed so strange to me in that place, I couldn't help stopping to look. I began to think I might make some money off it if it was a new thing, but I had hard work to tell which way it came from, and for a good while I kept looking up at the boughs. And then I thought it came from the ground, and there was a lot of timber choppings lying about, and loose pieces of turf, and a trunk or two, and I looked about among them, but could find nothing, and at last the cry stopped. So I was for giving it up, and I went on about my business. But when I came back the same way, pretty nigh an hour after, I couldn't help laying down my stakes to have another look. And just as I was stooping and laying down the stakes, I saw something odd and round and whitish lying on the ground under a nut bush by the side of me.
and I stooped down on hands and knees to pick it up, and I saw it was a little baby's hand." At these words a thrill ran through the court. Hetty was visibly trembling. Now, for the first time, she seemed to be listening to what a witness said. "There was a lot of timber choppings put together just where the ground went hollow like under the bush, and the hand came out from among them. But there was a hole left in one place, and I could see down it and see the child's head. And I made haste and did away the turf and the choppings and took out the child. It had got comfortable clothes on, but its body was cold, and I thought it must be dead. I made haste back with it out of the wood and took it home to my wife. She said it was dead, and I'd better take it to the parish and tell the constable. And I said, 'I lay my life it's that young woman's child as I met going to the coppice.' But she seemed to be gone clean out of sight. And I took the child on to Hetton parish and told the constable, and we went on to Justice Hardy. And then we went looking after the young woman till dark at night, and we went and gave information at Stoniton, as they might stop her. And the next morning another constable came to me to go with him to the spot where I found the child, and when we got there was the prisoner a-sitting against the bush where I found the child, and she cried out when she saw us, but she never offered to move. She'd got a big piece of bread on her lap." Adam had given a faint groan of despair while this witness was speaking. He had hidden his face on his arm, which rested on the boarding in front of him. It was the supreme moment of his suffering. Hetty was guilty, and he was silently calling to God for help. He heard no more of the evidence, and was unconscious when the case for the prosecution had closed, unconscious that Mr. Irwine was in the witness box, telling of Hetty's unblemished character in her own parish, and of the virtuous habits in which she had been brought up. This testimony could have no influence on the verdict, but it was given as part of that plea for mercy which her own counsel would have made if he had been allowed to speak for her, a favour not granted to criminals in those stern times. At last Adam lifted up his head, for there was a general movement round him. The judge had addressed the jury, and they were retiring. The decisive moment was not far off. Adam felt a shuddering horror that would not let him look at Hetty, but she had long relapsed into a blank, hard indifference. All eyes were strained to look at her, but she stood like a statue of dull despair. There was a mingled rustling, whispering, and low buzzing throughout the court during this interval. The desire to listen was suspended, and everyone had some feeling or opinion to express in undertones. Adam sat looking blankly before him, but he did not see the objects that were right in front of his eyes. The counsel and attorneys talking with an air of cool business, and Mr. Irwine in low, earnest conversation with the judge, did not see Mr. Irwine sit down again in agitation and shake his head mournfully when somebody whispered to him. The inward action was too intense for Adam to take in outward objects until some strong sensation roused him. It was not very long, hardly more than a quarter of an hour, before the knock which told that the jury had come to their decision fell as a signal for silence on every ear.
It is sublime, that sudden pause of a great multitude, which tells that one soul moves in them all. Deeper and deeper the silence seemed to become, like the deepening night, while the jurymen's names were called over, and the prisoner was made to hold up her hand, and the jury were asked for their verdict. Guilty. It was the verdict everyone expected, but there was a sigh of disappointment from some hearts that it was followed by no recommendation to mercy. Still, the sympathy of the court was not with the prisoner. The unnaturalness of her crime stood out the more harshly by the side of her hard immovability and obstinate silence. Even the verdict to distant eyes had not appeared to move her, but those who were near saw her trembling. The stillness was less intense until the judge put on his black cap, and the chaplain in his canonicals was observed behind him. Then it deepened again, before the crier had had time to command silence. If any sound were heard, it must have been the sound of beating hearts. The judge spoke. Hetty Sorrel. The blood rushed to Hetty's face, and then fled back again as she looked up at the judge and kept her wide-open eyes fixed on him as if fascinated by fear. Adam had not yet turned towards her. There was a deep horror, like a great gulf, between them. But at the words, "and then to be hanged by the neck till you be dead," a piercing shriek rang through the hall. It was Hetty's shriek. Adam started to his feet and stretched out his arms towards her, but the arms could not reach her. She had fallen down in a fainting fit and was carried out of court. End of chapter 43. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 44 of Adam Bede by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. Arthur's return. When Arthur Donnithorne landed at Liverpool and read the letter from his Aunt Lydia, briefly announcing his grandfather's death, his first feeling was, "Poor grandfather! I wish I could have got to him to be with him when he died. He might have felt or wished something at the last that I shall never know now. It was a lonely death." It is impossible to say that his grief was deeper than that. Pity and softened memory took place of the old antagonism, and in his busy thoughts about the future, as the chase carried him rapidly along towards the home where he was now to be master, there was a continually recurring effort to remember anything by which he could show a regard for his grandfather's wishes, without counteracting his own cherished aims for the good of the tenants and the estate. But it is not in human nature, only in human pretence, for a young man like Arthur, with a fine constitution and fine spirits, thinking well of himself, believing that others think well of him, and having a very ardent intention to give them more and more reason for that good opinion. It is not possible for such a young man, just coming into a splendid estate through the death of a very old man whom he was not fond of, to feel anything very different from exultant joy. Now his real life was beginning. Now he would have room and opportunity for action, and he would use them. He would show the Loamshire people what a fine country gentleman was. He would not exchange that career for any under the sun. He felt himself riding over the hills in the breezy autumn days, looking after favourite plans of drainage and enclosure
then admired on sombre mornings as the best rider on the best horse in the hunt, spoken well of on market days as a first-rate landlord, by and by making speeches at election dinners and showing a wonderful knowledge of agriculture, the patron of new ploughs and drills, the severe upbraider of negligent landowners, and withal a jolly fellow that everybody must like, happy faces greeting him everywhere on his own estate, and the neighbouring families on the best terms with him. The Irwines should dine with him every week, and have their own carriage to come in, for in some very delicate way that Arthur would devise, the lay improprietor of the Haslop tithes would insist on paying a couple of hundreds more to the vicar, and his aunt should be as comfortable as possible, and go on living at the Chase if she liked, in spite of her old maidish ways, at least until he was married, and that event lay in the indistinct background, for Arthur had not yet seen the woman who would play the lady wife to the first-rate country gentleman. These were Arthur's chief thoughts, so far as a man's thoughts through hours of travelling can be compressed into a few sentences, which are only like the list of names telling you what are the scenes in a long, long panorama full of colour, of detail, and of life. The happy faces Arthur saw greeting him were not pale abstractions, but real ruddy faces, long familiar to him. Martin Poyser was there, the whole Poyser family. What? Hetty? Yes, for Arthur was at ease about Hetty, not quite at ease about the past, for a certain burning of the ears would come whenever he thought of the scenes with Adam last August, but at ease about her present lot. Mr. Irwine, who had been a regular correspondent, telling him all the news about the old places and people, had sent him word nearly 3 months ago that Adam Bede was not to marry Mary Burge as he had thought, but pretty Hetty Sorrel. Martin Poyser and Adam himself had both told Mr. Irwine all about it, that Adam had been deeply in love with Hetty these 2 years, and that now it was agreed they were to be married in March. That stalwart rogue Adam was more susceptible than the rector had thought. It was really quite an idyllic love affair, and if it had not been too long to tell in a letter, he would have liked to describe to Arthur the blushing looks and the simple, strong words with which the fine, honest fellow told his secret. He knew Arthur would like to hear that Adam had this sort of happiness in prospect. Yes, indeed. Arthur felt there was not air enough in the room to satisfy his renovated life when he had read that passage in the letter. He threw up the windows, he rushed out of doors into the December air, and greeted everyone who spoke to him with an eager gaiety, as if there had been news of a fresh Nelson victory. For the first time that day since he had come to Windsor, he was in true boyish spirits. The load that had been pressing upon him was gone, the haunting fear had vanished. He thought he could conquer his bitterness towards Adam now, could offer him his hand, and ask to be his friend again, in spite of that painful memory which would still make his ears burn. He had been knocked down, and he had been forced to tell a lie. Such things make a scar, do what we will. But if Adam were the same again as in the old days, Arthur wished to be the same too, and to have Adam mixed up with his business and his future, as he had always desired before the accursed meeting in August. Nay, he would do a great deal more for Adam than he should otherwise have done when he came into the estate. Hetty's husband had a special claim on him. Hetty herself should feel that any pain she had suffered through Arthur in the past was compensated to her 100-fold. For really she could not have felt much, since she had so soon made up her mind to marry Adam. You perceive
clearly what sort of picture Adam and Hetty made in the panorama of Arthur's thoughts on his journey homeward. It was March now. They were soon to be married. Perhaps they were already married. And now it was actually in his power to do a great deal for them. Sweet, sweet little Hetty. The little puss hadn't cared for him half as much as he cared for her. For he was a great fool about her still, was almost afraid of seeing her. Indeed, had not cared much to look at any other woman since he parted from her. That little figure coming towards him in the grove, those dark-fringed childish eyes, the lovely lips put up to kiss him, that picture had got no fainter with the lapse of months. And she would look just the same. It was impossible to think how he could meet her. He should certainly tremble. Strange how long this sort of influence lasts, for he was certainly not in love with Hetty now. He had been earnestly desiring for months that she should marry Adam, and there was nothing that contributed more to his happiness in these moments than the thought of their marriage. It was the exaggerating effect of imagination that made his heart still beat a little more quickly at the thought of her. When he saw the little thing again, as she really was, as Adam's wife, at work quite prosaically in her new home, he should perhaps wonder at the possibility of his past feelings. Thank heaven it had turned out so well. He should have plenty of affairs and interests to fill his life now, and not be in danger of playing the fool again. Pleasant the crack of the postboy's whip, pleasant the sense of being hurried along in swift ease through English scenes, so like those round his own home, only not quite so charming. Here was a market town, very much like Treddleston, where the arms of the neighbouring lord of the manor were borne on the sign of the principal inn. Then mere fields and hedges, their vicinity to a market town carrying an agreeable suggestion of high rent, till the land began to assume a trimmer look, the woods were more frequent, and at length a white or red mansion looked down from a moderate eminence, or allowed him to be aware of its parapet and chimneys among the dense-looking masses of oaks and elms, masses reddened now with early buds. And close at hand came the village. The small church with its red-tiled roof, looking humble even among the faded half-timbered houses, the old green gravestones with nettles round them, nothing fresh and bright but the children opening round eyes at the swift post-chaise, nothing noisy and busy but the gaping curs of mysterious pedigree. What a much prettier village Hazelop was, and it should not be neglected like this place. Vigorous repairs should go on everywhere, among farm buildings and cottages, and travellers in post-chaises coming along the Rossiter road should do nothing but admire as they went. And Adam Bede should superintend all the repairs, for he had a share in Burge's business now, and if he liked, Arthur would put some money into the concern and buy the old man out in another year or two. That was an ugly fault in Arthur's life, that affair last summer, but the future should make amends. Many men would have retained a feeling of vindictiveness towards Adam, but he would not. He would resolutely overcome all littleness of that kind, for he had certainly been very much in the wrong, and though Adam had been harsh and violent, and had thrust on him a painful dilemma, the poor fellow was in love, and had real provocation. No, Arthur had not an evil feeling in his mind towards any human being. He was happy, and would make everyone else happy that came within his reach. And here was dear old Hazelop at last, sleeping on the hill, like a quiet old place as it was, in the late afternoon sunlight,
and opposite to it the great shoulders of the Binton Hills, below them the purplish blackness of the hanging woods, and at last the pale front of the Abbey, looking out from among the oaks of the Chase, as if anxious for the heir's return. Poor grandfather! And he lies dead there. He was a young fellow once, coming into the estate and making his plans. So the world goes round. And Lydia must feel very desolate, poor thing, but she shall be indulged as much as she indulges her fat Fido. The wheels of Arthur's chaise had been anxiously listened for at the Chase, for today was Friday, and the funeral had already been deferred 2 days. Before it drew up on the gravel of the courtyard, all the servants in the house were assembled to receive him with a grave, decent welcome befitting a house of death. A month ago, perhaps, it would have been difficult for them to have maintained a suitable sadness in their faces when Arthur was to come to take possession, but the hearts of the head servants were heavy that day for another cause than the death of the old squire, and more than one of them was longing to be 20 miles away, as Mr. Craig was, knowing what was to become of Hetty Sorrel, pretty Hetty Sorrel, whom they used to see every week. They had the partisanship of household servants who like their places, and were not inclined to go the full length of the severe indignation felt against him by the farming tenants, but rather to make excuses for him. Nevertheless, the upper servants, who had been on terms of neighbourly intercourse with the Poysers for many years, could not help feeling that the longed-for event of the young squire's coming into the estate had been robbed of all its pleasantness. To Arthur it was nothing surprising that the servants looked grave and sad. He himself was very much touched on seeing them all again, and feeling that he was in a new relation to them. It was that sort of pathetic emotion which has more pleasure than pain in it, which is perhaps one of the most delicious of all states to a good-natured man, conscious of the power to satisfy his good nature. His heart swelled agreeably as he said, "Well, Mills, how is my aunt?" But now Mr. Bygate, the lawyer, who had been in the house ever since the death, came forward to give deferential greetings and answer all questions, and Arthur walked with him towards the library, where his Aunt Lydia was expecting him. Aunt Lydia was the only person in the house who knew nothing about Hetty. Her sorrow as a maiden daughter was unmixed with any other thoughts than those of anxiety about funeral arrangements and her own future lot. And after the manner of women, she mourned for the father who had made her life important, all the more because she had a secret sense that there was little mourning for him in other hearts. But Arthur kissed her tearful face more tenderly than he had ever done in his life before. "Dear aunt," he said affectionately as he held her hand, "your loss is the greatest of all, but you must tell me how to try and make it up to you all the rest of your life." "It was so sudden and so dreadful, Arthur," poor Miss Lydia began, pouring out her little plaints, and Arthur sat down to listen with impatient patience. When a pause came, he said, "Now, aunt, I'll leave you for a quarter of an hour just to go to my own room, and then I shall come and give full attention to everything. My room is all ready for me, I suppose, Mills?" he said to the butler, who seemed to be lingering uneasily about the entrance hall. "Yes, sir, and there are letters for you. They are all laid on the writing table in your dressing room." On entering the small ante-room, which was called a dressing room, but which Arthur really used only to lounge and write in, he just cast his eyes on the writing table, and saw that there were several letters and packets lying there. but he was in the uncomfortable, dusty condition of a man who has had a long, hurried journey, and he must really refresh himself by attending to his toilette a little before he read his letters. Pym was there, making everything ready for him, and soon, with a delightful freshness about him, as if he were prepared to begin a new day, he went back into his dressing-room to open his letters. The level rays of the low afternoon sun entered directly at the window, and as Arthur seated himself in his velvet chair with their pleasant warmth upon him, he was conscious of that quiet well-being which perhaps you and I have felt on a sunny afternoon when, in our brightest youth and health, life has opened a new vista for us, and long tomorrows of activity have stretched before us like a lovely plain which there was no need for hurrying to look at, because it was all our own. The top letter was placed with its address upwards. It was in Mr. Irwine's handwriting, Arthur saw at once, and below the address was written, "To be delivered as soon as he arrives." Nothing could have been less surprising to him than a letter from Mr. Irwine at that moment. Of course, there was something he wished Arthur to know earlier than it was possible for them to see each other. At such a time as that, it was quite natural that Irwine should have something pressing to say. Arthur broke the seal with an agreeable anticipation of soon seeing the writer. "I send this letter to meet you on your arrival, Arthur, because I may then be at Stoniton, whither I am called by the most painful duty it has ever been given me to perform, and it is right that you should know what I have to tell you without delay. I will not attempt to add by one word of reproach to the retribution that is now falling on you. Any other words that I could write at this moment must be weak and unmeaning by the side of those in which I must tell you the simple fact. Hetty Sorrel is in prison, and will be tried on Friday for the crime of child murder." Arthur read no more. He started up from his chair and stood for a single minute with a sense of violent convulsion in his whole frame, as if the life were going out of him with horrible throbs. But the next minute he had rushed out of the room, still clutching the letter. He was hurrying along the corridor and down the stairs into the hall. Mills was still there, but Arthur did not see him as he passed like a hunted man across the hall and out along the gravel. The butler hurried out after him as fast as his elderly limbs could run. He guessed he knew where the young squire was going. When Mills got to the stables, a horse was being saddled, and Arthur was forcing himself to read the remaining words of the letter. He thrust it into his pocket as the horse was led up to him, and at that moment caught sight of Mill's anxious face in front of him. "Tell them I'm gone to Stoniton," he said in a muffled tone of agitation, sprang into the saddle, and set off at a gallop. End of chapter 44. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 45 of Adam Bede by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. In the prison. Near sunset that evening, an elderly gentleman was standing with his back against the smaller entrance door of Stoniton jail, saying a few last words to the departing chaplain. The chaplain walked away, but the elderly gentleman stood still, looking down on the pavement and stroking his chin with a ruminating air, when he was roused by a sweet, clear woman's voice.
saying, "Can I get into the prison, if you please?" He turned his head and looked fixedly at the speaker for a few moments without answering. "I have seen you before," he said at last. "Do you remember preaching on the village green at Hazelop in Loamshire?" "Yes, sir, surely. Are you the gentleman that stayed to listen on horseback?" "Yes. Why do you want to go into the prison?" "I want to go to Hetty Sorrel, the young woman who has been condemned to death, and to stay with her if I may be permitted. Have you power in the prison, sir?" "Yes, I am a magistrate, and can get admittance for you. But did you know this criminal, Hetty Sorrel?" "Yes, we are kin. My own aunt married her uncle, Martin Poyser, but I was away at Leeds and didn't know of this great trouble in time to get here before today. I entreat you, sir, for the love of our Heavenly Father, to let me go to her and stay with her." "How did you know she was condemned to death, if you are only just come from Leeds?" "I have seen my uncle since the trial, sir. He is gone back to his home now, and the poor sinner is forsaken of all. I beseech you to get leave for me to be with her." "What, have you courage to stay all night in the prison? She is very sullen, and will scarcely make answer when she is spoken to." "Oh, sir, it may please God to open her heart still. Don't let us delay." "Come, then," said the elderly gentleman, ringing and gaining admission. "I know you have a key to unlock hearts." Dinah mechanically took off her bonnet and shawl as soon as they were within the prison court, from the habit she had of throwing them off when she preached or prayed, or visited the sick, and when they entered the gaoler's room she laid them down on a chair unthinkingly. There was no agitation visible in her, but a deep, concentrated calmness, as if, even when she was speaking, her soul was in prayer, reposing on an unseen support. After speaking to the gaoler, the magistrate turned to her and said, "The turnkey will take you to the prisoner's cell and leave you there for the night, if you desire it, but you can't have a light during the night. It is contrary to rules. My name is Colonel Townley. If I can help you in anything, ask the gaoler for my address and come to me. I take some interest in this Hetty Sorrel for the sake of that fine fellow Adam Bede. I happened to see him at Hazelop the same evening I heard you preach, and recognised him in court today, ill as he looked."
"Ah, sir, can you tell me anything about him? Can you tell me where he lodges? For my poor uncle was too much weighed down with trouble to remember."
"Close by here. I inquired all about him of Mr. Irwine. He lodges over a tinman's shop in the street on the right hand as you entered the prison. There is an old schoolmaster with him. Now, good-bye. I wish you success."
"Farewell, sir. I am grateful to you."
As Dinah crossed the prison court with the turnkey, the solemn evening light seemed to make the walls higher than they were by day, and the sweet pale face in the cap was more than ever like a white flower on this background of gloom. The turnkey looked askance at her all the while, but never spoke. He somehow felt that the sound of his own rude voice would be grating just then. He struck a light as they entered the dark corridor leading to the condemned cell, and then said in his most civil tone, "It'll be pretty nigh dark in the cell already, but I can stop with my light a bit if you like."
"Nay, friend, thank you," said Dinah. "I wish to go in alone."
"As you like," said the gaoler, turning the harsh key in the lock, and opening the door wide enough to admit Dinah. A jet of light from his lantern fell on the opposite corner of the cell, where Hetty was sitting on her straw pallet, with her face buried in her knees. It seemed as if she were asleep, and yet the grating of the lock would have been likely to waken her. The door closed again, and the only light in the cell was that of the evening sky, through the small high grating, enough to discern human faces by. Dinah stood still for a minute, hesitating to speak because Hetty might be asleep, and looking at the motionless heap with a yearning heart. Then she said softly, "Hetty!" There was a slight movement perceptible in Hetty's frame, a start such as might have been produced by a feeble electrical shock, but she did not look up. Dinah spoke again, in a tone made stronger by irrepressible emotion. "Hetty, it's Dinah." Again there was a slight, startled movement through Hetty's frame, and without uncovering her face, she raised her head a little, as if listening. "Hetty, Dinah is come to you." After a moment's pause, Hetty lifted her head slowly and timidly from her knees, and raised her eyes. The two pale faces were looking at each other, one with wild, hard despair in it, the other full of sad, yearning love. Dinah unconsciously opened her arms and stretched them out. "Don't you know me, Hetty? Don't you remember Dinah? Did you think I wouldn't come to you in trouble?" Hetty kept her eyes fixed on Dinah's face, at first like an animal that gazes and gazes and keeps aloof. "I'm come to be with you, Hetty, not to leave you, to stay with you, to be your sister to the last." Slowly, while Dinah was speaking, Hetty rose, took a step forward, and was clasped in Dinah's arms. They stood so a long while, for neither of them felt the impulse to move apart again. Hetty, without any distinct thought of it, hung on this something that was come to clasp her now, while she was sinking helpless in a dark gulf. And Dinah felt a deep joy in the first sign that her love was welcomed by the wretched lost one. The light got fainter as they stood, and when at last they sat down on the straw pallet together, their faces had become indistinct. Not a word was spoken. Dinah waited, hoping for a spontaneous word from Hetty, but she sat in the same dull despair, only clutching the hand that held hers and leaning her cheek against Dinah's. It was the human contact she clung to, but she was not the less sinking into the dark gulf. Dinah began to doubt whether Hetty was conscious who it was that sat beside her. She thought suffering and fear might have driven the poor sinner out of her mind, but it was borne in upon her, as she afterwards said, that she must not hurry God's work. We are over hasty to speak, as if God did not manifest himself by our silent feeling, and make his love felt through ours. She did not know how long they sat in that way, but it got darker and darker, till there was only a pale patch of light on the opposite wall. All the rest was darkness. But she felt the divine presence more and more, nay, as if she herself were a part of it, and it was the divine pity that was beating in her heart, and was willing the rescue of this helpless one. At last she was prompted to speak, and find out how far Hetty was conscious of the present. "Hetty," she said gently, "do you know who it is that sits by your side?"
Yes, Hetty answered slowly. It's Dinah.
And do you remember the time when we were at the Hall Farm together, and that night when I told you to be sure and think of me as a friend in trouble?"
Yes, said Hetty.
Then, after a pause, she added,
But you can do nothing for me.
"You can't make 'em do anything. They'll hang me a Monday. It's Friday now." As Hetty said the last words, she clung closer to Dinah, shuddering. "No, Hetty, I can't save you from that death. But isn't the suffering less hard when you have somebody with you, that feels for you, that you can speak to and say what's in your heart? Yes, Hetty, you lean on me. You are glad to have me with you."
You won't leave me, Dinah. You'll keep close to me.
"No, Hetty, I won't leave you. I'll stay with you to the last. But, Hetty, there is someone else in this cell besides me, someone close to you." Hetty said in a frightened whisper, "Who?" "Someone who has been with you through all your hours of sin and trouble, who has known every thought you have had, has seen where you went, where you lay down and rose up again, and all the deeds you have tried to hide in darkness. And on Monday, when I can't follow you, when my arms can't reach you, when death has parted us, he who is with us now and knows all will be with you then. It makes no difference whether we live or die. We are in the presence of God."
"Oh, Dinah, won't nobody do anything for me? Will they hang me for certain? I wouldn't mind if they'd let me live."
"My poor Hetty, death is very dreadful to you. I know it's dreadful, but if you had a friend to take care of you after death, in that other world, someone whose love is greater than mine, who can do everything. If God our Father was your friend, and was willing to save you from sin and suffering, so as you should neither know wicked feelings nor pain again, if you could believe he loved you and would help you as you believe I love you and will help you, it wouldn't be so hard to die on Monday, would it?"
"But I can't know anything about it," Hetty said, with sullen sadness. "Because, Hetty, you are shutting up your soul against him by trying to hide the truth. God's love and mercy can overcome all things, our ignorance and weakness, and all the burden of our past wickedness, all things but our wilful sin, sin that we cling to and will not give up. You believe in my love and pity for you, Hetty, but if you had not let me come near you, if you wouldn't have looked at me or spoken to me, you'd have shut me out from helping you. I couldn't have made you feel my love. I couldn't have told you what I felt for you. Don't shut God's love out in that way, by clinging to sin. He can't bless you while you have one falsehood in your soul. His pardoning mercy can't reach you until you open your heart to him and say, I have done this great wickedness. O God, save me, make me pure from sin. While you cling to one sin and will not part with it, it must drag you down to misery after death, as it has dragged you to misery here in this world, my poor, poor Hetty. It is sin that brings dread and darkness and despair. There is light and blessedness for us as soon as we cast it off. God enters our souls then, and teaches us and brings us strength and peace. Cast it off now, Hetty, now. Confess the wickedness you have done, the sin you have been guilty of against your heavenly Father. Let us kneel down together,
for we are in the presence of God." Hetty obeyed Dinah's movement and sank on her knees. They still held each other's hands, and there was long silence. Then Dinah said, "Hetty, we are before God. He is waiting for you to tell the truth." Still there was silence. At last Hetty spoke in a tone of beseeching. "Dinah, help me. I can't feel anything like you. My heart is hard." Dinah held the clinging hand, and all her soul went forth in her voice. "Jesus, thou present Saviour, thou hast known the depths of all sorrow. Thou hast entered that black darkness where God is not, and hast uttered the cry of the forsaken. Come, Lord, and gather of the fruits of thy travail and thy pleading. Stretch forth thy hand, thou who art mighty, to save to the uttermost, and rescue this lost one. She is clothed round with thick darkness. The fetters of her sin are upon her, and she cannot stir to come to thee. She can only feel her heart is hard, and she is helpless. She cries to me, thy weak creature, Saviour, it is a blind cry to thee. Hear it, pierce the darkness. Look upon her with thy face of love and sorrow that thou didst turn on him who denied thee, and melt her hard heart. See, Lord, I bring her, as they of old brought the sick and helpless, and thou didst heal them. I bear her on my arms and carry her before thee. Fear and trembling have taken hold on her, but she trembles only at the pain and the death of the body. Breathe upon her thy life-giving spirit. Put a new fear within her, the fear of her sin. Make her dread to keep the accursed thing within her soul. Make her feel the presence of the living God, who beholds all the past, to whom the darkness is as noonday, who is waiting now at the 11th hour for her to turn to him and confess her sin and cry for mercy. Now, before the night of death comes, and the moment of pardon is for ever fled, like yesterday that returneth not. Saviour, it is yet time to snatch this poor soul from everlasting darkness. I believe in thy infinite love. What is my love or my pleading? It is quenched in thine. I can only clasp her in my weak arms and urge her with my weak pity. Thou wilt breathe on the dead soul, and it shall arise from the unanswering sleep of death. Yea, Lord, I see thee, coming through the darkness, coming like the morning with healing on thy wings. The marks of thy agony are upon thee. I see thou art able and willing to save. Thou wilt not let her perish for ever. Come, mighty Saviour, let the dead hear thy voice. Let the eyes of the blind be opened. Let her see that God encompasses her. Let her tremble at nothing but at the sin that cuts her off from him. Melt the hard heart, unseal the closed lips. Make her cry with her whole soul, Father, I have sinned. Dinah, Hetty sobbed out, throwing her arms round Dinah's neck, I will speak, I will tell, I won't hide it any more. But the tears and sobs were too violent. Dinah raised her gently from her knees and seated her on the pallet again, sitting down by her side. It was a long time before the convulsed throat was quiet, and even then they sat some time in stillness and darkness, holding each other's hands. At last Hetty whispered, I did do it, Dinah. I buried it in the wood.
the little baby, and it cried. I heard it cry, ever such a way off, all night, and I went back because it cried." She paused, and then spoke hurriedly in a louder, pleading tone. "But I thought perhaps it wouldn't die. There might be somebody find it. I didn't kill it. I didn't kill it myself. I put it down there and covered it up, and when I came back it was gone. It was because I was so very miserable, Dinah. I didn't know where to go, and I tried to kill myself before, and I couldn't. Oh, I tried so to drown myself in the pool, and I couldn't. I went to Windsor. I ran away. Did you know? I went to find him, as he might take care of me, and he was gone. And then I didn't know what to do. I daredn't go back home again. I couldn't bear it. I couldn't have borne to look at anybody, for they'd have scorned me. I thought of you sometimes, and thought I'd come to you, for I didn't think you'd be cross with me and cry shame on me. I thought I could tell you. But then the other folks had come to know it at last, and I couldn't bear that. It was partly thinking of you made me come toward Stoniton, and besides, I was so frightened at going wandering about till I was a beggar woman and had nothing, and sometimes it seemed as if I must go back to the farm sooner than that. Oh, it was so dreadful, Dinah. I was so miserable. I wished I'd never been born into this world. I should never like to go into the green fields again. I hated 'em so in my misery." Hetty paused again, as if the sense of the past were too strong upon her for words. "And then I got to Stoniton, and I began to feel frightened that night because I was so near home. And then the little baby was born when I didn't expect it. And the thought came into my mind that I might get rid of it and go home again. The thought came all of a sudden as I was lying in the bed, and it got stronger and stronger. I longed so to go back again. I couldn't bear being so lonely and coming to beg for want. And it gave me strength and resolution to get up and dress myself. I felt I must do it. I didn't know how. I thought I'd find a pool, if I could, like that other in the corner of the field, in the dark. And when the woman went out, I felt as if I was strong enough to do anything. I thought I should get rid of all my misery, and go back home, and never let him know why I ran away. I put on my bonnet and shawl, and went out into the dark street with the baby under my cloak. And I walked fast till I got into a street a good way off, and there was a public, and I got some warm stuff to drink and some bread. And I walked on, and I hardly felt the ground I trod on, and it got lighter, for there came the moon. Oh, Dinah, it frightened me when it first looked at me out of the clouds. It never looked so before, and I turned out of the road into the fields, for I was afraid of meeting anybody with the moon shining on me. And I came to a haystack, where I thought I could lie down and keep myself warm all night. There was a place cut into it where I could make me a bed, and I lay comfortable, and the baby was warm against me, and I must have gone to sleep for a good while, for when I woke it was morning, but not very light, and the baby was crying. And I saw a wood a little way off. I thought there'd perhaps be a ditch or a pond there, and it was so early I thought I could hide the child there and get a long way off before folks was up. And then I thought I'd go home. I'd get rides in carts and go home and tell 'em I'd been to try and see for a place and couldn't get one. I longed so for it, Dinah. I longed so to be safe at home. I don't know how I felt about the baby. I seemed to hate it. It was like a heavy weight hanging round my neck, and yet its crying went through me, and I daredn't look at its little hands and face. But I went on to the wood,
and I walked about.
but there was no water.
Hetty shuddered. She was silent for some moments, and when she began again, it was in a whisper.
I came to a place where there was lots of chips and turf, and I sat down on the trunk of a tree to think what I should do. And all of a sudden I saw a hole under the nut tree, like a little grave. When it darted into me like lightning, I'd lay the baby there and cover it with the grass and the chips. I couldn't kill it any other way. And I'd done it in a minute. And oh, it cried so, Dinah. I couldn't cover it quite up. I thought perhaps somebody had come and take care of it, and then it wouldn't die. And I made haste out of the wood, but I could hear it crying all the while. And when I got out into the fields, it was as if I was held fast. I couldn't go away for all I wanted so to go. And I sat against the haystack to watch if anybody had come. I was very hungry, and I'd only a bit of bread left, but I couldn't go away. And after ever such a while, hours and hours, the man came, him in a smock frock, and he looked at me so, I was frightened, and I made haste and went on. I thought he was going to the wood and would perhaps find the baby. And I went right on till I came to a village a long way off from the wood, and I was very sick and faint and hungry. I got something to eat there and bought a loaf, but I was frightened to stay. I heard the baby crying and thought the other folks heard it too, and I went on. But I was so tired, and it was getting towards dark, and at last, by the roadside there was a barn, ever such a way off any house, like the barn in Abbot's Close, and I thought I could go in there and hide myself among the hay and straw, and nobody'd be likely to come. I went in, and it was half full of trusses of straw, and there was some hay too, and I made myself a bed ever so far behind, where nobody could find me, and I was so tired and weak, I went to sleep. But oh, the baby's crying kept waking me, and I thought that man as looked at me so was come and laying hold of me. But I must have slept a long while at last, though I didn't know, for when I got up and went out of the barn, I didn't know whether it was night or morning. But it was morning, for it kept getting lighter, and I turned back the way I'd come. I couldn't help it, Dinah. It was the baby's crying made me go, and yet I was frightened to death. I thought that man in the smock frock had seen me, and know I put the baby there. But I went on for all that. I'd left off thinking about going home. It had gone out of my mind. I saw nothing but that place in the wood where I'd buried the baby. I see it now. Oh, Dinah, shall I allus see it? Hetty clung round Dinah and shuddered again. The silence seemed long before she went on. I met nobody, for it was very early, and I got into the wood. I knew the way to the place against the nut tree, and I could hear it crying at every step. I thought it was alive. I don't know whether I was frightened or glad. I don't know what I felt. I only know I was in the wood and heard the cry. I don't know what I felt till I saw the baby was gone. and when I'd put it there I thought I should like somebody to find it and save it from dying. But when I saw it was gone, I was struck like a stone with fear. I never thought of stirring. I felt so weak. I knew I couldn't run away, and everybody who saw me would know about the baby. My heart went like a stone. I couldn't wish or try for anything. It seemed like as if I should stay there forever, and nothing would ever change. But they came and took me away."
Hetty was silent, but she shuddered again as if there was still something behind. And Dinah waited, for her heart was so full that tears must come before words. At last Hetty burst out with a sob.
"Dinah, do you think God will take away that crying and the place in the wood now I've told everything?"
"Let us pray, poor sinner. Let us fall on our knees again and pray to the God of all mercy." End of chapter 45. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 46 of Adam Bede by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. The Hours of Suspense. On Sunday morning, when the church bells in Stoniton were ringing for morning service, Bartle Massey re-entered Adam's room after a short absence, and said, "Adam, there's a visitor wants to see you." Adam was seated with his back towards the door, but he started up and turned round instantly with a flushed face and an eager look. His face was even thinner and more worn than we have seen it before, but he was washed and shaven this Sunday morning. "Is it any news?" he said. "Keep yourself quiet, my lad," said Bartle. "Keep quiet. It's not what you're thinking of. It's the young Methodist woman come from the prison. She's at the bottom of the stairs and wants to know if you think well to see her, for she has something to say to you about that poor castaway. But she wouldn't come in without your leave, she said. She thought you'd perhaps like to go out and speak to her. These preaching women are not so back'ard commonly," Bartle muttered to himself. "Ask her to come in," said Adam. He was standing with his face towards the door, and as Dinah entered, lifting up her mild grey eyes towards him, she saw at once the great change that had come since the day when she had looked up at the tall man in the cottage. There was a trembling in her clear voice as she put her hand into his and said, "Be comforted, Adam Bede. The Lord has not forsaken her." "Bless you for coming to her," Adam said. "Mr. Massey brought me word yesterday as you was come." They could neither of them say any more just yet, but stood before each other in silence. And Bartle Massey too, who had put on his spectacles, seemed transfixed, examining Dinah's face. But he recovered himself first, and said, "Sit down, young woman, sit down," placing the chair for her and retiring to his old seat on the bed. "Thank you, friend. I won't sit down," said Dinah, "for I must hasten back. She entreated me not to stay long away. What I came for, Adam Bede, was to pray you to go and see the poor sinner and bid her farewell. She desires to ask your forgiveness, and it is meet you should see her today rather than in the early morning, when the time will be short." Adam stood trembling, and at last sank down on his chair again.
"It won't be," he said. "It'll be put off. There'll perhaps come a pardon. Mr. Irwine said there was hope. He said I needn't quite give it up."
"That's a blessed thought to me," said Dinah, her eyes filling with tears. "It's a fearful thing hurrying her soul away so fast." "But let what will be," she added presently. "You will surely come, and let her speak the words that are in her heart. Although her poor soul is very dark and discerns little beyond the things of the flesh, she is no longer hard. She is contrite. She has confessed all to me. The pride of her heart has given way, and she leans on me for help and desires to be taught. This fills me with trust, for I cannot but think that the brethren sometimes err in measuring the divine love by the sinner's knowledge. She is going to write a letter to the friends at the Hall Farm for me to give them when she is gone, and when I told her you were here, she said, I should like to say good-bye to Adam and ask him to forgive me. You will come, Adam? Perhaps you will even now come back with me."
"I can't," Adam said. "I can't say good-bye while there's any hope. I'm listening and listening. I can't think of nothing but that. It can't be as she'll die that shameful death. I can't bring my mind to it." He got up from his chair again and looked away out of the window, while Dinah stood with compassionate patience. In a minute or two he turned round and said, "I will come, Dinah. Tomorrow morning, if it must be. I may have more strength to bear it if I know it must be. Tell her I forgive her. Tell her I will come at the very last."
"I will not urge you against the voice of your own heart," said Dinah. "I must hasten back to her, for it is wonderful how she clings now, and was not willing to let me out of her sight. She used never to make any return to my affection before, but now tribulation has opened her heart. Farewell, Adam. Our Heavenly Father comfort you and strengthen you to bear all things." Dinah put out her hand, and Adam pressed it in silence. Bartle Massey was getting up to lift the stiff latch of the door for her, but before he could reach it she had said gently, "Farewell, friend," and was gone, with her light step down the stairs. "Well," said Bartle, taking off his spectacles and putting them into his pocket, "if there must be women to make trouble in the world, it's but fair there should be women to be comforters under it, and she's one, she's one. It's a pity she's a Methodist, but there's no getting a woman without some foolishness or other." Adam never went to bed that night. The excitement of suspense, heightening with every hour that brought him nearer the fatal moment, was too great, and in spite of his entreaties, in spite of his promises that he would be perfectly quiet, the schoolmaster watched too. "What does it matter to me, lad?" Bartle said. "A night's sleep more or less. I shall sleep long enough by and by underground. Let me keep thee company in trouble while I can." It was a long and dreary night in that small chamber. Adam would sometimes get up and tread backwards and forwards along the short space from wall to wall. Then he would sit down and hide his face, and no sound would be heard but the ticking of the watch on the table, or the falling of a cinder from the fire which the schoolmaster carefully tended. Sometimes he would burst out into vehement speech. "If I could have done anything to save her, if my bearing anything would have done any good, but to have it to sit still and know it and do nothing, it's hard for a man to bear, and to think
or what might have been now if it hadn't been for him? Oh, God, it's the very day we should have been married."
"Aye, my lad," said Bartle tenderly. "It's heavy, it's heavy. But you must remember this. When you thought of marrying her, you'd a notion she'd got another sort of a nature inside her. You didn't think she could have got hardened in that little while to do what she's done."
I know that," said Adam. "I thought she was loving and tender-hearted, and wouldn't tell a lie or act deceitful. How could I think any other way? And if he'd never come near her, and I'd married her and been loving to her and took care of her, she might never have done anything bad. What would it have signified, my having a bit of trouble with her? It'd have been nothing to this."
"There's no knowing, my lad. There's no knowing what might have come. The smart's bad for you to bear now. You must have time. You must have time. But I've that opinion of you, that you rise above it all and be a man again. And there may good come out of this that we don't see."
"Good come out of it?" said Adam passionately. "That doesn't alter the evil. Her ruin can't be undone. I hate that talk of people as if there was a way of making amends for everything. They'd more need be brought to see as the wrong they do can never be altered. When a man's spoiled his fellow creature's life, he's no right to comfort himself with thinking good may come out of it. Somebody else's good doesn't alter her shame and misery."
"Well, lad, well," said Bartle, in a gentle tone, strangely in contrast with his usual peremptoriness and impatience of contradiction. "It's likely enough I talk foolishness. I'm an old fellow, and it's a good many years since I was in trouble myself. It's easy finding reasons why other folks should be patient."
"Mr. Massey," said Adam penitently, "I'm very hot and hasty. I owe you something different, but you mustn't take it ill of me."
"Not I, lad, not I." So the night wore on in agitation, till the chill dawn and the growing light brought the tremulous quiet that comes on the brink of despair. There would soon be no more suspense. "Let us go to the prison now, Mr. Massey," said Adam, when he saw the hand of his watch at 6. "If there's any news come, we shall hear about it." The people were astir already, moving rapidly in one direction through the streets. Adam tried not to think where they were going as they hurried past him in that short space between his lodging and the prison gates. He was thankful when the gates shut him in from seeing those eager people. No, there was no news come, no pardon, no reprieve. Adam lingered in the court half an hour before he could bring himself to send word to Dinah that he was come. But a voice caught his ear. He could not shut out the words. "The cart is to set off at 7:30. It must be said, the last goodbye. There was no help. In 10 minutes from that time, Adam was at the door of the cell. Dinah had sent him word that she could not come to him. She could not leave Hetty one moment, but Hetty was prepared for the meeting. He could not see her when he entered, for agitation deadened his senses, and the dim cell was almost dark to him. He stood a moment after the door closed behind him, trembling and stupefied. But he began to see through the dimness, to see the dark eyes lifted up to him once more, but with no smile in them. Oh God, how sad they looked! The last time they had met was when he parted from her with his heart full of joyous, hopeful love, and they looked out with a tearful smile from a pink, dimpled, childish face. The face was marble now. The sweet lips were pallid and half open and quivering. The dimples were all gone, all but one that never went. And the eyes, oh, the worst of all was the likeness they had to Hetty's. They were Hetty's eyes looking at him with that mournful gaze, as if she had come back to him from the dead to tell him of her misery. She was clinging close to Dinah. Her cheek was against Dinah's. It seemed as if her last faint strength and hope lay in that contact, and the pitying love that shone out from Dinah's face looked like a visible pledge of the invisible mercy. When the sad eyes met, when Hetty and Adam looked at each other, she felt the change in him too, and it seemed to strike her with fresh fear. It was the first time she had seen any being whose face seemed to reflect the change in herself. Adam was a new image of the dreadful past and the dreadful present. She trembled more as she looked at him. "Speak to him, Hetty," Dinah said. "Tell him what is in your heart." Hetty obeyed her like a little child. "Adam, I'm very sorry. I behaved very wrong to you. Will you forgive me before I die?" Adam answered with a half sob, "Yes, I forgive thee, Hetty. I forgave thee long ago." It had seemed to Adam as if his brain would burst with the anguish of meeting Hetty's eyes in the first moments, but the sound of her voice uttering these penitent words touched a chord which had been less strained. There was a sense of relief from what was becoming unbearable, and the rare tears came. They had never come before since he had hung on Seth's neck in the beginning of his sorrow. Hetty made an involuntary movement towards him. Some of the love that she had once lived in the midst of was come near her again. She kept hold of Dinah's hand, but she went up to Adam and said timidly, "Will you kiss me again, Adam, for all I've been so wicked?" Adam took the blanched, wasted hand she put out to him, and they gave each other the solemn, unspeakable kiss of a lifelong parting. "And tell him," Hetty said in a rather stronger voice, "tell him, for there's nobody else to tell him, as I went after him and couldn't find him, and I hated him and cursed him once, but Dinah says I should forgive him, and I try, for else God won't forgive me." There was a noise at the door of the cell now. The key was being turned in the lock, and when the door opened, Adam saw indistinctly that there were several faces there. He was too agitated to see more, even to see that Mr. Irwine's face was one of them. He felt that the last preparations were beginning, and he could stay no longer. Room was silently made for him to depart, and he went to his chamber in loneliness, leaving Bartle Massey to watch and see the end. End of chapter 46. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 47 of Adam Bede by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. The Last Moment. It was a sight that some people remembered better even than their own sorrows, the sight in that clear grey morning, when the fatal cart with the two young women in it was descried by the waiting, watching multitude, cleaving its way towards the hideous symbol of a deliberately inflicted sudden death. All Stoniton had heard of Dinah Morris, the young Methodist woman who had brought the obstinate criminal to confess, and there was as much eagerness to see her as to see the wretched Hetty. But Dinah was hardly conscious of the multitude. When Hetty had caught sight of the vast crowd in the distance, she had clutched Dinah convulsively. "Close your eyes, Hetty," Dinah said, "and let us pray without ceasing to God." And in a low voice, as the cart went slowly along through the midst of the gazing crowd, she poured forth her soul with the wrestling intensity of a last pleading for the trembling creature that clung to her and clutched her as the only visible sign of love and pity. Dinah did not know that the crowd was silent, gazing at her with a sort of awe. She did not even know how near they were to the fatal spot when the cart stopped, and she shrank appalled at a loud shout, hideous to her ear, like a vast yell of demons. Hetty's shriek mingled with the sound, and they clasped each other in mutual horror. But it was not a shout of execration, not a yell of exultant cruelty. It was a shout of sudden excitement at the appearance of a horseman cleaving the crowd at full gallop. The horse is hot and distressed, but answers to the desperate spurring. The rider looks as if his eyes were glazed by madness, and he saw nothing but what was unseen by others. See, he has something in his hand. He is holding it up as if it were a signal. The sheriff knows him. It is Arthur Donnithorne, carrying in his hand a hard-won release from death. End of chapter 47. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 48 of Adam Bede by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. Another meeting in the wood. The next day, at evening, two men were walking from opposite points towards the same scene, drawn thither by a common memory. The scene was the grove by Donnithorne Chase. You know who the men were. The old squire's funeral had taken place that morning. The will had been read, and now, in the first breathing space, Arthur Donnithorne had come out for a lonely walk, that he might look fixedly at the new future before him and confirm himself in a sad resolution. He thought he could do that best in the grove. Adam, too, had come from Stoniton on Monday evening, and today he had not left home, except to go to the family at the Hall Farm and tell them everything that Mr. Irwine had left untold. He had agreed with the Poysers that he would follow them to their new neighbourhood, wherever that might be, for he meant to give up the management of the woods, and, as soon as it was practicable, he would wind up his business with Jonathan Burge and settle with his mother and Seth in a home within reach of the friends to whom he felt bound by a mutual sorrow. "Seth and me are sure to find work," he said. "A man that's got our trade at his finger ends is at home everywhere, and we must make a new start. My mother won't stand in the way, for she's told me, since I came home, she'd made up her mind to being buried in another parish if I wished it, and if I'd be more comfortable elsewhere. It's wonderful how quiet she's been ever since I came back. It seems as if the very greatness of the trouble had quieted and calmed her. We shall all be better in a new country, though there's some I shall be loath to leave behind. But I won't part from you and yours if I can help it, Mr. Poyser. Trouble's made us kin." "Ay, lad," said Martin, "we'll go out a hearing of that man's name. But I doubt we shall ne'er go far enough for folks not to find out as we've got them belonging to us as are transported o'er the seas and were like to be hanged. We shall have that flying up in our faces, and our children's after us." That was a long visit to the whole farm, and drew too strongly on Adam's energies for him to think of seeing others, or re-entering on his old occupations till the morrow. "But tomorrow," he said to himself, "I'll go to work again. I shall learn to like it again some time, maybe, and it's right whether I like it or not." This evening was the last he would allow to be absorbed by sorrow. Suspense was gone now, and he must bear the unalterable. He was resolved not to see Arthur Donnithorne again if it were possible to avoid him. He had no message to deliver from Hetty now, for Hetty had seen Arthur, and Adam distrusted himself. He had learned to dread the violence of his own feeling. That word of Mr. Irwine's, that he must remember what he had felt after giving the last blow to Arthur in the grove, had remained with him. These thoughts about Arthur, like all thoughts that are charged with strong feeling, were continually recurring, and they always called up the image of the grove, of that spot under the overarching boughs where he had caught sight of the two bending figures, and had been possessed by sudden rage. "I'll go and see it again tonight, for the last time," he said. "It'll do me good. It'll make me feel over again what I felt when I'd knocked him down. I felt what poor empty work it was as soon as I'd done it, before I began to think he might be dead." In this way it happened that Arthur and Adam were walking towards the same spot at the same time. Adam had on his working dress again now, for he had thrown off the other with a sense of relief as soon as he came home. And if he had had the basket of tools over his shoulder, he might have been taken with his pale, wasted face for the spectre of the Adam Bede who entered the grove on that August evening 8 months ago. But he had no basket of tools, and he was not walking with the old erectness, looking keenly round him. His hands were thrust in his side pockets, and his eyes rested chiefly on the ground. He had not long entered the grove, and now he paused before a beech. He knew that tree well. It was the boundary mark of his youth, the sign to him of the time when some of his earliest, strongest feelings had left him. He felt sure they would never return. And yet, at this moment, there was a stirring of affection at the remembrance of that Arthur Donnithorne, whom he had believed in before he had come up to this beach 8 months ago. It was affection for the dead. That Arthur existed no longer. He was disturbed by the sound of approaching footsteps, but the beech stood at a turning in the road, and he could not see who was coming until the tall, slim figure in deep mourning suddenly stood before him at only 2 yards' distance. They both started and looked at each other in silence. Often, in the last fortnight, Adam had imagined himself as close to Arthur as this, assailing him with words that should be as harrowing as the voice of remorse, forcing upon him a just share in the misery he had caused. And often, too, he had told himself that such a meeting had better not be. But in imagining the meeting, He had always seen Arthur as he had met him on that evening in the grove, florid, careless, light of speech, and the figure before him touched him with the signs of suffering. Adam knew what suffering was. He could not lay a cruel finger on a bruised man. He felt no impulse that he needed to resist. Silence was more just than reproach. Arthur was the first to speak. "Adam," he said quietly, "it may be a good thing that we have met here, for I wished to see you. I should have asked to see you tomorrow." He paused, but Adam said nothing. "I know it is painful to you to meet me," Arthur went on, "but it is not likely to happen again for years to come." "No, sir," said Adam coldly. "That was what I meant to write to you tomorrow, as it would be better all dealing should be at an end between us, and somebody else put in my place." Arthur felt the answer keenly, and it was not without an effort that he spoke again. "It was partly on that subject I wished to speak to you. I don't want to lessen your indignation against me, or ask you to do anything for my sake. I only wish to ask you if you will help me to lessen the evil consequences of the past, which is unchangeable. I don't mean consequences to myself, but to others. It is but little I can do, I know. I know the worst consequences will remain, but something may be done, and you can help me. Will you listen to me patiently?" "Yes, sir," said Adam, after some hesitation. "I'll hear what it is. If I can help to mend anything, I will. Anger'll mend nothing, I know. We've had enough of that." "I was going to the hermitage," said Arthur. "Will you go there with me and sit down? We can talk better there." The hermitage had never been entered since they left it together, for Arthur had locked up the key in his desk, and now, when he opened the door, there was the candle burnt out in the socket, there was the chair in the same place where Adam remembered sitting. There was the waste-paper basket full of scraps, and deep down in it, Arthur felt in an instant, there was the little pink silk handkerchief. It would have been painful to enter this place if their previous thoughts had been less painful. They sat down opposite each other in the old places, and Arthur said, "I'm going away, Adam. I'm going into the army." Poor Arthur felt that Adam ought to be affected by this announcement, ought to have a movement of sympathy towards him. But Adam's lips remained firmly closed, and the expression of his face unchanged. "What I want to say to you," Arthur continued, "is this. One of my reasons for going away is that no one else may leave Hazelop, may leave their home on my account. I would do anything, there is no sacrifice I would not make, to prevent any further injury to others through what has happened." Arthur's words had precisely the opposite effect to that he had anticipated. Adam thought he perceived in them that notion of compensation for irretrievable wrong, that self-soothing attempt to make evil bear the same fruits as good, which most of all roused his indignation. He was as strongly impelled to look painful facts right in the face as Arthur was to turn away his eyes from them. Moreover, he had the wakeful, suspicious pride of a poor man in the presence of a rich man. He felt his old severity returning as he said, "The time's past for that, sir. A man should make sacrifices to keep clear of doing a wrong. Sacrifices won't undo it when it's done. When people's feelings have got a deadly wound, they can't be cured with favours."
"Favours!" said Arthur passionately. "No! How can you suppose I meant that? But the Poysers? Mr. Irvine tells me the Poysers mean to leave the place where they have lived so many years, for generations. Don't you see, as Mr. Irvine does, that if they could be persuaded to overcome the feeling that drives them away, it would be much better for them in the end to remain in the old spot, among the friends and neighbours who know them?"
"That's true," said Adam coldly. "But then, sir, folks's feelings are not so easily overcome. It'll be hard for Martin Poyser to go to a strange place among strange faces when he's been bred up on the Hall Farm and his father before him. But then it'd be harder for a man with his feelings to stay. I don't see how the thing's to be made any other than hard. There's a sort of damage, sir, that can't be made up for." Arthur was silent some moments. In spite of other feelings dominant in him this evening, his pride winced under Adam's mode of treating him. Wasn't he himself suffering? Was not he too obliged to renounce his most cherished hopes? It was now as it had been 8 months ago. Adam was forcing Arthur to feel more intensely the irrevocableness of his own wrongdoing. He was presenting the sort of resistance that was the most irritating to Arthur's eager, ardent nature. But his anger was subdued by the same influence that had subdued Adam's when they first confronted each other, by the marks of suffering in a long familiar face. The momentary struggle ended in the feeling that he could bear a great deal from Adam, to whom he had been the occasion of bearing so much. But there was a touch of pleading, boyish vexation in his tone as he said, "But people may make injuries worse by unreasonable conduct, by giving way to anger and satisfying that for the moment, instead of thinking what will be the effect in the future. If I were going to stay here and act as landlord," he added presently, with still more eagerness, "if I were careless about what I've done, what I've been the cause of, you would have some excuse, Adam, for going away and encouraging others to go. You would have some excuse then for trying to make the evil worse. But when I tell you I'm going away for years, when you know what that means for me, how it cuts off every plan of happiness I've ever formed, it is impossible for a sensible man like you to believe that there is any real ground for the Poysers refusing to remain. I know their feeling about disgrace. Mr. Irvine has told me all, but he is of opinion that they might be persuaded out of this idea that they are disgraced in the eyes of their neighbours, and that they can't remain on my estate, if you would join him in his efforts. If you would stay yourself and go on managing the old woods." Arthur paused a moment, and then added pleadingly, "You know that's a good work to do for the sake of other people besides the owner, and you don't know but that they may have a better owner soon, whom you will like to work for. If I die, my cousin Tradgett will have the estate and take my name. He is a good fellow." Adam could not help being moved. It was impossible for him not to feel that this was the voice of the honest, warm-hearted Arthur whom he had loved and been proud of in old days. But nearer memories would not be thrust away. He was silent. Yet Arthur saw an answer in his face that induced him to go on with growing earnestness. "And then, if you would talk to the Poysers, if you would talk the matter over with Mr. Irvine, he means to see you tomorrow, and then if you would join your arguments to his to prevail on them not to go,
I know, of course, that they would not accept any favour from me. I mean nothing of that kind, but I'm sure they would suffer less in the end. Irwine thinks so too, and Mr. Irwine is to have the chief authority on the estate. He has consented to undertake that. They will really be under no man but one whom they respect and like. It would be the same with you, Adam, and it could be nothing but a desire to give me worse pain that could incline you to go."
Arthur was silent again for a little while, and then said, with some agitation in his voice, "I wouldn't act so towards you, I know. If you were in my place and I in yours, I should try to help you to do the best." Adam made a hasty movement on his chair and looked on the ground. Arthur went on, "Perhaps you've never done anything you've had bitterly to repent of in your life, Adam. If you had, you would be more generous. You would know then that it's worse for me than for you." Arthur rose from his seat with the last words, and went to one of the windows, looking out and turning his back on Adam, as he continued passionately, "Haven't I loved her too? Didn't I see her yesterday? Shan't I carry the thought of her about with me as much as you will? And don't you think you would suffer more if you'd been in fault?" There was silence for several minutes, for the struggle in Adam's mind was not easily decided. Facile natures, whose emotions have little permanence, can hardly understand how much inward resistance he overcame before he rose from his seat and turned towards Arthur. Arthur heard the movement, and turning round, met the sad but softened look with which Adam said, "It's true what you say, sir. I'm hard. It's in my nature. I was too hard with my father for doing wrong. I've been a bit hard to everybody but her. I felt as if nobody pitied her enough. Her suffering cut into me so. And when I thought the folks at the farm were too hard with her, I said I'd never be hard to anybody myself again. But feeling overmuch about her has perhaps made me unfair to you. I've known what it is in my life to repent and feel it's too late. I felt I'd been too harsh to my father when he was gone from me. I feel it now when I think of him. I've no right to be hard towards them as have done wrong and repent." Adam spoke these words with the firm distinctness of a man who is resolved to leave nothing unsaid that he is bound to say, but he went on with more hesitation. "I wouldn't shake hands with you once, sir, when you asked me. But if you're willing to do it now, for all I refused then—" Arthur's white hand was in Adam's large grasp in an instant, and with that action there was a strong rush on both sides of the old boyish affection. "Adam," Arthur said, impelled to full confession now, "it would never have happened if I'd known you loved her. That would have helped me to save me from it. And I did struggle. I never meant to injure her. I deceived you afterwards, and that led on to worse, but I thought it was forced upon me. I thought it was the best thing I could do. And in that letter I told her to let me know if she were in any trouble. Don't think I would not have done everything I could. But I was all wrong from the very first, and horrible wrong has come of it. God knows I'd give my life if I could undo it." They sat down again opposite each other, and Adam said tremulously, "How did she seem when you left her, sir?" "Don't ask me, Adam.
Arthur said. "I feel sometimes as if I should go mad with thinking of her looks and what she said to me, and then that I couldn't get a full pardon, that I couldn't save her from that wretched fate of being transported, that I can do nothing for her all those years, and she may die under it and never know comfort any more."
"Ah, sir," said Adam, for the first time feeling his own pain merged in sympathy for Arthur, "you and me'll often be thinking of the same thing when we're a long way off one another. I'll pray God to help you, as I pray him to help me."
"But there's that sweet woman, that Dinah Morris," Arthur said, pursuing his own thoughts and not knowing what had been the sense of Adam's words. "She says she shall stay with her to the very last moment, till she goes, and the poor thing clings to her as if she found some comfort in her. I could worship that woman. I don't know what I should do if she were not there. Adam, you will see her when she comes back. I could say nothing to her yesterday, nothing of what I felt towards her. Tell her," Arthur went on hurriedly, as if he wanted to hide the emotion with which he spoke while he took off his chain and watch. "Tell her I asked you to give her this in remembrance of me, of the man to whom she is the one source of comfort when he thinks of— I know she doesn't care about such things, or anything else I can give her for its own sake, but she will use the watch. I shall like to think of her using it."
"I'll give it to her, sir," Adam said, "and tell her your words. She told me she should come back to the people at the Hall Farm."
"And you will persuade the Poysers to stay, Adam?" said Arthur, reminded of the subject which both of them had forgotten in the first interchange of revived friendship. "You will stay yourself, and help Mr. Irwine to carry out the repairs and improvements on the estate?"
"There's one thing, sir, that perhaps you don't take account of," said Adam, with hesitating gentleness, "and that was what made me hang back longer. You see, it's the same with both me and the Poysers. If we stay, it's for our own worldly interest, and it looks as if we'd put up with anything for the sake of that. I know that's what they'll feel, and I can't help feeling a little of it myself. When folks have got an honourable, independent spirit, they don't like to do anything that might make 'em seem base-minded."
"But no one who knows you will think that, Adam. That is not a reason strong enough against a course that is really more generous, more unselfish than the other. And it will be known, it shall be made known, that both you and the Poysers stayed at my entreaty. Adam, don't try to make things worse for me. I'm punished enough without that."
"No, sir, no," Adam said, looking at Arthur with mournful affection.
"God forbid I should make things worse for you.
I used to wish I could do it in my passion, but that was when I thought you didn't feel enough. I'll stay, sir. I'll do the best I can. It's all I've got to think of now, to do my work well and make the world a bit better place for them as can enjoy it."
"Then we'll part now, Adam. You will see Mr. Irwine tomorrow, and consult with him about everything."
"Are you going soon, sir?" said Adam.
"As soon as possible, after I've made the necessary arrangements. Good-bye, Adam. I shall think of you going about the old place."
"Good-bye, sir. God bless you."
The hands were clasped once more, and Adam left the hermitage, feeling that sorrow was more bearable now hatred was gone. As soon as the door was closed behind him, Arthur went to the waste-paper basket and took out the little pink
silk handkerchief. End of chapter 48. End of book 5. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 49. First chapter of book 6 of Adam Bede by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. At the Hall Farm. The first autumnal afternoon sunshine of 1801, more than 18 months after that parting of Adam and Arthur in the Hermitage, was on the yard at the Hall Farm, and the bulldog was in one of his most excited moments, for it was that hour of the day when the cows were being driven into the yard for their afternoon milking. No wonder the patient beasts ran confusedly into the wrong places, for the alarming din of the bulldog was mingled with more distant sounds, which the timid feminine creatures, with pardonable superstition, imagined also to have some relation to their own movements, with the tremendous crack of the waggoner's whip, the roar of his voice, and the booming thunder of the waggon as it left the rickyard empty of its golden load. The milking of the cows was a sight Mrs. Poyser loved, and at this hour on mild days she was usually standing at the house door with her knitting in her hands, in quiet contemplation, only heightened to a keener interest when the vicious yellow cow, who had once kicked over a pailful of precious milk, was about to undergo the preventive punishment of having her hinder legs strapped. Today, however, Mrs. Poyser gave but a divided attention to the arrival of the cows, for she was in eager discussion with Dinah, who was stitching Mr. Poyser's shirt collars, and had borne patiently to have her thread broken 3 times by Totty pulling at her arm with a sudden insistence that she should look at baby, that is, at a large wooden doll with no legs and a long skirt, whose bald head Totty, seated in her small chair at Dinah's side, was caressing and pressing to her fat cheek with much fervour. Totty is larger by more than 2 years' growth than when you first saw her, and she has on a black frock under her pinafore. Mrs. Poyser, too, has on a black gown, which seems to heighten the family likeness between her and Dinah. In other respects there is little outward change now discernible in our old friends, or in the pleasant house-place, bright with polished oak and pewter. "I never saw the like to you, Dinah," Mrs. Poyser was saying. "When you've once took anything into your head, there's no more moving you than the rooted tree. You may say what you like, but I don't believe that's religion, for what's the Sermon on the Mount about, as you're so fond of reading to the boys, but doing what other folks 'ud have you do? But if it was anything unreasonable they wanted you to do, like taking your cloak off and giving it to 'em, or letting 'em slap you i' the face, I dare say you'd be ready enough. It's only when one 'ud have you to do what's plain common sense and good for yourself as you're obstinate the other way." "Nay, dear aunt," said Dinah, smiling slightly as she went on with her work, "I'm sure your wish would be a reason for me to do anything that I didn't feel it was wrong to do." "Wrong? You drive me past bearing. What is there wrong, I should like to know, is staying along with your own friends, as are the happier for having you with 'em, and are willing to provide for you, even if your work didn't more nor pay 'em for the bit of sparrow's victual you eat and the bit of rag you put on. And who is it, I should like to know, as you're bound to help and comfort i' the world more nor your own flesh and blood, and me the only aunt you've got above ground, and am brought to the brink of the grave every winter as comes, and there's the child as sits beside you will break her little heart when you go, and the grandfather not been dead a 12-month,
and your uncle'll miss you so as never was, a-lighting his pipe and waiting on him, and now I can trust you with the butter, and have had all the trouble of teaching you, and there's all the sewing to be done, and I must have a strange girl out at Treddleston to do it, and all because you must go back to that bare heap of stones as the very crows fly over and won't stop at."
"Dear Aunt Rachel," said Dinah, looking up in Mrs. Poyser's face, "it's your kindness makes you say I'm useful to you. You don't really want me now, for Nancy and Molly are clever at their work, and you're in good health now, by the blessing of God, and my uncle is of a cheerful countenance again, and you have neighbours and friends, not a few. Some of them come to sit with my uncle almost daily. Indeed, you will not miss me, and at Snowfield there are brethren and sisters in great need, who have none of those comforts you have around you. I feel that I am called back to those amongst whom my lot was first cast. I feel drawn again towards the hills where I used to be blessed in carrying the word of life to the sinful and desolate."
"You feel? Yes," said Mrs. Poyser, returning from a parenthetic glance at the cows. "That's allus the reason I'm to sit down wi' when you've a mind to do anything contrary. What do you want to be preaching for more than you're preaching now? Don't you go off, the Lord knows where, every Sunday, a-preaching and praying? And haven't you got Methodists enow at Treddleston to go and look at if church folks' faces are too handsome to please you? And isn't there them i' this parish as you've got under hand, and they're like enough to make friends with old Harry again as soon as your back's turned? There's that Bessie Cranage. She'll be flaunting in new finery 3 weeks after you're gone, I'll be bound. She'll no more go on in her new ways without you than a dog'll stand on its hind legs when there's nobody looking. But I suppose it doesn't matter so much about folks' souls i' this country, else you'd be for staying with your own aunt, for she's none so good but what you might help her to be better." There was a certain something in Mrs. Poyser's voice just then which she did not wish to be noticed, so she turned round hastily to look at the clock and said, "See there, it's tea time, and if Martin's i' the rickyard he'll like a cup. Here, Totty, my chicken, let mother put your bonnet on, and then you go out into the rickyard and see your father's there, and tell him he mustn't go away again without coming to have a cup of tea. And tell your brothers to come in too." Totty trotted off in her flapping bonnet, while Mrs. Poyser set out the bright oak table and reached down the teacups. "You talk of them gells, Nancy and Molly, being clever at their work," she began again. "It's fine talking. They're all the same, clever or stupid. One can't trust 'em out of one's sight a minute. They want somebody's eye on 'em constant if they're to be kept to their work. And suppose I'm ill again this winter, as I was the winter before last, who's to look after 'em then if you're gone? And there's that blessed child. Something's sure to happen to her. They'll let her tumble into the fire, or get at the kettle with a boiling lard in't, or some mischief as'll lame her for life. And it'll be all your fault, Dinah." "Aunt," said Dinah, "I promise to come back to you in the winter if you're ill. Don't think I will ever stay away from you if you're in real want of me. But indeed it is needful for my own soul that I should go away from this life of ease and luxury, in which I have all things too richly to enjoy. At least that I should go away for a short space. No one can know but myself what are my inward needs. and the besetments I am most in danger from. Your wish for me to stay is not a call of duty which I refuse to hearken to because it is against my own desires. It is a temptation that I must resist, lest the love of the creature should become like a mist in my soul, shutting out the heavenly light."
"It passes my cunning to know what you mean by ease and luxury," said Mrs. Poyser as she cut the bread and butter. "It's true there's good victual enough about you, as nobody shall ever say I don't provide enough and to spare. But if there's ever a bit of odds and ends as nobody else 'ud eat, you're sure to pick it out. But look there, there's Adam Bede a carrying the little un in. I wonder how it is he's come so early."
Mrs. Poyser hastened to the door for the pleasure of looking at her darling in a new position, with love in her eyes, but reproof on her tongue.
"Oh, for shame, Totty! Little girls of 5-year-old should be ashamed to be carried. Why, Adam, she'll break your arm, such a big girl as that. Set her down, for shame."
"Nay, nay," said Adam, "I can lift her with my hand. I've no need to take my arm to it."
Totty, looking as serenely unconscious of remark as a fat white puppy, was set down at the door-place, and the mother enforced her reproof with a shower of kisses.
"You're surprised to see me at this hour of the day," said Adam.
"Yes, but come in," said Mrs. Poyser, making way for him. "There's no bad news, I hope?"
"No, nothing bad,"
Adam answered, as he went up to Dinah and put out his hand to her. She had laid down her work and stood up instinctively as he approached her. A faint blush died away from her pale cheek as she put her hand in his and looked up at him timidly.
"It's an errand to you brought me, Dinah," said Adam, apparently unconscious that he was holding her hand all the while. "Mother's a bit ailing, and she set her heart on your coming to stay the night with her, if you'll be so kind. I told her I'd call and ask you as I came from the village. She overworks herself, and I can't persuade her to have a little girl to help her. I don't know what's to be done."
Adam released Dinah's hand as he ceased speaking, and was expecting an answer, but before she had opened her lips, Mrs. Poyser said,
"Look there now, I told you there was folks enow to help i' this parish without going further off. There's Mrs. Bede getting as old and casualty as can be, and she won't let anybody but you go anigh her hardly. The folks at Snowfield have learnt by this time to do better without you nor she can." "I'll put my bonnet on and set off directly if you don't want anything done first, Aunt," said Dinah, folding up her work. "Yes, I do want something done. I want you to have your tea, child. It's all ready, and you'll have a cup, Adam, if you aren't in too big a hurry."
"Yes, I'll have a cup, please, and then I'll walk with Dinah. I'm going straight home, for I've got a lot of timber valuations to write out." "Why, Adam, lad, are you here?" said Mr. Poyser, entering warm and coatless, with the two black-eyed boys behind him, still looking as much like him as two small elephants are like a large one. "How is it we've got sight of you so long before foddering time?" "I came on an errand for mother," said Adam. "She's got a touch of her old complaint, and she wants Dinah to go and stay with her a bit."
"Well, we'll spare her for your mother a little while," said Mr. Poyser, "but we wunna spare her for anybody else, only her husband."
"Husband?" said Marty, who was at the most prosaic and literal period of the boyish mind.
"Why, Dinah hasn't got a husband." "Spare her!" said Mrs. Poyser, placing a seed cake on the table, and then seating herself to pour out the tea. "But we must spare her, it seems, and not for a husband neither, but for her own megrims. Tommy, what are you doing with your little sister's doll? Making the child naughty when she'd be good if you'd let her. You shan't have a morsel of cake if you behave so." Tommy, with true brotherly sympathy, was amusing himself by turning Dolly's skirt over her bald head and exhibiting her truncated body to the general scorn, an indignity which cut Totty to the heart. "What do you think Dinah's been a-telling me since dinner-time?" Mrs. Poyser continued, looking at her husband. "I'm a poor un at guessing," said Mr. Poyser. "Why, she means to go back to Snowfield again, and work i' the mill, and starve herself as she used to do, like a creature as has got no friends." Mr. Poyser did not readily find words to express his unpleasant astonishment. He only looked from his wife to Dinah, who had now seated herself beside Totty as a bulwark against brotherly playfulness, and was busying himself with the children's tea. If he had been given to making general reflections, it would have occurred to him that there was certainly a change come over Dinah, for she never used to change colour, but as it was, he merely observed that her face was flushed at that moment. Mr. Poyser thought she looked the prettier for it. It was a flush no deeper than the petal of a monthly rose. Perhaps it came because her uncle was looking at her so fixedly, but there is no knowing, for just then Adam was saying with quiet surprise, "Why, I hoped Dinah was settled among us for life. I thought she'd given up the notion of going back to her old country." "Thought, yes," said Mrs. Poyser, "and so would anybody else ha' thought as had got their right end upwards. But I suppose you must be a Methodist to know what a Methodist'll do. It's ill guessing what the bats are flying after." "Why, what have we done to you, Dinah, as you must go away from us?" said Mr. Poyser, still pausing over his teacup. "It's like breaking your word, Welly, for your aunt never had no thought but you'd make this your home." "Nay, uncle," said Dinah, trying to be quite calm. "When I first came, I said it was only for a time, as long as I could be of any comfort to my aunt." "Well, and who said you'd ever left off being a comfort to me?" said Mrs. Poyser. "If you didn't mean to stay with me, you'd better never have come. Them as has never had a cushion don't miss it." "Nay, nay," said Mr. Poyser, who objected to exaggerated views. "They mustna say so. We should have been ill off without her. Lady Day was a 12-month. We mun be thankful for that, whether she stays or no. But I canna think what she mun leave a good home for, to go back into country where the land most on't isn't worth 10 shillings an acre, rent and profits. Why, that's just the reason she wants to go, as far as she can give a reason," said Mrs. Poyser. "She says this country's too comfortable, and there's too much to eat, and folks aren't miserable enough, and she's going next week. I canna turn her, say what I will. It's allays the way with them meek-faced people. You may as well pelt a bag of feathers as talk to 'em. But I say it isn't a religion to be so obstinate. Is it now, Adam?"
Adam saw that Dinah was more disturbed than he had ever seen her by any matter relating to herself, and anxious to relieve her if possible, he said, looking at her affectionately, "Nay, I can't find fault with anything Dinah does. I believe her thoughts are better than our guesses, let 'em be what they may. I should have been thankful for her to stay among us, but if she thinks well to go, I wouldn't cross her, or make it hard to her by objecting. We owe her something different to that." As it often happens, the words intended to relieve her were just too much for Dinah's susceptible feelings at this moment. The tears came into the grey eyes too fast to be hidden, and she got up hurriedly, meaning it to be understood that she was going to put on her bonnet.
"Mother, what's Dinah crying for?" said Totty. "She isn't a naughty dell."
"Thee'st gone a bit too fur," said Mr. Poyser. "We've no right to interfere with her doing as she likes, and thee'dst be as angry as could be with me if I said a word against anything she did."
"Because you'd be very like be finding fault without reason," said Mrs. Poyser. "But there's reason in what I say, else I shouldn't have said it. It's easy talking for them as can't love her so well as her own aunt does. And me got so used to her. I shall feel as uneasy as a new sheared sheep when she's gone from me, and to think of her leaving a parish where she's so looked on. There's Mr. Irwine makes as much of her as if she was a lady, for all her being a Methodist, and with that maggot a preaching in her head. God forgive me if I'm i' the wrong to call it so."
"Aye," said Mr. Poyser, looking jocose. "But thee dostna tell Adam what he said to thee about it one day. The missus was saying, Adam, as the preaching was the only fault to be found with Dinah, and Mr. Irwine says, 'But you mustn't find fault with her for that, Mrs. Poyser. You forget she's got no husband to preach to.' I'll answer for it, you give Poyser many a good sermon." "The parson had thee there," Mr. Poyser added, laughing unctuously. "I told Bartle Massey on it, and he laughed too." "Yes, it's a small joke sets men laughing when they sit a-staring at one another with a pipe i' their mouths," said Mrs. Poyser. "Give Bartle Massey his way, and he'll have all the sharpness to himself. If the chaff cutter had the making of us, we should all be straw, I reckon. Totty, my chicken, go upstairs to cousin Dinah and see what she's doing, and give her a pretty kiss." This errand was devised for Totty as a means of checking certain threatening symptoms about the corners of the mouth; for Tommy, no longer expectant of cake, was lifting up his eyelids with his forefingers and turning his eyeballs towards Totty in a way that she felt to be disagreeably personal. "You're rare and busy now, eh, Adam?" said Mr. Poyser. "Burger's getting so bad wi' his asthmy. It's well if he'll ever do much riding about again." "Yes, we've got a pretty bit of building on hand now," said Adam, "what with the repairs on the estate and the new houses at Treddleston. I'll bet a penny that new house Burge is building on his own bit of land is for him and Mary to go to," said Mr. Poyser. "He'll be for laying by business soon, I'll warrant, and be wanting you to take it all and pay him so much by the year. We shall see you living on the hill before another 12 months over." "Well," said Adam, "I should like to have the business in my own hands. It isn't as I mind much about getting any more money. We've enough and to spare now, with only our 2 selves and mother, but I should like to have my own way about things. I could try plans then as I can't do now." "You get on pretty well with the new steward, I reckon," said Mr. Poyser. Yes, he's a sensible man enough, understands farming. He's carrying on the draining and all that capital. You must go some day towards the Stonyshire side and see what alterations they're making, but he's got no notion about buildings.
You can so seldom get hold of a man as can turn his brains to more nor one thing. It's just as if they wore blinkers like the horses and could see nothing o' one side of 'em. Now there's Mr. Irwine has got notions of building more nor most architects. For, as for the architects, they set up to be fine fellows, but the most of 'em don't know where to set a chimney so as it shan't be quarrelling with the door. My notion is a practical builder that's got a bit of taste makes the best architect for common things, and I've 10 times the pleasure of seeing after the work when I've made the plan myself." Mr. Poyser listened with an admiring interest to Adam's discourse on building, but perhaps it suggested to him that the building of his corn-rick had been proceeding a little too long without the control of the master's eye, for when Adam had done speaking he got up and said, "Well, lad, I'll bid you good-bye now, for I'm off to the rick-yard again." Adam rose too, for he saw Dinah entering with her bonnet on and a little basket in her hand, preceded by Totty. "You're ready, I see, Dinah," Adam said, "so we'll set off, for the sooner I'm at home the better."
"Mother," said Totty with her treble pipe, "Dinah was saying her prayers and crying ever so."
"Hush, hush," said the mother, "little girls mustn't chatter." Whereupon the father, shaking with silent laughter, set Totty on the white deal table and desired her to kiss him. Mr. and Mrs. Poyser, you perceive, had no correct principles of education. "Come back tomorrow if Mrs. Bede doesn't want you, Dinah," said Mrs. Poyser, "but you can stay, you know, if she's ill." So, when the goodbyes had been said, Dinah and Adam left the Hall Farm together. End of chapter 49. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 50 of Adam Bede by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. In the cottage. Adam did not ask Dinah to take his arm when they got out into the lane. He had never yet done so, often as they had walked together, for he had observed that she never walked arm in arm with Seth, and he thought, perhaps, that kind of support was not agreeable to her. So they walked apart, though side by side, and the close poke of her little black bonnet hid her face from him. "You can't be happy, then, to make the Hall Farm your home, Dinah," Adam said, with the quiet interest of a brother who has no anxiety for himself in the matter. "It's a pity, seeing they're so fond of you."
"You know, Adam, my heart is as their heart, so far as love for them and care for their welfare goes, but they are in no present need. Their sorrows are healed, and I feel that I am called back to my old work, in which I found a blessing that I have missed of late in the midst of too abundant worldly good. I know it is a vain thought to flee from the work that God appoints us for the sake of finding a greater blessing to our own souls, as if we could choose for ourselves where we shall find the fullness of the divine presence, instead of seeking it where alone it is to be found, in loving obedience. But now I believe I have a clear showing that my work lies elsewhere, at least for a time. In the years to come, if my aunt's health should fail, or she should otherwise need me, I shall return."
"You know best, Dinah," said Adam. "I don't believe you'd go against the wishes of them that love you and are akin to you without a good and sufficient reason in your own conscience. I've no right to say anything about my being sorry. You know well enough what cause I have to put you above every other friend I've got. And if it had been ordered so that you could have been my sister,
and lived with us all our lives, I should have counted it the greatest blessing as could happen to us now. But Seth tells me there's no hope of that. Your feelings are different, and perhaps I'm taking too much upon me to speak about it." Dinah made no answer, and they walked on in silence for some yards, till they came to the stone stile where, as Adam had passed through first and turned round to give her his hand while she mounted the unusually high step, she could not prevent him from seeing her face. It struck him with surprise, for the grey eyes, usually so mild and grave, had the bright, uneasy glance which accompanies suppressed agitation, and the slight flush in her cheeks, with which she had come downstairs, was heightened to a deep rose colour. She looked as if she were only sister to Dinah. Adam was silent with surprise and conjecture for some moments, and then he said, "I hope I've not hurt or displeased you by what I've said, Dinah. Perhaps I was making too free. I've no wish different from what you see to be best, and I'm satisfied for you to live 30 mile off if you think it right. I shall think of you just as much as I do now, for you're bound up with what I can no more help remembering than I can help my heart beating." Poor Adam! Thus do men blunder. Dinah made no answer, but she presently said, "Have you heard any news from that poor young man since we last spoke of him?" Dinah always called Arthur so. She had never lost the image of him as she had seen him in the prison. "Yes," said Adam. "Mr. Irwine read me part of a letter from him yesterday. It's pretty certain, they say, that there'll be a peace soon, though nobody believes it'll last long. But he says he doesn't mean to come home. He's no heart for it yet, and it's better for others that he should keep away. Mr. Irwine thinks he's in the right not to come. It's a sorrowful letter. He asks about you and the Poysers, as he always does. There's one thing in the letter cut me a good deal. 'You can't think what an old fellow I feel,' he says. 'I make no schemes now. I'm the best when I've a good day's march or fighting before me.' He's of a rash, warm-hearted nature like Esau, for whom I have always felt great pity," said Dinah. "That meeting between the brothers, where Esau is so loving and generous, and Jacob so mild and distrustful, notwithstanding his sense of the divine favour, has always touched me greatly. Truly, I have been tempted sometimes to say that Jacob was of a mean spirit. But that is our trial. We must learn to see the good in the midst of much that is unlovely." "Ah," said Adam, "I like to read about Moses best in the Old Testament. He carried a hard business well through, and died when other folks were going to reap the fruits. A man must have courage to look at his life so, and think what'll come of it after he's dead and gone. A good, solid bit of work lasts. If it's only laying a floor down, somebody's the better for it being done well, besides the man as does it." They were both glad to talk of subjects that were not personal, and in this way they went on till they passed the bridge across the Willow Brook, when Adam turned round and said, "Ah, there's Seth. I thought he'd be home soon. Does he know of your going, Dinah?" "Yes, I told him last Sabbath." Adam remembered now that Seth had come home much depressed on Sunday evening, a circumstance which had been very unusual with him of late, for the happiness he had in seeing Dinah every week seemed long to have outweighed the pain of knowing she would never marry him. This evening he had his habitual air of dreamy, benignant contentment, until he came quite close to Dinah and saw the traces of tears on her delicate eyelids and eyelashes. He gave one rapid glance at his brother, But Adam was evidently quite outside the current of emotion that had shaken Dinah. He wore his everyday look of unexpectant calm. Seth tried not to let Dinah see that he had noticed her face, and only said, "I'm thankful you're come, Dinah, for Mother's been hungering after the sight of you all day. She began to talk of you the first thing in the morning." When they entered the cottage, Lisbeth was seated in her armchair, too tired with setting out the evening meal, a task she always performed a long time beforehand, to go and meet them at the door as usual when she heard the approaching footsteps. "Come, child, thee't come at last," she said, when Dinah went towards her. "What dost mane by laving me a week and ne'er coming anigh me?"
"Dear friend," said Dinah, taking her hand, "you're not well. If I'd known it sooner, I'd have come."
"And how's thee to know if thee dostna come? The lads only know what I tell 'em. As long as you can stir hand and foot, the men think you hearty. But I'm none so bad, only a bit of a cold sets me aching. And the lads tease me so to have somebody with me to do the work, they make me ache worse wi' talking. If thee'dst come and stay with me, they'd let me alone. The Poysers canna want thee so bad as I do. But take thy bonnet off and let me look at thee."
Dinah was moving away, but Lisbeth held her fast while she was taking off her bonnet, and looked at her face as one looks into a newly gathered snowdrop to renew the old impressions of purity and gentleness.
"What's the matter with thee?" said Lisbeth in astonishment. "Thee'st been a-crying."
"It's only a grief that'll pass away," said Dinah, who did not wish just now to call forth Lisbeth's remonstrances by disclosing her intention to leave Hazelop. "You shall know about it shortly. We'll talk of it tonight. I shall stay with you tonight." Lisbeth was pacified by this prospect, and she had the whole evening to talk with Dinah alone. For there was a new room in the cottage, you remember, built nearly 2 years ago in the expectation of a new inmate, and here Adam always sat when he had writing to do or plans to make. Seth sat there too this evening, for he knew his mother would like to have Dinah all to herself. There were 2 pretty pictures on the 2 sides of the wall in the cottage. On one side there was the broad-shouldered, large-featured, hardy old woman in her blue jacket and buff kerchief, with her dim-eyed, anxious looks turned continually on the lily face and the slight form in the black dress that were either moving lightly about in helpful activity, or seated close by the old woman's armchair, holding her withered hand, with eyes lifted up towards her to speak a language which Lisbeth understood far better than the Bible or the hymn book. She would scarcely listen to reading at all tonight.
"Nay, nay, shut the book," she said. "We mun talk. I want to know what thee was crying about. Hast got troubles of thy own like other folks?"
On the other side of the wall there were the 2 brothers, so like each other in the midst of their unlikeness. Adam, with knit brows, shaggy hair, and dark, vigorous colour, absorbed in his figuring. Seth, with large, rugged features, the close copy of his brother's, but with thin, wavy brown hair and blue, dreamy eyes, as often as not looking vaguely out of the window instead of at his book, although it was a newly bought book, Wesley's abridgment of Madame Guion's life, which was full of wonder and interest for him. Seth had said to Adam, "Can I help thee with anything in here tonight? I don't want to make a noise in the shop." "No, lad, Adam answered. "There's nothing but what I must do myself. Thee'st got the new book to read." And often, when Seth was quite unconscious, Adam, as he paused after drawing a line with his ruler, looked at his brother with a kind smile dawning in his eyes. He knew the lad liked to sit full of thoughts he could give no account of. They'd never come to anything, but they made him happy. And in the last year or so, Adam had been getting more and more indulgent to Seth. It was part of that growing tenderness which came from the sorrow at work within him. For Adam, though you see him quite master of himself, working hard and delighting in his work after his inborn, inalienable nature, had not outlived his sorrow, had not felt it slip from him as a temporary burden and leave him the same man again. Do any of us? God forbid! It would be a poor result of all our anguish and our wrestling if we were nothing but our old selves at the end of it, if we could return to the same blind loves, the same self-confident blame, the same light thoughts of human suffering, the same frivolous gossip over blighted human lives, the same feeble sense of that unknown towards which we have sent forth irrepressible cries in our loneliness. Let us rather be thankful that our sorrow lives in us as an indestructible force, only changing its form, as forces do, and passing from pain into sympathy. The one poor word which includes all our best insight and our best love. Not that this transformation of pain into sympathy had completely taken place in Adam yet. There was still a great remnant of pain, and this he felt would subsist as long as her pain was not a memory, but an existing thing, which he must think of as renewed with the light of every new morning. But we get accustomed to mental as well as bodily pain, without, for all that, losing our sensibility to it. It becomes a habit of our lives, and we cease to imagine a condition of perfect ease as possible for us. Desire is chastened into submission, and we are contented with our day when we have been able to bear our grief in silence and act as if we were not suffering. For it is at such periods that the sense of our lives having visible and invisible relations, beyond any of which either our present or prospective self is the centre, grows like a muscle that we are obliged to lean on and exert. That was Adam's state of mind in this second autumn of his sorrow. His work, as you know, had always been part of his religion, and from very early days he saw clearly that good carpentry was God's will, was that form of God's will that most immediately concerned him. But now there was no margin of dreams for him beyond this daylight reality, no holiday time in the working-day world, no moment in the distance when duty would take off her iron glove and breastplate and clasp him gently into rest. He conceived no picture of the future but one made up of hard-working days such as he lived through, with growing contentment and intensity of interest every fresh week. Love, he thought, could never be anything to him but a living memory, a limb lopped off, but not gone from consciousness. He did not know that the power of loving was all the while gaining new force within him, that the new sensibilities bought by a deep experience were so many new fibres by which it was possible, nay necessary to him, that his nature should intertwine with another. Yet he was aware that common affection and friendship were more precious to him than they used to be, that he clung more to his mother and Seth, and had an unspeakable satisfaction in the sight or imagination of any small addition to their happiness. The Poysers, too, hardly 3 or 4 days passed, but he felt the need of seeing them and interchanging words and looks of friendliness with them. He would have felt this, probably, even if Dinah had not been with them, but he had only said the simplest truth in telling Dinah that he put her above all other friends in the world. Could anything be more natural? For in the darkest moments of memory, the thought of her always came as the first ray of returning comfort. The early days of gloom at the Hall Farm had been gradually turned into soft moonlight by her presence, and in the cottage too, for she had come at every spare moment to soothe and cheer poor Elizabeth, who had been stricken with a fear that subdued even her querulousness at the sight of her darling Adam's grief-worn face. He had become used to watching her light, quiet movements, her pretty, loving ways to the children when he went to the Hall Farm, to listen for her voice as for a recurrent music, to think everything she said and did was just right and could not have been better. In spite of his wisdom, he could not find fault with her for her overindulgence of the children, who had managed to convert Dinah the preacher, before whom a circle of rough men had often trembled a little, into a convenient household slave, though Dinah herself was rather ashamed of this weakness, and had some inward conflict as to her departure from the precepts of Solomon. Yes, there was one thing that might have been better. She might have loved Seth and consented to marry him. He felt a little vexed for his brother's sake, and he could not help thinking regretfully how Dinah, as Seth's wife, would have made their home as happy as it could be for them all. How she was the one being that would have soothed their mother's last days into peacefulness and rest. "It's wonderful she doesn't love the lad," Adam had said sometimes to himself, "for anybody'd think he was just cut out for her. But her heart's so taken up with other things. She's one of those women that feel no drawing towards having a husband and children of their own. She thinks she should be filled up with her own life then, and she's been used so to living in other folks' cares, she can't bear the thought of her heart being shut up from 'em. I see how it is well enough. She's cut out of different stuff from most women. I saw that long ago. She's never easy but when she's helping somebody, and marriage 'ud interfere with her ways, that's true. I've no right to be contriving and thinking it'd be better if she'd have Seth, as if I was wiser than she is, or than God either, for he made her what she is, and that's one of the greatest blessings I've ever had from his hands, and others besides me." This self-reproof had recurred strongly to Adam's mind when he gathered from Dinah's face that he had wounded her by referring to his wish that she had accepted Seth, and so he had endeavoured to put into the strongest words his confidence in her decision as right, his resignation even to her going away from them and ceasing to make part of their life otherwise than by living in their thoughts, if that separation were chosen by herself. He felt sure she knew quite well enough how much he cared to see her continually, to talk to her with the silent consciousness of a mutual great remembrance. It was not possible she should hear anything but self-renouncing affection and respect in his assurance that he was contented for her to go away, and yet there remained an uneasy feeling in his mind that he had not said quite the right thing, that somehow Dinah had not understood him. Dinah must have risen a little before the sun the next morning, for she was downstairs about 5 o'clock. So was Seth, for, through Lisbeth's obstinate refusal to have any woman help her in the house, he had learned to make himself, as Adam said, very handy in the housework, that he might save his mother from too great weariness. On which ground I hope you will not think him unmanly, any more than you can have thought the gallant Colonel Bath unmanly when he made the gruel for his invalid sister. Adam, who had sat up late at his writing, was still asleep, and was not likely, Seth said, to be down till breakfast time. Often as Dinah had visited Lisbeth during the last 18 months, she had never slept in the cottage since that night after Thias's death, when, you remember, Lisbeth praised her deft movements and even gave a modified approval to her porridge. But in that long interval Dinah had made great advances in household cleverness, and this morning, since Seth was there to help, she was bent on bringing everything to a pitch of cleanliness and order that would have satisfied her Aunt Poyser. The cottage was far from that standard at present, for Lisbeth's rheumatism had forced her to give up her old habits of dilettante scouring and polishing. When the kitchen was to her mind, Dinah went into the new room where Adam had been writing the night before, to see what sweeping and dusting were needed there. She opened the window and let in the fresh morning air, and the smell of the sweet briar, and the bright, low slanting rays of the early sun, which made a glory about her pale face and pale auburn hair as she held the long brush and swept, singing to herself in a very low tone, like a sweet summer murmur that you have to listen for very closely, one of Charles Wesley's hymns.
Eternal beam of light divine, fountain of unexhausted love, in whom the Father's glories shine, through earth beneath and heaven above. Jesus, the weary wanderer's rest, give me thy easy yoke to bear, with steadfast patience on my breast, with spotless love and holy fear. Speak to my warring passions peace, say to my trembling heart, be still, thy power my strength and fortress is, for all things serve thy sovereign will.
She laid by the brush and took up the duster, and if you had ever lived in Mrs. Poyser's household, you would know how the duster behaved in Dinah's hand, how it went into every small corner and on every ledge in and out of sight, how it went again and again round every bar of the chairs and every leg, and under and over everything that lay on the table, till it came to Adam's papers and rulers and the open desk near them. Dinah dusted up to the very edge of these, and then hesitated, looking at them with a longing but timid eye. It was painful to see how much dust there was among them. As she was looking in this way, she heard Seth's step just outside the open door, towards which her back was turned, and said, raising her clear treble, "Seth, is your brother wrathful when his papers are stirred?" "Yes, very, when they are not put back in the right places," said a deep, strong voice, not Seth's. It was as if Dinah had put her hands unawares on a vibrating cord. She was shaken with an intense thrill, and for the instant felt nothing else. Then she knew her cheeks were glowing, and dared not look around, but stood still, distressed because she could not say good morning in a friendly way. Adam, finding that she did not look round so as to see the smile on his face, was afraid she had thought him serious about his wrathfulness, and went up to her so that she was obliged to look at him. "What, you think I'm a cross fellow at home, Dinah?" he said smilingly. "Nay," said Dinah, looking up with timid eyes, "not so. But you might be put about by finding things meddled with. Even the man Moses, the meekest of men, was wrathful sometimes." "Come, then," said Adam, looking at her affectionately, "I'll help you move the things and put 'em back again, and then they can't get wrong. You're getting to be your aunt's own niece, I see, for particularness." They began their little task together, but Dinah had not recovered herself sufficiently to think of any remark, and Adam looked at her uneasily. Dinah, he thought, had seemed to disapprove him somehow lately. She had not been so kind and open to him as she used to be. He wanted her to look at him, and be as pleased as he was himself with doing this bit of playful work. But Dinah did not look at him. It was easy for her to avoid looking at the tall man, and when at last there was no more dusting to be done, and no further excuse for him to linger near her, he could bear it no longer, and said, in rather a pleading tone, "Dinah, you're not displeased with me for anything, are you? I've not said or done anything to make you think ill of me." The question surprised her, and relieved her by giving a new course to her feeling. She looked up at him now, quite earnestly, almost with the tears coming, and said, "Oh no, Adam, how could you think so?" "I couldn't bear you not to feel as much a friend to me as I do to you," said Adam. "And you don't know the value I set on the very thought of you, Dinah. That was what I meant yesterday when I said I'd be content for you to go if you thought right. I meant the thought of you was worth so much to me, I should feel I ought to be thankful and not grumble if you see right to go away. You know I do mind parting with you, Dinah." "Yes, dear friend," said Dinah, trembling, but trying to speak calmly. "I know you have a brother's heart towards me, and we shall often be with one another in spirit, but at this season I am in heaviness through manifold temptations. You must not mark me. I feel called to leave my kindred for a while, but it is a trial. The flesh is weak." Adam saw that it pained her to be obliged to answer. "I hurt you by talking about it, Dinah," he said. "I'll say no more. Let's see if Seth's ready with breakfast now." That is a simple scene, reader, but it is almost certain that you too have been in love, perhaps even more than once, though you may not choose to say so to all your feminine friends. If so, you will no more think the slight words, the timid looks, the tremulous touches by which two human souls approach each other gradually, like two little quivering rain streams before they mingled into one. You will no more think these things trivial than you will think the first detected signs of coming spring trivial, though they be but a faint, indescribable something in the air, and in the song of the birds, and the tiniest perceptible budding on the hedgerow branches. Those slight words and looks and touches are part of the soul's language, and the finest language, I believe, is chiefly made up of unimposing words, such as light, sound, stars, music, words really not worth looking at or hearing in themselves any more than chips or sawdust. It is only that they happen to be the signs of something unspeakably great and beautiful. I am of opinion that love is a great and beautiful thing too, and if you agree with me, the smallest signs of it will not be chips and sawdust to you. They will rather be like those little words, light and music, stirring the long winding fibres of your memory, and enriching your present with your most precious past. End of chapter 50. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 51 of Adam Bede by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. Sunday morning. Lisbeth's touch of rheumatism could not be made to appear serious enough to detain Dinah another night from the Hall Farm, now she had made up her mind to leave her aunt so soon. And at evening the friends must part. For a long while, Dinah had said, for she had told Lisbeth of her resolve.
Then it'll be for all my life, and I shall ne'er see thee again, said Lisbeth. Long while? I'n got no long while to live, and I shall be took bad and die, and thee canst ne'er come anigh me, and I shall die a longing for thee.
That had been the keynote of her wailing talk all day, for Adam was not in the house, and so she put no restraint on her complaining. She had tried poor Dinah by returning again and again to the question why she must go away, and refusing to accept reasons which seemed to her nothing but whim and contrariness, and still more by regretting that she couldna ha' one of the lads, and be her daughter. "Thee couldstna put up with Seth," she said. "He isna clever enough for thee, happen, but he'd ha' been very good to thee. He's as handy as can be at doing things for me when I'm bad, and he's as fond of the Bible and chapelin' as thee art this sen. But happen thee'dst like a husband better as isna just the cut of this hen. The running brook isna athirst for the rain. Adam 'd ha' done for thee, I know he would, and he might come to like thee well enough if thee'd stop. But he's as stubborn as the iron bar, there's no bending him no way but's own. But he'll be a fine husband for anybody, be they who they will, and so looked on and so clever as he is. And he'd be rare and loving. It does me good only a look of the lad's eye when he means kind toward me." Dinah tried to escape from Lisbeth's closest looks and questions by finding little tasks of housework that kept her moving about, and as soon as Seth came home in the evening she put on her bonnet to go. It touched Dinah keenly to say the last good-bye, and still more to look round on her way across the fields and see the old woman still standing at the door, gazing after her till she must have been the faintest speck in the dim, aged eyes. The God of love and peace be with them, Dinah prayed as she looked back from the last stile. Make them glad according to the days wherein thou hast afflicted them, and the years wherein they have seen evil. It is thy will that I should part from them. Let me have no will but thine. Lisbeth turned into the house at last, and sat down in the workshop near Seth, who was busying himself there with fitting some bits of turned wood he had brought from the village into a small work-box, which he meant to give to Dinah before she went away. "Thee'd see her again a Sunday afore she goes," were her first words. "If thee wast good for anything, thee'dst make her come in again a Sunday night with thee, and see me once more." "Nay, mother," said Seth, "Dinah'd be sure to come again if she saw right to come. I should have no need to persuade her. She only thinks it'd be troubling thee for naught, just to come in to say good-bye over again. She'd ne'er go away, I know, if Adam'd be fond on her and marry her. But everything's so contrary," said Lisbeth with a burst of vexation. Seth paused a moment and looked up with a slight blush at his mother's face. "What, has she said anything of that sort to thee, mother?" he said, in a lower tone. "Said? Nay, she'll say nothing. It's only the men as have to wait till folks say things afore they find 'em out." "Well, but what makes thee think so, mother? What's put it into thy head?" "It's no matter what's put it into my head. My head's none so hollow as it must get in, and naught to put it there. I know she's fond on him, as I know the wind's coming in at the door, and that's enough. And he might be willing to marry her if he knowed she's fond on him, but he ne'er think on't if somebody doesna put it into his head." His mother's suggestion about Dinah's feeling towards Adam was not quite a new thought to Seth, but her last words alarmed him lest she should herself undertake to open Adam's eyes. He was not sure about Dinah's feeling, and he thought he was sure about Adam's. "Nay, mother, nay," he said earnestly. "Thee mustna think o' speaking of such things to Adam. Thee'st no right to say what Dinah's feelings are if she hasna told thee, and it 'ud do nothing but mischief to say such things to Adam. He feels very grateful and affectionate toward Dinah, but he's no thoughts towards her that 'ud incline him to make her his wife, and I don't believe Dinah 'ud marry him either. I don't think she'll marry at all." "Eh," said Lisbeth impatiently, "thee thinks so, 'cause she wouldna ha' thee. She'll ne'er marry thee. Thee mightst as well like her to ha' thy brother." Seth was hurt. "Mother," he said in a remonstrating tone, "don't think that of me. I should be as thankful to have her for a sister as thee wouldst have her for a daughter. I've no more thoughts about myself in that thing, and I shall take it hard if ever thee say'st it again." "Well, well, then thee shouldstna cross me with saying things on her as I say they are." "But, mother," said Seth, "thee'dst be doing Dinah a wrong by telling Adam what thee thinkst about her. It'd do nothing but mischief, for it'd make Adam uneasy if he doesna feel the same to her, and I'm pretty sure he feels nothing of the sort." "Dunna tell me what thee't sure on. Thee knows nought about it. What's he allus going to the Poysers for if he didn't want to see her? He goes twice where he used to go once. Happen he knowsna as he wants to see her. He knowsna as I put salt in's broth, but he'd miss it pretty quick if it werena there. He'll ne'er think o' marrying if it isna put into's head. And if thee'dst any love for thy mother, thee'dst put him up to it, and not let her go away out o' my sight, when I might ha' her to make a bit o' comfort for me afore I go to bed to my old man under the white thorn." "Nay, mother," said Seth, "thee mustna think me unkind, but I should be going against my conscience if I took upon me to say what Dinah's feelings are, and besides that, I think I should give offence to Adam by speaking to him at all about marrying, and I counsel thee not to do it. Thee mayst be quite deceived about Dinah. Nay, I'm pretty sure by words she said to me last Sabbath as she's no mind to marry." "Thee't as contrary as the rest on 'em. If it were summat I didna want, it'd be done fast enough." Lisbeth rose from the bench at this, and went out of the workshop, leaving Seth in much anxiety lest she should disturb Adam's mind about Dinah. He consoled himself after a time with reflecting that since Adam's trouble, Lisbeth had been very timid about speaking to him on matters of feeling, and that she would hardly dare to approach this tenderest of all subjects. Even if she did, he hoped Adam would not take much notice of what she said. Seth was right in believing that Lisbeth would be held in restraint by timidity, and during the next 3 days the intervals in which she had an opportunity of speaking to Adam were too rare and short to cause her any strong temptation. But in her long solitary hours she brooded over her regretful thoughts about Dinah, till they had grown very near that point of unmanageable strength when thoughts are apt to take wing out of their secret nest in a startling manner. And on Sunday morning, when Seth went away to chapel at Treddleston, the dangerous opportunity came. Sunday morning was the happiest time in all the week to Lisbeth, for as there was no service at Haslop Church till the afternoon, Adam was always at home, doing nothing but reading, an occupation in which she could venture to interrupt him. Moreover, she had always a better dinner than usual to prepare for her sons, very frequently for Adam and herself alone, Seth being often away the entire day, and the smell of the roast meat before the clear fire in the clean kitchen, the clock ticking in a peaceful Sunday manner, her darling Adam seated near her in his best clothes, doing nothing very important, so that she could go and stroke her hand across his hair if she liked, and see him look up at her and smile, while Jip, rather jealous, poked his muzzle up between them. All these things made poor Lisbeth's earthly paradise. The book Adam most often read on a Sunday morning was his large pictured Bible, and this morning it lay open before him on the round white deal table in the kitchen, for he sat there in spite of the fire, because he knew his mother liked to have him with her, and it was the only day in the week when he could indulge her in that way. You would have liked to see Adam reading his Bible. He never opened it on a weekday, and so he came to it as a holiday book, serving him for history, biography, and poetry. He held one hand thrust between his waistcoat buttons, and the other ready to turn the pages, and in the course of the morning you would have seen many changes in his face. Sometimes his lips moved in semi-articulation. It was when he came to a speech that he could fancy himself uttering, such as Samuel's dying speech to the people. Then his eyebrows would be raised, and the corners of his mouth would quiver a little with sad sympathy. Something, perhaps old Isaac's meeting with his son, touched him closely. At other times, over the New Testament, a very solemn look would come upon his face, and he would every now and then shake his head in serious assent, or just lift up his hand and let it fall again. And on some mornings, when he read in the Apocrypha, of which he was very fond, the son of Sirach's keen-edged words would bring a delighted smile, though he also enjoyed the freedom of occasionally differing from an apocryphal writer, for Adam knew the articles quite well, as became a good churchman. Lisbeth, in the pauses of attending to her dinner, always sat opposite to him and watched him till she could rest no longer without going up to him and giving him a caress to call his attention to her. This morning he was reading the Gospel according to St. Matthew, and Lisbeth had been standing close by him for some minutes, stroking his hair, which was smoother than usual this morning, and looking down at the large page with silent wonderment at the mystery of letters. She was encouraged to continue this caress, because when she first went up to him, he had thrown himself back in his chair to look at her affectionately and say, "Why, mother, thee looks rare and hearty this morning. Hey, Jip wants me to look at him. He can't abide to think I love thee the best." Lisbeth said nothing, because she wanted to say so many things. And now there was a new leaf to be turned over, and it was a picture, that of the angel seated on the great stone that has been rolled away from the sepulchre. This picture had one strong association in Lisbeth's memory, for she had been reminded of it when she first saw Dinah, and Adam had no sooner turned the page and lifted the book sideways that they might look at the angel, than she said, "That's her, that's Dinah." Adam smiled, and looking more intently at the angel's face, said, "It is a bit like her, but Dinah's prettier, I think." "Well then, if thee thinkst her so pretty, why aren't fond on her?" Adam looked up in surprise. "Why, mother, dost think I don't set store by Dinah?" "Nay," said Lisbeth, frightened at her own courage, yet feeling she had broken the ice, and the waters must flow, whatever mischief they might do. "What's the use?
a setting store by things as are 30 mile off. If thee wast fond enough on her, thee wouldst na let her go away."
"But I've no right to hinder her if she thinks well," said Adam, looking at his book as if he wanted to go on reading. He foresaw a series of complaints tending to nothing. Lisbeth sat down again in the chair opposite to him as she said,
"But she wouldna think well if thee wasna so contrary."
Lisbeth dared not venture beyond a vague phrase yet. "Contrary, mother?" Adam said, looking up again in some anxiety. "What have I done? What dost mean?"
"Why, thee never look at nothing, nor think of nothing but thy figuring and thy work," said Lisbeth, half crying, "and dost think thee canst go on so all thy life, as if thee wast a man cut out of timber? And what would do when thy mother's gone, and nobody to take care on thee as thee getst a bit of victual comfortable in the morning?"
"What hast got i' thy mind, mother?" said Adam, vexed at this whimpering. "I canna see what thee driving at. Is there anything I could do for thee as I don't do?"
"Aye, and that there is. Thee mightst do as I should ha' somebody wi' me to comfort me a bit, and wait on me when I'm bad, and be good to me."
"Well, mother, whose fault is it there isna some tidy body i' the house to help thee? It isna by my wish as thee hast a stroke of work to do. We can afford it. I've told thee often enough. It'd be a deal better for us."
What's the use of talking of tidy bodies when thee meanst one of the wenches out of the village, or somebody from Treddleston, as I ne'er set eyes on in my life? I'd sooner make a shift and get into my own coffin afore I die, nor ha' them folks to put me in."
Adam was silent and tried to go on reading. That was the utmost severity he could show towards his mother on a Sunday morning. But Lisbeth had gone too far now to check herself, and after scarcely a minute's quietness she began again.
"Thee mightst know well enough who 'tis I'd like to ha' wi' me. It isna many folks I send for to come and see me, I reckon. And thee'st had the fetching on her times enow."
"Thee meanst Dinah, mother, I know," said Adam, "but it's no use setting thy mind on what can't be. If Dinah 'ud be willing to stay at Hazelup, it isn't likely she can come away from her aunt's house, where they hold her like a daughter, and where she's more bound than she is to us. If it had been so that she could have married Seth, that'd have been a great blessing to us. But we can't have things just as we like in this life. Thee must try and make up thy mind to do without her."
"Nay, but I canna make up my mind when she's just cut out for thee, and naught shall make me believe as God didna make her and send her there o' purpose for thee. What's it signify about her being a Methody? It'd happen wear out on her wi' marrying."
Adam threw himself back in his chair and looked at his mother. He understood now what she had been aiming at from the beginning of the conversation. It was as unreasonable, impracticable a wish as she had ever urged, but he could not help being moved by so entirely new an idea. The chief point, however, was to chase away the notion from his mother's mind as quickly as possible. "Mother," he said gravely, "thee talking wild. Don't let me hear thee say such things again. It's no good talking of what can never be. Dinah's not for marrying. She's fixed her heart on a different sort of life."
"Very like," said Lisbeth impatiently, "very like she's none for marrying when them as she'd be willing to marry wunna ax her. I shouldn't have been for marrying your feyther if he'd ne'er axed me, and she's as fond o' thee as e'er I were o' Thias, poor feller."
The blood rushed to Adam's face, and for a few moments he was not quite conscious where he was. His mother and the kitchen had vanished for him, and he saw nothing but Dinah's face turned up towards his. It seemed as if there were a resurrection of his dead joy. But he woke up very speedily from that dream. The waking was chill and sad, for it would have been very foolish in him to believe his mother's words. She could have no ground for them. He was prompted to express his disbelief very strongly, perhaps that he might call forth the proofs, if there were any to be offered. "What dost say such things for, mother, when thee'st got no foundation for 'em? Thee knowst nothing as gives thee a right to say that." "Then I know naught as gies me a right to say as the year's turned, for all I feel it first thing when I get up i' the morning. She isna fond o' Seth, I reckon, is she? She doesna want to marry him. But I can see as she doesna behave toward thee as she does towards Seth. She makes no more of Seth's coming anigh her nor if he were Jip, but she's all of a tremble when thee to sitting down by her at breakfast and a looking at her. Thee thinks thy mother knows naught, but she were alive before thee wast born." "But thee canstna be sure as the trembling means love?" said Adam anxiously. What else should it mean? It isna hate, I reckon. And what should she do but love thee? Thee't made to be loved, for where's there a straighter, cleverer man? And what's it signify her being a Methody? It's only the marigold i' the porridge." Adam had thrust his hands in his pockets and was looking down at the book on the table, without seeing any of the letters. He was trembling like a gold-seeker who sees the strong promise of gold, but sees in the same moment a sickening vision of disappointment. He could not trust his mother's insight. She had seen what she wished to see. And yet, now the suggestion had been made to him, he remembered so many things. Very slight things, like the stirring of the water by an imperceptible breeze, which seemed to him some confirmation of his mother's words. Lisbeth noticed that he was moved. She went on, "And thee'd find out as thee't poorly off when she's gone. Thee't fonder on her nor thee knowst. Thy eyes follow her about, welly as Gyp's follow thee." Adam could sit still no longer. He rose, took down his hat, and went out into the fields. The sunshine was on them, that early autumn sunshine which we should know was not summer's, even if there were not the touches of yellow on the lime and chestnut. The Sunday sunshine, too, which has more than autumnal calmness for the working man. The morning sunshine, which still leaves the dew crystals on the fine gossamer webs in the shadow of the bushy hedgerows. Adam needed the calm influence. He was amazed at the way in which this new thought of Dinah's love had taken possession of him, with an overmastering power that made all other feelings give way before the impetuous desire to know that the thought was true. Strange that till that moment the possibility of their ever being lovers had never crossed his mind, and yet now all his longing suddenly went out towards that possibility. He had no more doubt or hesitation as to his own wishes than the bird that flies towards the opening through which the daylight gleams and the breath of heaven enters. The autumnal Sunday sunshine soothed him, but not by preparing him with resignation to the disappointment, if his mother, if he himself, proved to be mistaken about Dinah. It soothed him by gentle encouragement of his hopes. Her love was so like that calm sunshine that they seemed to make one presence to him, and he believed in them both alike. And Dinah was so bound up with the sad memories of his first passion that he was not forsaking them, but rather giving them a new sacredness by loving her. Nay, his love for her had grown out of that past. It was the noon of that morning. But Seth, would the lad be hurt? Hardly, for he had seemed quite contented of late, and there was no selfish jealousy in him. He had never been jealous of his mother's fondness for Adam, but had he seen anything of what their mother talked about? Adam longed to know this, for he thought he could trust Seth's observation better than his mother's. He must talk to Seth before he went to see Dinah, and with this intention in his mind, he walked back to the cottage and said to his mother, "Did Seth say anything to thee about when he was coming home? Will he be back to dinner?"
"Aye, lad, he'll be back for a wonder. He isna gone to Trelson. He's gone somewhere else a preaching and a praying."
"Hast any notion which way he's gone?" said Adam.
"Nay, but he often goes to the common. Thee knowst more of goings nor I do."
Adam wanted to go and meet Seth, but he must content himself with walking about the near fields and getting sight of him as soon as possible. That would not be for more than an hour to come, for Seth would scarcely be at home much before their dinner time, which was 12 o'clock. But Adam could not sit down to his reading again, and he sauntered along by the brook, and stood leaning against the stiles with eager, intense eyes, which looked as if they saw something very vividly. But it was not the brook or the willows, not the fields or the sky. Again and again his vision was interrupted by wonder at the strength of his own feeling, at the strength and sweetness of this new love, almost like the wonder a man feels at the added power he finds in himself for an art which he had laid aside for a space. How is it that the poets have said so many fine things about our first love, so few about our later love? Are their first poems their best? Or are not those the best which come from their fuller thought, their larger experience, their deeper-rooted affections? The boy's flute-like voice has its own spring charm, but the man should yield a richer, deeper music. At last there was Seth, visible at the farthest stile, and Adam hastened to meet him. Seth was surprised, and thought something unusual must have happened, but when Adam came up, his face said plainly enough that it was nothing alarming. "Where hast been?" said Adam, when they were side by side. "I've been to the common," said Seth. "Dinah's been speaking the word to a little company of hearers at Brimstone's, as they call him. They're folks as never go to church hardly, them on the common, but they'll go and hear Dinah a bit. She's been speaking with power this forenoon from the words, 'I came not to call the righteous, but sinners to repentance.' And there was a little thing happened as was pretty to see. The women mostly bring their children with them, but today there was one stout, curly-headed fellow, about 3 or 4 year old, that I never saw there before. He was as naughty as could be at the beginning while I was praying, and while we were singing, but when we all sat down and Dinah began to speak, the young un stood stock still all at once, and began to look at her with mouth open, and presently he ran away from's mother and went to Dinah and pulled at her like a little dog for her to take notice of him. So Dinah lifted him up and held the lad on her lap, while she went on speaking, and he was as good as could be till he went to sleep,
and the mother cried to see him. "It's a pity she shouldn't be a mother herself," said Adam, "so fond as the children are of her. Dost think she's quite fixed against marrying, Seth? Dost think nothing 'ud turn her?" There was something peculiar in his brother's tone which made Seth steal a glance at his face before he answered. "It'd be wrong of me to say nothing 'ud turn her," he answered, "but if thee meanst it about myself, I've given up all thoughts as she can ever be my wife. She calls me her brother, and that's enough." "But dost think she might ever get fond enough of anybody else to be willing to marry 'em?" said Adam rather shyly. "Well," said Seth, after some hesitation, "it's crossed my mind sometimes of late as she might." But Dinah had let no fondness for the creature draw her out of the path as she believed God had marked out for her. If she thought the leading was not from him, she's not one to be brought under the power of it. And she's allers seemed clear about that, as her work was to minister to others and make no home for herself in this world. "But suppose," said Adam earnestly, "suppose there was a man as had let her do just the same, and not interfere with her. She might do a good deal of what she does now, just as well when she was married as when she was single. Other women of her sort have married, that's to say, not just like her, but women as preached and attended on the sick and needy. There's Mrs. Fletcher as she talks of." A new light had broken in on Seth. He turned round and, laying his hand on Adam's shoulder, said, "Why, wouldst like her to marry thee, brother?" Adam looked doubtfully at Seth's inquiring eyes and said, "Wouldst be hurt if she was to be fonder of me than of thee?" "Nay," said Seth warmly, "how canst think it? Have I felt thy trouble so little that I shouldna feel thy joy?" There was silence a few moments as they walked on, and then Seth said, "I'd no notion as thee'dst ever think of her for a wife." "But is it o' any use to think of her?" said Adam. "What dost say? Mother's made me as I hardly know what I am with what she's been saying to me this forenoon. She says she's sure Dinah feels for me more than common, and 'ud be willing to have me. But I'm afraid she speaks without book. I want to know if thee'st seen anything." "It's a nice point to speak about," said Seth, "and I'm afraid of being wrong. Besides, we've no right to intermeddle with people's feelings when they wouldn't tell them themselves." Seth paused. "But thee mightst ask her," he said presently. "She took no offence at me for asking, and thee'st more right than I had, only thee'd not in the society. But Dinah doesn't hold with them as are for keeping the society so strict to themselves. She doesn't mind about making folks enter the society so as they're fit to enter the kingdom of God. Some of the brethren at Treddleston are displeased with her for that." "Where will she be the rest of the day?" said Adam. "She said she shouldn't leave the farm again today," said Seth, "because it's her last Sabbath there, and she's going to read out of the big Bible with the children." Adam thought, but did not say, "Then I'll go this afternoon, for if I go to church my thoughts'll be with her all the while. They must sing the anthem without me today." End of chapter 51. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 52 of Adam Bede by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. Adam and Dinah.
It was about 3 o'clock when Adam entered the farmyard and roused Alec and the dogs from their Sunday dozing. Alec said everybody was gone to church but the young missus, so he called Dinah, but this did not disappoint Adam, although the everybody was so liberal as to include Nancy the dairymaid, whose works of necessity were not unfrequently incompatible with church-going. There was perfect stillness about the house. The doors were all closed, and the very stones and tubs seemed quieter than usual. Adam heard the water gently dripping from the pump. That was the only sound, and he knocked at the house door rather softly, as was suitable in that stillness. The door opened, and Dinah stood before him, colouring deeply with the great surprise of seeing Adam at this hour, when she knew it was his regular practice to be at church. Yesterday he would have said to her without any difficulty, "I came to see you, Dinah. I knew the rest were not at home." But today something prevented him from saying that, and he put out his hand to her in silence. Neither of them spoke, and yet both wished they could speak, as Adam entered and they sat down. Dinah took the chair she had just left. It was at the corner of the table near the window, and there was a book lying on the table, but it was not open. She had been sitting perfectly still, looking at the small bit of clear fire in the bright grate. Adam sat down opposite her, in Mr. Poyser's three-cornered chair. "Your mother is not ill again, I hope, Adam?" said Dinah, recovering herself. "Seth said she was well this morning." "No, she's very hearty to-day," said Adam, happy in the signs of Dinah's feeling at the sight of him, but shy. "There's nobody at home, you see," Dinah said, "but you'll wait. You've been hindered from going to church today, doubtless." "Yes," Adam said, and then paused before he added, "I was thinking about you. That was the reason." This confession was very awkward and sudden, Adam felt, for he thought Dinah must understand all he meant. But the frankness of the words caused her immediately to interpret them into a renewal of his brotherly regrets that she was going away, and she answered calmly, "Do not be careful and troubled for me, Adam. I have all things under bound at Snowfield, and my mind is at rest, for I am not seeking my own will in going." "But if things were different, Dinah," said Adam hesitatingly, "if you knew things that perhaps you don't know now?" Dinah looked at him inquiringly, but instead of going on, he reached a chair and brought it near the corner of the table where she was sitting. She wondered and was afraid, and the next moment her thoughts flew to the past. Was it something about those distant unhappy ones that she didn't know? Adam looked at her. It was so sweet to look at her eyes, which had now a self-forgetful questioning in them. For a moment he forgot that he wanted to say anything, or that it was necessary to tell her what he meant. "Dinah," he said suddenly, taking both her hands between his, "I love you with my whole heart and soul. I love you next to God who made me." Dinah's lips became pale like her cheeks, and she trembled violently under the shock of painful joy. Her hands were cold as death between Adam's. She could not draw them away because he held them fast. "Don't tell me you can't love me, Dinah. Don't tell me we must part and pass our lives away from one another." The tears were trembling in Dinah's eyes, and they fell before she could answer, but she spoke in a quiet, low voice. "Yes, dear Adam, we must submit to another will. We must part."
"Not if you love me, Dinah, not if you love me," Adam said passionately. Tell me if you can love me better than a brother." Dinah was too entirely reliant on the supreme guidance to attempt to achieve any end by a deceptive concealment. She was recovering now from the first shock of emotion, and she looked at Adam with simple, sincere eyes as she said, "Yes, Adam, my heart is drawn strongly towards you, and of my own will, if I had no clear showing to the contrary, I could find my happiness in being near you and ministering to you continually. I fear I should forget to rejoice and weep with others. Nay, I fear I should forget the divine presence and seek no love but yours." Adam did not speak immediately. They sat looking at each other in delicious silence, for the first sense of mutual love excludes other feelings. It will have the soul all to itself. "Then, Dinah," Adam said at last, "how can there be anything contrary to what's right in our belonging to one another and spending our lives together? Who put this great love into our hearts? Can anything be holier than that? For we can help one another in everything as is good. I'd never think of putting myself between you and God, and saying you oughtn't to do this and you oughtn't to do that. You'd follow your conscience as much as you do now." "Yes, Adam," Dinah said, "I know marriage is a holy state for those who are truly called to it and have no other drawing. But from my childhood upwards I have been led towards another path. All my peace and my joy have come from having no life of my own, no wants, no wishes for myself, and living only in God and those of his creatures whose sorrows and joys he has given me to know. Those have been very blessed years to me, and I feel that if I was to listen to any voice that would draw me aside from that path, I should be turning my back on the light that has shone upon me, and darkness and doubt would take hold of me. We could not bless each other, Adam, if there were doubts in my soul, and if I yearned when it was too late, after that better part which had once been given me, and I had put away from me. But if a new feeling has come into your mind, Dinah, and if you love me so as to be willing to be nearer to me than to other people, isn't that a sign that it's right for you to change your life? Doesn't the love make it right when nothing else would?" "Adam, my mind is full of questionings about that. For now, since you tell me of your strong love towards me, what was clear to me has become dark again. I felt before that my heart was too strongly drawn towards you, and that your heart was not as mine, and the thought of you had taken hold of me, so that my soul had lost its freedom, and was becoming enslaved to an earthly affection, which made me anxious and careful about what should befall myself. For in all other affection I had been content with any small return, or with none. But my heart was beginning to hunger after an equal love from you, and I had no doubt that I must wrestle against that as a great temptation, and the command was clear that I must go away. But now, dear, dear Dinah, now you know I love you better than you love me, it's all different now. You won't think of going. You'll stay and be my dear wife, and I shall thank God for giving me my life as I never thanked him before." "Adam, it's hard to me to turn a deaf ear. You know it's hard. but a great fear is upon me. It seems to me as if you were stretching out your arms to me and beckoning me to come and take my ease and live for my own delight. And Jesus, the man of sorrows, was standing looking towards me and pointing to the sinful and suffering and afflicted. I have seen that again and again when I have been sitting in stillness and darkness. And a great terror has come upon me, lest I should become hard and a lover of self, and no more bear willingly the Redeemer's cross.
Dinah had closed her eyes, and a faint shudder went through her.
Adam, she went on, you wouldn't desire that we should seek a good through any unfaithfulness to the light that is in us. You wouldn't believe that could be a good. We are of one mind in that.
Yes, Dinah, said Adam sadly, I'll never be the man to urge you against your conscience. But I can't give up the hope that you may come to see different. I don't believe your loving me could shut up your heart. It's only adding to what you've been before, not taking away from it. For it seems to me it's the same with love and happiness as with sorrow. The more we know of it, the better we can feel what other people's lives are or might be, and so we shall only be more tender to 'em and wishful to help 'em. The more knowledge a man has, the better he'll do's work, and feeling's a sort of knowledge.
Dinah was silent. Her eyes were fixed in contemplation of something visible only to herself. Adam went on presently with his pleading.
And you can do almost as much as you do now. I won't ask you to go to church with me of a Sunday. You shall go where you like among the people and teach 'em, for though I like church best, I don't put my soul above yours as if my words was better for you to follow than your own conscience. And you can help the sick just as much, and you'll have more means of making 'em a bit comfortable, and you'll be among all your own friends as love you and can help 'em and be a blessing to 'em till their dying day. Surely, Dinah, you'd be as near to God as if you was living lonely and away from me."
Dinah made no answer for some time. Adam was still holding her hands and looking at her with almost trembling anxiety, when she turned her grave, loving eyes on his and said, in a rather sad voice, "Adam, there is truth in what you say, and there's many of the brethren and sisters who have greater strength than I have, and find their hearts enlarged by the cares of husband and kindred. But I have not faith that it would be so with me, for since my affections have been set above measure on you, I have had less peace and joy in God. I have felt as it were a division in my heart. And think how it is with me, Adam. That life I have led is like a land I have trodden in blessedness since my childhood, and if I long for a moment to follow the voice which calls me to another land that I know not, I cannot but fear that my soul might hereafter yearn for that early blessedness which I had forsaken, and where doubt enters there is not perfect love. I must wait for clearer guidance. I must go from you, and we must submit ourselves entirely to the divine will. We are sometimes required to lay our natural lawful affections on the altar." Adam dared not plead again, for Dinah's was not the voice of caprice or insincerity. But it was very hard for him. His eyes got dim as he looked at her.
"But you may come to feel satisfied, to feel that you may come to me again, and we may never part, Dinah."
"We must submit ourselves, Adam. With time our duty will be made clear. It may be, when I have entered on my former life, I shall find all these new thoughts and wishes vanish, and become as things that were not. Then I shall know that my calling is not towards marriage. But we must wait."
"Dinah," said Adam mournfully, "you can't love me so well as I love you, else you'd have no doubts. But it's natural you shouldn't, for I'm not so good as you. I can't doubt it's right for me to love the best thing God's ever given me to know."
"Nay, Adam, it seems to me that my love for you is not weak, for my heart waits on your words and looks almost as a little child waits on the help and tenderness of the strong on whom it depends. If the thought of you took slight hold of me, I should not fear that it would be an idol in the temple. But you will strengthen me. You will not hinder me in seeking to obey to the uttermost."
"Let us go out into the sunshine, Dinah, and walk together. I'll speak no word to disturb you." They went out and walked towards the fields, where they would meet the family coming from church. Adam said, "Take my arm, Dinah," and she took it. That was the only change in their manner to each other since they were last walking together. But no sadness in the prospect of her going away, in the uncertainty of the issue, could rob the sweetness from Adam's sense that Dinah loved him. He thought he would stay at the Hall Farm all that evening. He would be near her as long as he could. "Hey, Day, there's Adam along with Dinah," said Mr. Poyser, as he opened the far gate into the home close. "I couldn't think how he happened away from church. Why," added good Martin, after a moment's pause, "what dost think has just jumped into my head?" "Summat as hadna far to jump, for it's just under our nose. You mean as Adam's fond of Dinah?" "Aye, hast ever had any notion of it before?" "To be sure I have," said Mrs. Poyser, who always declined, if possible, to be taken by surprise. "I'm not one of those as can see the cat of the dairy and wonder what she's come after." "Thee never saidst a word to me about it." "Well, I aren't like a bird clapper, forced to make a rattle when the wind blows on me. I can keep my own counsel when there's no good of speaking." "But Dinah'll ha' none o' him. Dost think she will?"
"Nay," said Mrs. Poyser, not sufficiently on her guard against a possible surprise. "She'll never marry anybody, if he isn't a Methodist and a cripple."
"It'd have been a pretty thing, though, for 'em to marry," said Martin, turning his head on one side, as if in pleased contemplation of his new idea.
"Thee'dst ha' liked it too, wouldstn't it?"
"Ah, I should.
I should have been sure of her then, as she wouldn't go away from me to Snowfield, welly 30 mile off, and me not got a creature to look to, only neighbours as are no kin to me, and most of 'em women as I'd be ashamed to show my face if my dairy things were like then. There may well be stricky butter i' the market, and I should be glad to see the poor thing settled like a Christian woman with a house of her own over her head. And we'd stock her well with linen and feathers, for I love her next to my own children. And she makes one feel safer when she's i' the house, for she's like the driven snow. Anybody might sin for two as had her at their elbow." "Dinah," said Tommy, running forward to meet her, "mother says you'll never marry anybody but a Methodist cripple. What a silly you must be!" A comment which Tommy followed up by seizing Dinah with both arms and dancing along by her side with incommodious fondness. "Why, Adam, we missed you with the singing today," said Mr. Poyser. "How was it?" "I wanted to see Dinah. She's going away so soon," said Adam. "Ah, lad, Can you persuade her to stop somehow? Find her a good husband somewhere in the parish. If you'll do that, we'll forgive you for missing church. But anyway, she isn't a-going before the harvest supper o' Wednesday, and you must come then. There's Bartle Massey coming, and happen Craig. You'll be sure and come now at 7. The missus wunna have it a bit later." "Aye," said Adam, "I'll come if I can, but I can't often say what I'll do beforehand, for the work often holds me longer than I expect. You'll stay till the end of the week, Dinah?" "Yes, yes," said Mr. Poyser, "we'll have no nay." "She's no call to be in a hurry," observed Mrs. Poyser. "Scarceness of victual'll keep. There's no need to be hasty with the cooking, and scarceness is what there's the biggest stock of in that country." Dinah smiled, but gave no promise to stay, and they talked of other things through the rest of the walk, lingering in the sunshine to look at the great flock of geese grazing at the new corn ricks, and at the surprising abundance of fruit on the old pear tree. Nancy and Molly having already hastened home side by side, each holding, carefully wrapped in her pocket handkerchief, a prayer book, in which she could read little beyond the large letters and the amens. Surely all other leisure is hurry compared with a sunny walk through the fields from afternoon church, as such walks used to be in those old leisurely times, when the boat, gliding sleepily along the canal, was the newest locomotive wonder, when Sunday books had most of them old brown leather covers, and opened with remarkable precision always in one place. Leisure is gone, gone where the spinning wheels are gone, and the pack horses, and the slow waggons, and the pedlars who brought bargains to the door on sunny afternoons. Ingenious philosophers tell you, perhaps, that the great work of the steam engine is to create leisure for mankind. Do not believe them. It only creates a vacuum for eager thought to rush in. Even idleness is eager now, eager for amusement, prone to excursion trains, art museums, periodical literature, and exciting novels, prone even to scientific theorizing and cursory peeps through microscopes. Old Leisure was quite a different personage. He only read one newspaper, innocent of leaders, and was free from that periodicity of sensations which we call post-time. He was a contemplative, rather stout gentleman, of excellent digestion, of quiet perceptions, undiseased by hypothesis, happy in his inability to know the causes of things, preferring the things themselves. He lived chiefly in the country, among pleasant seats and homesteads, and was fond of sauntering by the fruit-tree wall, and scenting the apricots when they were warmed by the morning sunshine, or of sheltering himself under the orchard boughs at noon, when the summer pears were falling. He knew nothing of weekday services, and thought none the worse of the Sunday sermon if it allowed him to sleep from the text to the blessing, liking the afternoon service best because the prayers were the shortest, and not ashamed to say so. For he had an easy, jolly conscience, broad-backed like himself, and able to carry a great deal of beer or port wine, not being made squeamish by doubts and qualms and lofty aspirations. Life was not a task to him, but a sinecure. He fingered the guineas in his pocket, and ate his dinners, and slept the sleep of the irresponsible, for had he not kept up his character by going to church on the Sunday afternoons? Fine old Leisure! Do not be severe upon him, and judge him by our modern standard. He never went to Exeter Hall, or heard a popular preacher, or read tracts for the Times, or Sartor Resartus. End of chapter 52. Recording
by Tom Denholm. Chapter 53 of Adam Bede by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. The Harvest Supper. As Adam was going homeward on Wednesday evening, in the 6 o'clock sunlight, he saw in the distance the last load of barley winding its way towards the yard gate of the Hall Farm, and heard the chant of "Harvest Home" rising and sinking like a wave. Fainter and fainter, and more musical through the growing distance, the falling, dying sound still reached him as he neared the Willow Brook. The low westering sun shone right on the shoulders of the old Binton hills, turning the unconscious sheep into bright spots of light, shone on the windows of the cottage too, and made them aflame with a glory beyond that of amber or amethyst. It was enough to make Adam feel that he was in a great temple, and that the distant chant was a sacred song. "It's wonderful," he thought, "how that sound goes to one's heart almost like a funeral bell, for all it tells one of the joyfullest time of the year, and the time when men are mostly the thankfullest. I suppose it's a bit hard on us to think anything's over and gone in our lives, and there's a parting at the root of all our joys. It's like what I feel about Dinah. I should never have come to know that her love would be the greatest of blessings to me if what I counted a blessing hadn't been wrenched and torn away from me, and left me with a greater need, so as I could crave and hunger for a greater and a better comfort." He expected to see Dinah again this evening, and get leave to accompany her as far as Oakbourne, and then he would ask her to fix some time when he might go to Snowfield, and learn whether the last best hope that had been born to him must be resigned like the rest. The work he had to do at home, besides putting on his best clothes, made it 7 before he was on his way again to the Hall Farm, and it was questionable whether, with his longest and quickest strides, he should be there in time even for the roast beef, which came after the plum pudding, for Mrs. Poyser's supper would be punctual. Great was the clatter of knives and pewter plates and tin cans when Adam entered the house, but there was no hum of voices to this accompaniment. The eating of excellent roast beef, provided free of expense, was too serious a business to those good farm labourers to be performed with a divided attention, even if they had had anything to say to each other, which they had not. And Mr. Poyser, at the head of the table, was too busy with his carving to listen to Bartle Massey's or Mr. Craig's ready talk. "Here, Adam," said Mrs. Poyser, who was standing and looking on to see that Molly and Nancy did their duty as waiters. "Here's a place kept for you between Mr. Massey and the boys. It's a poor tale you couldn't come to see the pudding when it was whole." Adam looked anxiously round for a fourth woman's figure, but Dinah was not there. He was almost afraid of asking about her. Besides, his attention was claimed by greetings, and there remained the hope that Dinah was in the house, though perhaps disinclined to festivities on the eve of her departure. It was a goodly sight, that table, with Martin Poyser's round, good-humoured face and large person at the head of it, helping his servants to the fragrant roast beef, and pleased when the empty plates came again. Martin, though usually blessed with a good appetite, really forgot to finish his own beef tonight. It was so pleasant to him to look on in the intervals of carving and see how the others enjoyed their supper. For were they not men who, on all the days of the year except Christmas Day and Sundays, ate their cold dinner in a makeshift manner under the hedgerows, and drank their beer out of wooden bottles,
with relish certainly, but with their mouths towards the zenith after a fashion more endurable to ducks than to human bipeds. Martin Poyser had some faint conception of the flavour such men must find in hot roast beef and fresh-drawn ale. He held his head on one side and screwed up his mouth as he nudged Bartle Massey and watched half-witted Tom Tholer, otherwise known as Tom Saft, receiving his second plateful of beef. A grin of delight broke over Tom's face as the plate was set down before him between his knife and fork, which he held erect as if they had been sacred tapers. But the delight was too strong to continue smouldering in a grin. It burst out the next instant in a long-drawn "haw, haw," followed by a sudden collapse into utter gravity as the knife and fork darted down on the prey. Martin Poyser's large person shook with his silent, unctuous laugh. He turned towards Mrs. Poyser to see if she too had been observant of Tom, and the eyes of husband and wife met in a glance of good-natured amusement. Tom Saft was a great favourite on the farm, where he played the part of the old jester, and made up for his practical deficiencies by his success in repartee. His hits, I imagine, were those of the flail, which falls quite at random, but nevertheless smashes an insect now and then. They were much quoted at sheep-shearing and haymaking times, but I refrain from recording them here, lest Tom's wit should prove to be like that of many other bygone jesters eminent in their day, rather of a temporary nature, not dealing with the deeper and more lasting relations of things. Tom accepted, Martin Poyser had some pride in his servants and labourers, thinking with satisfaction that they were the best worth their pay of any set on the estate. There was Kester Bale, for example. Beale, probably, if the truth were known, but he was called Bale, and was not conscious of any claim to a fifth letter. The old man with the close leather cap and the network of wrinkles on his sun-browned face. Was there any man in Loamshire who knew better the nature of all farming work? He was one of those invaluable labourers who can not only turn their hand to everything, but excel in everything they turn their hand to. It is true Kester's knees were much bent outward by this time, and he walked with a perpetual curtsy, as if he were among the most reverent of men. And so he was, but I am obliged to admit that the object of his reverence was his own skill, towards which he performed some rather affecting acts of worship. He always thatched the ricks, for if anything were his forte more than another, it was thatching, and when the last touch had been put to the last beehive rick, Kester, whose home lay at some distance from the farm, would take a walk to the rickyard in his best clothes on a Sunday morning, and stand in the lane at a due distance to contemplate his own thatching, walking about to get each rick from the proper point of view. As he curtsied along, with his eyes upturned to the straw knobs, imitative of golden globes, at the summits of the beehive ricks, which indeed were gold of the best sort, you might have imagined him to be engaged in some pagan act of adoration. Kester was an old bachelor, and reputed to have stockings full of coin, concerning which his master cracked a joke with him every pay night. Not a new, unseasoned joke, but a good old one that had been tried many times before, and had worn well. "The young maester's a merry mon," Kester frequently remarked, for having begun his career by frightening away the crows under the last Martin Poyser but one, he could never cease to account the reigning Martin a young master. I am not ashamed of commemorating old Kester. You and I are indebted to the hard hands of such men,
hands that have long ago mingled with the soil they tilled so faithfully, thriftily making the best they could of the earth's fruits, and receiving the smallest share as their own wages. Then, at the end of the table, opposite his master, there was Alec, the shepherd and head man, with the ruddy face and broad shoulders, not on the best terms with old Kester. Indeed, their intercourse was confined to an occasional snarl, for though they probably differed little concerning hedging and ditching and the treatment of ewes, there was a profound difference of opinion between them as to their own respective merits. When Tityrus and Melibœus happen to be on the same farm, they are not sentimentally polite to each other. Alec, indeed, was not by any means a honeyed man. His speech had usually something of a snarl in it, and his broad-shouldered aspect something of the bulldog expression. "Don't you meddle with me, and I won't meddle with you." But he was honest, even to the splitting of an oat grain, rather than he would take beyond his acknowledged share, and as close-fisted with his master's property as if it had been his own, throwing very small handfuls of damaged barley to the chickens, because a large handful affected his imagination painfully with a sense of profusion. Good-tempered Tim, the waggoner, who loved his horses, had his grudge against Alec in the matter of corn. They rarely spoke to each other, and never looked at each other, even over their dish of cold potatoes. But then, as this was their usual mode of behaviour towards all mankind, it would be an unsafe conclusion that they had more than transient fits of unfriendliness. The bucolic character at Hayslip, you perceive, was not of that entirely genial, merry, broad-grinning sort apparently observed in most districts visited by artists. The mild radiance of a smile was a rare sight on a field labourer's face, and there was seldom any gradation between bovine gravity and a laugh. Nor was every labourer so honest as our friend Alec. At this very table, among Mr. Poyser's men, there is that big Ben Tholoway, a very powerful thresher, but detected more than once in carrying away his master's corn in his pockets, an action which, as Ben was not a philosopher, could hardly be ascribed to absence of mind. However, his master had forgiven him, and continued to employ him, for the Tholoways had lived on the common time out of mind, and had always worked for the Poysers. And on the whole, I dare say, society was not much the worse because Ben had not 6 months of it at the treadmill, for his views of depredation were narrow, and the House of Correction might have enlarged them. As it was, Ben ate his roast beef tonight with a serene sense of having stolen nothing more than a few peas and beans as seed for his garden since the last harvest supper, and felt warranted in thinking that Alec's suspicious eye, forever upon him, was an injury to his innocence. But now the roast beef was finished, and the cloth was drawn, leaving a fair large deal table for the bright drinking cans, and the foaming brown jugs, and the bright brass candlesticks, pleasant to behold. Now the great ceremony of the evening was to begin, the harvest song, in which every man must join. He might be in tune if he liked to be singular, but he must not sit with closed lips. The movement was obliged to be in triple time, the rest was ad libitum. As to the origin of this song, whether it came in its actual state from the brain of a single rhapsodist, or was gradually perfected by a school or succession of rhapsodists, I am ignorant. There is a stamp of unity, of individual genius upon it, which inclines me to the former hypothesis, though I am not blind to the consideration that this unity may rather have arisen from that consensus of many minds which was a condition of primitive thought foreign to our modern consciousness. Some will perhaps think that they detect in the first quatrain an indication of a lost line which later rhapsodists, failing in imaginative vigour, have supplied by the feeble device of iteration. Others, however, may rather maintain that this very iteration is an original felicity to which none but the most prosaic minds can be insensible. The ceremony connected with the song was a drinking ceremony. That is perhaps a painful fact, but then, you know, we cannot reform our forefathers. During the first and second quatrain, sung decidedly forte, no can was filled. Here's a health unto our master, the founder of the feast. Here's a health unto our master and to our mistress, and may his doings prosper, whate'er he takes in hand. For we are all his servants, and are at his command. But now, immediately before the third quatrain or chorus, sung fortissimo, with emphatic raps of the table, which gave the effect of cymbals and drum together, Alec's can was filled, and he was bound to empty it before the chorus ceased. Then drink, boys, drink, and see that you do not spill, for if you do, you shall drink too, for 'tis our master's will. When Alec had gone successfully through his test of steady-handed manliness, it was the turn of old Kester at his right hand, and so on till every man had drunk his initiatory pint under the stimulus of the chorus. Tom Saft, the rogue, took care to spill a little by accident, but Mrs. Poyser, too officiously Tom thought, interfered to prevent the exaction of the penalty. To any listener outside the door, it would have been the reverse of obvious why the "drink, boys, drink" should have such an immediate and often repeated encore. But once entered, he would have seen that all faces were at present sober, and most of them serious. It was the regular and respectable thing for those excellent farm labourers to do, as much as for elegant ladies and gentlemen to smirk and bow over their wine-glasses. Bartle Massey, whose ears were rather sensitive, had gone out to see what sort of evening it was at an early stage in the ceremony, and had not finished his contemplation until a silence of 5 minutes declared that "drink, boys, drink" was not likely to begin again for the next 12-month. Much to the regret of the boys and Totty, on them the stillness fell rather flat after that glorious thumping of the table, towards which Totty, seated on her father's knee, contributed with her small might and small fist. When Bartle re-entered, however, there appeared to be a general desire for solo music after the choral. Nancy declared that Tim the waggoner knew a song and was "allus singing like a lark in the stable," whereupon Mr. Poyser said encouragingly, "Come, Tim, lad, let's hear it." Tim looked sheepish, tucked down his head, and said he couldn't sing. But this encouraging invitation of the master's was echoed all round the table. It was a conversational opportunity. Everybody could say, "Come, Tim," except Alec, who never relaxed into the frivolity of unnecessary speech. At last, Tim's next neighbour, Ben Tholoway, began to give emphasis to his speech by nudges, at which Tim, growing rather savage, said, "Let me alone, will ye, else I'll make ye sing a tune ye wunna like." A good-tempered waggoner's patience has limits, and Tim was not to be urged further. "Well then, David, you're the lad to sing," said Ben,
willing to show that he was not discomforted by this check. "Sing 'My Love's a Rose Without a Thorn.'" The amatory David was a young man of an unconscious, abstracted expression, which was due probably to a squint of superior intensity rather than to any mental characteristic. For he was not indifferent to Ben's invitation, but blushed and laughed and rubbed his sleeve over his mouth in a way that was regarded as a symptom of yielding. And for some time the company appeared to be much in earnest about the desire to hear David's song, but in vain. The lyricism of the evening was in the cellar at present, and was not to be drawn from that retreat just yet. Meanwhile, the conversation at the head of the table had taken a political turn. Mr. Craig was not above talking politics occasionally, though he piqued himself rather on a wise insight than on specific information. He saw so far beyond the mere facts of a case that it really was superfluous to know them. "I'm no reader of the paper myself," he observed tonight as he filled his pipe, "though I might read it fast enough if I liked, for there's Miss Liddy has 'em, and's done with 'em in no time. But there's Mills now sits at the chimney corner and reads the paper pretty nigh from morning to night. And when he's got to the end on't, he's more addle-headed than he was at the beginning. He's full of this peace now as they talk on. He's been reading and thinks he's got to the bottom on't. 'Why, Lord bless you, Mills,' says I, 'you see no more into this thing nor you can see into the middle of a potato. I'll tell you what it is, you'll think it'll be a fine thing for the country, and I'm not agin it. Mark my words, I'm not agin it. But it's my opinion as there's them at the head of this country as are worse enemies to us nor Boney and all the Mounseers he's got at's back. For as for the Mounseers, you may skewer half a dozen of 'em at once, as if they were frogs.' 'Aye, aye,' said Martin Poyser, listening with an air of much intelligence and edification. 'They ne'er ate a bit of beef i' their lives. Mostly sallet, I reckon.' 'And says I to Mills,' continued Mr. Craig, 'will you try to make me believe as furriners like them can do as half the harm them ministers do with their bad government? If King George had turned 'em all away and governed by himself, he'd see everything righted. He might take on Billy Pitt again if he liked, but I don't see myself what we want with anybody besides King and Parliament. It's that nest of ministers does the mischief, I tell you.' 'Ah, it's fine talking,' observed Mrs. Poyser, who was now seated near her husband, with Totty on her lap. 'It's fine talking. It's hard work to tell which is old Harry when everybody's got boots on.' 'As for this peace,' said Mr. Poyser, turning his head on one side in a dubitative manner, and giving a precautionary puff to his pipe between each sentence, 'I don't know. The war's a fine thing for the country, and how'll you keep up prices without it? And them French are a wicked sort of folks, by what I can make out. What can you do better nor fight 'em?' 'You're partly right there, Poyser,' said Mr. Craig, 'but I'm not again the peace to make a holiday for a bit. We can break it when we like, and I'm in no fear of Boney, for all they talk so much of his cleverness. That's what I says to Mills this morning. Law bless you, he sees no more through Boney. Why, I put him up to more in 3 minutes than he gets from's paper all the year round. Says I, am I a gardener as knows his business, or aren't I, Mills? Answer me that.' 'To be sure you are, Craig,' he says, 'but he's not a bad fellow, Mills isn't, for a butler, but weak i' the head.' 'Well,' says I, You talk of Boney's cleverness. Would it be any use my being a first-rate gardener if I'd got naught but a quagmire to work on? No, says he. Well, I says, that's just what it is with Boney. I'll not deny but he may be a bit clever. He's no Frenchman born, as I understand. But what's he got at's back but Mounseers?
Mr. Craig paused a moment with an emphatic stare after this triumphant specimen of Socratic argument, and then added, thumping the table rather fiercely,
Why, it's a sure thing, and there's them as'll bear witness to it, as a one regiment where there was one man a-missing, they put the regimentals on a big monkey, and they fit him as the shell fits the walnut, and you couldn't tell the monkey from the Mounseers.
Ah, think of that now, said Mr. Poyser, impressed at once with the political bearings of the fact, and with its striking interest as an anecdote in natural history. Come, Craig, said Adam, that's a little too strong. You don't believe that. It's all nonsense about the French being such poor sticks. Mr. Irwine's seen 'em in their own country, and he says they've plenty of fine fellows among 'em. And as for knowledge and contrivances and manufactures, there's a many things as we're a fine sight behind 'em in. It's poor foolishness to run down your enemies. Why, Nelson and the rest of 'em 'ud have no merit of beating 'em if they were such offal as folks pretend. Mr. Poyser looked doubtfully at Mr. Craig, puzzled by this opposition of authorities. Mr. Irwine's testimony was not to be disputed, but on the other hand, Craig was a knowing fellow, and his view was less startling. Martin had never heard tell of the French being good for much. Mr. Craig had found no answer, but such as was implied in taking a long draught of ale, and then looking down fixedly at the proportions of his own leg, which he turned a little outward for that purpose. When Bartle Massey returned from the fireplace, where he had been smoking his first pipe in quiet, and broke the silence by saying, as he thrust his forefinger into the canister, "Why, Adam, how happened you not to be at church on Sunday? Answer me that, you rascal! The anthem went limping without you. Are you going to disgrace your schoolmaster in his old age?" "No, Mr. Massey," said Adam. "Mr. and Mrs. Poyser can tell you where I was. I was in no bad company." "She's gone, Adam, gone to Snowfield," said Mr. Poyser, reminded of Dinah for the first time this evening. "I thought you'd have persuaded her better. Naught 'ud hold her, but she must go yesterday forenoon. The missus has hardly got over it. I thought she'd had no spirit for the harvest supper." Mrs. Poyser had thought of Dinah several times since Adam had come in, but she had had no heart to mention the bad news. "What!" said Bartle, with an air of disgust. "Was there a woman concerned? Then I give you up, Adam." "But it's a woman you've spoken well on, Bartle," said Mr. Poyser. "Come now, you canna draw back. You said once as women wouldn't have been a bad invention if they'd all been like Dinah." "I meant her voice, man, I meant her voice, that was all," said Bartle. "I can bear to hear her speak without wanting to put wool in my ears. As for other things, I dare say she's like the rest of the women, thinks 2 and 2 will come to make 5 if she cries and bothers enough about it." "Ay, ay," said Mrs. Poyser, "one 'ud think and hear some folks talk as the men war cute enough to count the corns in a bag of wheat wi' only smelling at it. They can see through a barn door, they can. Perhaps that's the reason they can see so little o' this side on't." Martin Poyser shook with delighted laughter and winked at Adam, as much as to say the schoolmaster was in for it now. "Ah," said Bartle sneeringly, "the women are quick enough. They're quick enough. They know the rights of a story before they hear it, and can tell a man what his thoughts are before he knows them himself." "Like enough," said Mrs. Poyser, "for the men are mostly so slow their thoughts overrun 'em, and they can only catch 'em by the tail. I can count a stocking top while a man's getting stung ready, and when he outs wi' his speech at last, there's little broth to be made on't. It's your dead chicks take the longest hatching. However, I'm not denying the women are foolish. God Almighty made 'em to match the men." "Match?" said Bartle. "Aye, as the vinegar matches one's teeth. If a man says a word, his wife'll match it with a contradiction. If he's a mind for hot meat, his wife'll match it with cold bacon. If he laughs, she'll match him with whimpering. She's such a match as the horsefly is to the horse. She's got the right venom to sting him with. The right venom to sting him with." "Yes," said Mrs. Poyser, "I know what the men like. A poor soft, as 'ud simper at 'em like the picture of the sun, whether they did right or wrong, and say thank you for a kick, and pretend she didn't know which end she stood uppermost, till her husband told her. That's what a man wants in a wife mostly. He wants to make sure of one fool as'll tell him he's wise. But there's some men can do without that. They think so much of themselves already, and that's how it is there's old bachelors." "Come, Craig," said Mr. Poyser jocosely, "you mun get married pretty quick, else you'll be set down for an old bachelor, and you see what the women'll think on you." "Well," said Mr. Craig, willing to conciliate Mrs. Poyser, and setting a high value on his own compliments, "I like a cleverish woman, a woman of spirit, a managing woman." "You're out there, Craig," said Bartle dryly. "You're out there. You judge of your garden stuff on a better plan than that. You pick the things for what they can excel in, You don't value your peas for their roots, or your carrots for their flowers. Now that's the way you should choose women. Their cleverness'll never come to much, but they make excellent simpletons, ripe and strong-flavoured." "What dost say to that?" said Mr. Poyser, throwing himself back and looking merrily at his wife. "Say?" answered Mrs. Poyser, with dangerous fire kindling in her eye. "Why, I say as some folks' tongues are like the clocks as run on striking, not to tell 'ee the time o' day, but because there's summat wrong i' their own inside." Mrs. Poyser would probably have brought her rejoinder to a further climax if everyone's attention had not at this moment been called to the other end of the table, where the lyricism which had first only manifested itself by David's sotto voce performance of "My Love's a Rose Without a Thorn" had gradually assumed a rather deafening and complex character. Tim, thinking slightly of David's vocalization, was impelled to supersede that feeble buzz by a spirited commencement of "Three Merry Mowers," but David was not to be put down so easily, and showed himself capable of a copious crescendo, which was rendering it doubtful whether the rose would not predominate over the mowers, when old Kester, with an entirely unmoved and immovable aspect, suddenly set up a quavering treble as if he had been an alarum, and the time was come for him to go off. The company at Alec's end of the table took this form of vocal entertainment very much as a matter of course, being free from musical prejudices, But Bartle Massey laid down his pipe and put his fingers in his ears, and Adam, who had been longing to go ever since he had heard Dinah was not in the house, rose and said he must bid good night. "I'll go with you, lad," said Bartle. "I'll go with you before my ears are split. I'll go round by the common and see you home if you like, Mr. Massey."
"Aye, aye," said Bartle.
"Then we can have a bit of talk together. I never get hold of you now." It's a pity, but you'd sit it out," said Martin Poyser. "They'll all go soon, for the missus never lets 'em stay past 10. But Adam was resolute, so the good nights were said, and the two friends turned out on their starlight walk together. "There's that poor fool Vixen, whimpering for me at home," said Bartle.
"I can never bring her here with me, for fear she should be struck with Mrs. Poyser's eye, and the poor bitch might go limping for ever after."
"I've never any need to drive Jip back," said Adam, laughing. "He always turns back of his own head when he finds out I'm coming here." "Aye, aye," said Bartle, "a terrible woman, made of needles, made of needles. But I stick to Martin, I shall always stick to Martin, and he likes the needles, God help him. He's a cushion made on purpose for 'em. But she's a downright good-natured woman for all that," said Adam, "and as true as the daylight. She's a bit cross with the dogs when they offer to come in the house, but if they depended on her, she'd take care and have 'em well fed. If her tongue's keen, her heart's tender. I've seen that in times of trouble. She's one of those women as are better than their word." "Well, well," said Bartle, "I don't say the apple isn't sound at the core, but it sets my teeth on edge. It sets my teeth on edge." End of chapter 53. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 54 of Adam Bede by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. The meeting on the hill. Adam understood Dinah's haste to go away, and drew hope rather than discouragement from it. She was fearful lest the strength of her feeling towards him should hinder her from waiting and listening faithfully for the ultimate guiding voice from within. "I wish I'd asked her to write to me, though," he thought, "and yet even that might disturb her a bit, perhaps. She wants to be quite quiet in her old way for a while, and I've no right to be impatient and interrupting her with my wishes. She's told me what her mind is, and she's not a woman to say one thing and mean another. I'll wait patiently." That was Adam's wise resolution, and it throve excellently for the first 2 or 3 weeks on the nourishment it got from the remembrance of Dinah's confession that Sunday afternoon. There is a wonderful amount of sustenance in the first few words of love. But towards the middle of October, the resolution began to dwindle perceptibly, and showed dangerous symptoms of exhaustion. The weeks were unusually long. Dinah must surely have had more than enough time to make up her mind. Let a woman say what she will after she has once told a man that she loves him. He is a little too flushed and exalted with that first draught she offers him to care much about the taste of the second. He treads the earth with a very elastic step as he walks away from her, and makes light of all difficulties. But that sort of glow dies out. Memory gets sadly diluted with time, and is not strong enough to revive us. Adam was no longer so confident as he had been. He began to fear that perhaps Dinah's old life would have too strong a grasp upon her for any new feeling to triumph. If she had not felt this, she would surely have written to him to give him some comfort, but it appeared that she held it right to discourage him. As Adam's confidence waned, his patience waned with it, and he thought he must write himself. He must ask Dinah not to leave him in painful doubt longer than was needful. He sat up late one night to write her a letter, but the next morning he burnt it, afraid of its effect. It would be worse to have a discouraging answer by letter than from her own lips, for her presence reconciled him to her will. You perceive how it was. Adam was hungering for the sight of Dinah, and when that sort of hunger reaches a certain stage, a lover is likely to still it, though he may have to put his future in pawn. But what harm could he do by going to Snowfield? Dinah could not be displeased with him for it. She had not forbidden him to go. She must surely expect he would go before long. By the second Sunday in October, this view of the case had become so clear to Adam that he was already on his way to Snowfield, on horseback this time, for his hours were precious now, and he had borrowed Jonathan Burge's good nag for the journey. What keen memories went along the road with him! He had often been to Oakbourne and back since that first journey to Snowfield, but beyond Oakbourne the grey stone walls, the broken country, the meagre trees, seemed to be telling him afresh the story of that painful past which he knew so well by heart. But no story is the same to us after a lapse of time, or rather we who read it are no longer the same interpreters. And Adam this morning brought with him new thoughts through that grey country, thoughts which gave an altered significance to its story of the past. That is a base and selfish, even a blasphemous spirit, which rejoices and is thankful over the past evil that has blighted or crushed another, because it has been made a source of unforeseen good to ourselves. Adam could never cease to mourn over that mystery of human sorrow which had been brought so close to him. He could never thank God for another's misery. And if I were capable of that narrow-sighted joy in Adam's behalf, I should still know he was not the man to feel it for himself. He would have shaken his head at such a sentiment and said, "Evil's evil and sorrow's sorrow, and you can't alter its nature by wrapping it up in other words. Other folks were not created for my sake, that I should think all square when things turn out well for me." But it is not ignoble to feel that the fuller life which a sad experience has brought us is worth our own personal share of pain. Surely it is not possible to feel otherwise, any more than it would be possible for a man with cataract to regret the painful process by which his dim blurred sight of men as trees walking had been exchanged for clear outline and effulgent day. The growth of higher feeling within us is like the growth of faculty, bringing with it a sense of added strength. We can no more wish to return to a narrower sympathy than a painter or a musician can wish to return to his cruder manner, or a philosopher to his less complete formula. Something like this sense of enlarged being was in Adam's mind this Sunday morning, as he rode along in vivid recollection of the past. His feeling towards Dinah, the hope of passing his life with her, had been the distant, unseen point towards which that hard journey from Snowfield 18 months ago had been leading him. Tender and deep as his love for Hetty had been, so deep that the roots of it would never be torn away, his love for Dinah was better and more precious to him, for it was the outgrowth of that fuller life which had come to him from his acquaintance with deep sorrow. "It's like as if it was a new strength to me," he said to himself, "to love her and to know as she loves me. I shall look to her to help me to see things right, for she's better than I am. There's less of self in her, and pride, and it's a feeling as gives you a sort of liberty, as if you could walk more fearless when you've more trust in another than you have in yourself. I've always been thinking I knew better than them as belonged to me, and that's a poor sort of life, when you can't look to them nearest to you to help you with a bit better thought than what you've got inside you already." It was more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon when Adam came in sight of the grey town on the hillside, and looked searchingly towards the green valley below, for the first glimpse of the old thatched roof near the ugly red mill. The scene looked less harsh in the soft October sunshine than it had in the eager time of early spring, and the one grand charm it possessed in common with all wide-stretching woodless regions, that it filled you with a new consciousness of the overarching sky, had a milder, more soothing influence than usual on this almost cloudless day. Adam's doubts and fears melted under this influence, as the delicate web-like clouds had gradually melted away into the clear blue above him. He seemed to see Dinah's gentle face assuring him, with its looks alone, of all he longed to know. He did not expect Dinah to be at home at this hour, but he got down from his horse and tied it at the little gate, that he might ask where she was gone to-day. He had set his mind on following her and bringing her home. She was gone to Sloman's End, a hamlet about 3 miles off over the hill, the old woman told him. Had set off directly after morning chapel to preach in a cottage there, as her habit was. Anyone at the town would tell him the way to Sloman's End. So Adam got on his horse again and rode to the town, putting up at the old inn and taking a hasty dinner there in the company of the too chatty landlord, from whose friendly questions and reminiscences he was glad to escape as soon as possible, and set out towards Sloman's End. With all his haste, it was nearly 4 o'clock before he could set off, and he thought that as Dinah had gone so early, she would perhaps already be near returning. The little grey, desolate-looking hamlet, unscreened by sheltering trees, lay in sight long before he reached it, and as he came near he could hear the sound of voices singing a hymn. "Perhaps that's the last hymn before they come away," Adam thought. "I'll walk back a bit and turn again to meet her farther off the village." He walked back till he got nearly to the top of the hill again, and seated himself on a loose stone against the low wall, to watch till he could see the little black figure leaving the hamlet and winding up the hill. He chose this spot almost at the top of the hill because it was away from all eyes. No house, no cattle, not even a nibbling sheep near, no presence but the still lights and shadows and the great embracing sky. She was much longer coming than he expected. He waited an hour at least, watching for her and thinking of her, while the afternoon shadows lengthened and the light grew softer. At last he saw the little black figure coming from between the grey houses and gradually approaching the foot of the hill. Slowly, Adam thought, but Dinah was really walking at her usual pace, with a light, quiet step. Now she was beginning to wind along the path up the hill, but Adam would not move yet. He would not meet her too soon. He had set his heart on meeting her in this assured loneliness. And now he began to fear lest he should startle her too much. Yet, he thought, she's not one to be over-startled. She's always so calm and quiet, as if she was prepared for anything. What was she thinking of as she wound up the hill? Perhaps she had found complete repose without him, and had ceased to feel any need of his love. On the verge of a decision we all tremble. Hope pauses with fluttering wings. But now, at last, she was very near, and Adam rose from the stone wall. It happened that just as he walked forward, Dinah had paused and turned round to look back at the village. Who does not pause and look back in mounting a hill? Adam was glad, for with the fine instinct of a lover, he felt that it would be best for her to hear his voice before she saw him. He came within 3 paces of her, and then said, "Dinah." She started without looking round, as if she connected the sound with no place. "Dinah," Adam said again. He knew quite well what was in her mind. She was so accustomed to think of impressions as purely spiritual monitions that she looked for no material, visible accompaniment of the voice. But this second time she looked round. What a look of yearning love it was that the mild grey eyes turned on the strong, dark-eyed man. She did not start again at the sight of him. She said nothing, but moved towards him so that his arm could clasp her round. And they walked on so in silence while the warm tears fell. Adam was content and said nothing. It was Dinah who spoke first. "Adam," she said, "it is the divine will. My soul is so knit to yours that it is but a divided life I live without you. And at this moment, now you are with me, and I feel that our hearts are filled with the same love, I have a fullness of strength to bear and do our Heavenly Father's will that I had lost before." Adam paused and looked into her sincere, loving eyes. "Then we'll never part any more, Dinah, till death parts us." And they kissed each other with a deep joy. What greater joy is there for 2 human souls than to feel they are joined for life, to strengthen each other in all labour, to rest on each other in all sorrow, to minister to each other in all pain, to be one with each other in silent, unspeakable memories at the moment of the last parting? End of chapter 54. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 55 of Adam Bede by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. Marriage Bells. In little more than a month after that meeting on the hill, on a rimy morning in departing November, Adam and Dinah were married. It was an event much thought of in the village. All Mr. Burge's men had a holiday, and all Mr. Poyser's, and most of those who had a holiday appeared in their best clothes at the wedding. I think there was hardly an inhabitant of Hazelop specially mentioned in this history, and still resident in the parish on this November morning, who was not either in church to see Adam and Dinah married, or near the church door to greet them as they came forth. Mrs. Irwine and her daughters were waiting at the churchyard gates in their carriage, for they have a carriage now, to shake hands with the bride and groom, and wish them well, and in the absence of Miss Lydia Donnithorne at Bath, Mrs. Best, Mr. Mills, and Mr. Craig had felt it incumbent on them to represent the family at the Chase on the occasion. The churchyard walk was quite lined with familiar faces, many of them faces that had first looked at Dinah when she preached on the green. And no wonder they showed this eager interest on her marriage morning, for nothing like Dinah and the history which had brought her and Adam Bede together had been known at Hazelop within the memory of man. Bessie Cranage, with her neatest cap and frock, was crying, though she did not exactly know why. For, as her cousin Wiry Ben, who stood near her, judiciously suggested, Dinah was not going away, and if Bessie was in low spirits, the best thing for her to do was to follow Dinah's example and marry an honest fellow who was ready to have her. Next to Bessie, just within the church door, there were the Poyser children, peeping round the corner of the pews to get a sight of the mysterious ceremony. Totty's face wearing an unusual air of anxiety at the idea of seeing cousin Dinah come back looking rather old, for in Totty's experience no married people were young. I envy them all the sight they had when the marriage was fairly ended and Adam led Dinah out of church. She was not in black this morning, for her Aunt Poyser would by no means allow such a risk of incurring bad luck, and had herself made a present of the wedding dress, made all of grey, though in the usual Quaker form, for on this point Dinah could not give way. So the lily face looked out with sweet gravity from under a grey Quaker bonnet, neither smiling nor blushing, but with lips trembling a little under the weight of solemn feelings. Adam, as he pressed her arm to his side, walked with his old erectness, and his head thrown rather backward, as if to face all the world better. But it was not because he was particularly proud this morning, as is the wont of bridegrooms, for his happiness was of a kind that had little reference to men's opinion of it. There was a tinge of sadness in his deep joy. Dinah knew it, and did not feel aggrieved. There were 3 other couples following the bride and bridegroom. First, Martin Poyser, looking as cheery as a bright fire on this rimy morning, led quiet Mary Burge, the bridesmaid. Then came Seth, serenely happy, with Mrs. Poyser on his arm. And last of all, Bartle Massey, with Lisbeth. Lisbeth in a new gown and bonnet, too busy with her pride in her son and her delight in possessing the one daughter she had desired to devise a single pretext for complaint. Bartle Massey had consented to attend the wedding at Adam's earnest request, under protest against marriage in general, and the marriage of a sensible man in particular. Nevertheless, Mr. Poyser had a joke against him after the wedding dinner, to the effect that in the vestry he had given the bride one more kiss than was necessary. Behind this last couple came Mr. Irwine, glad at heart over this good morning's work of joining Adam and Dinah. For he had seen Adam in the worst moments of his sorrow, and what better harvest from that painful seed-time could there be than this? The love that had brought hope and comfort in the hour of despair, the love that had found its way to the dark prison cell and to poor Hetty's darker soul. This strong, gentle love was to be Adam's companion and helper till death. There was much shaking of hands, mingled with "God bless yous" and other good wishes to the 4 couples at the churchyard gate, Mr. Poyser answering for the rest with unwonted vivacity of tongue, for he had all the appropriate wedding-day jokes at his command. And the women, he observed, could never do anything but put finger in eye at a wedding. Even Mrs. Poyser could not trust herself to speak as the neighbours shook hands with her, and Lisbeth began to cry in the face of the very first person who told her she was getting young again. Mr. Joshua Rann, having a slight touch of rheumatism, did not join in the ringing of bells this morning, and looking on with some contempt at these informal greetings which required no official cooperation from the clerk, began to hum in his musical bass, "Oh, what a joyful thing it is," by way of preluding a little to the effect he intended to produce in the wedding psalm next Sunday. "That's a bit of good news to cheer Arthur," said Mr. Irwine to his mother as they drove off. "I shall write to him the first thing when we get home." End of chapter 55. Recording by Tom Denholm. Epilogue to Adam Bede by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. It is near the end of June in 1807. The workshops have been shut up half an hour or more in Adam Bede's timber yard, which used to be Jonathan Burge's, and the mellow evening light is falling on the pleasant house with the buff walls and the soft grey thatch, very much as it did when we saw Adam bringing in the keys on that June evening 9 years ago. There is a figure we know well just come out of the house, and shading her eyes with her hands as she looks for something in the distance, for the rays that fall on her white borderless cap and her pale auburn hair are very dazzling. But now she turns away from the sunlight and looks towards the door. We can see the sweet, pale face quite well now. It is scarcely at all altered, only a little fuller to correspond to her more matronly figure, which still seems light and active enough in the plain black dress. "I see him, Seth," Dinah said as she looked into the house. "Let us go and meet him. Come, Lisbeth, come with mother." The last call was answered immediately by a small, fair creature with pale auburn hair and grey eyes, little more than 4 years old, who ran out silently and put her hand into her mother's. "Come, Uncle Seth," said Dinah. "Aye, aye, we're coming," Seth answered from within, and presently appeared stooping under the doorway, being taller than usual by the black head of a sturdy 2-year-old nephew, who had caused some delay by demanding to be carried on Uncle's shoulder. "Better take him on thy arm, Seth," said Dinah, looking fondly at the stout, black-eyed fellow. "He's troublesome to thee so." "Nay, nay, Addy likes a ride on my shoulder. I can carry him so for a bit." A kindness which young Addy acknowledged by drumming his heels with promising force against Uncle Seth's chest. But to walk by Dinah's side and be tyrannized over by Dinah's and Adam's children was Uncle Seth's earthly happiness. "Where didst see him?" asked Seth as they walked on into the adjoining field. "I can't catch sight of him anywhere." "Between the hedges by the roadside," said Dinah. "I saw his hat and his shoulder. There he is again." "Trust thee for catching sight of him if he's anywhere to be seen," said Seth, smiling. "Thee't like poor mother used to be. She was always on the lookout for Adam, and could see him sooner than other folks, for all her eyes got dim." "He's been longer than he expected," said Dinah, taking Arthur's watch from a small side pocket and looking at it. "It's nigh upon 7 now." "Aye, they'd have a deal to say to one another," said Seth, "and the meeting 'ud touch 'em both pretty close-ish. Why, it's getting on towards 8 years since they parted."
Yes, said Dinah. Adam was greatly moved this morning at the thought of the change he should see in the poor young man, from the sickness he has undergone, as well as the years which have changed us all. And the death of the poor wanderer, when she was coming back to us, has been sorrow upon sorrow. See, Addy, said Seth, lowering the young one to his arm now and pointing, there's father coming, at the far stile. Dinah hastened her steps, and little Lisbeth ran on at her utmost speed till she clasped her father's leg. Adam patted her head and lifted her up to kiss her, but Dinah could see the marks of agitation on his face as she approached him, and he put her arm within his in silence. "Well, youngster, must I take you?" he said, trying to smile, when Addy stretched out his arms, ready, with the usual baseness of infancy, to give up his Uncle Seth at once, now there was some rarer patronage at hand. "It's cut me a good deal, Dinah," Adam said at last, when they were walking on. "Didst find him greatly altered?" said Dinah. "Why, he's altered and yet not altered. I should have known him anywhere, but his colour's changed, and he looks sadly. However, the doctors say he'll soon be set right in his own country air. He's all sound in the inside. It's only the fever shattered him so, but he speaks just the same, and smiles at me just as he did when he was a lad. It's wonderful how he's always had just the same sort of look when he smiles." "I've never seen him smile, poor young man," said Dinah. "But thee wilt see him smile tomorrow," said Adam. "He asked after thee the first thing when he began to come round, and we could talk to one another. 'I hope she isn't altered,' he said. 'I remember her face so well.' I told him no," Adam continued, looking fondly at the eyes that were turned towards his, "only a bit plumper as thee'dst the right to be after 7 year. 'I may come and see her tomorrow, mayn't I?' he said. 'I long to tell her how I've thought of her all these years.'"
"Didst tell him I'd always used the watch?" said Dinah.
"Aye, and we talked a deal about thee, for he says he never saw a woman a bit like thee. 'I shall turn Methodist some day,' he said, 'when she preaches out of doors, and go to hear her.' And I said, 'Nay, sir, you can't do that, for conference has forbid the women preaching, and she's given it up, all but talking to the people a bit in their houses.'"
"Ah," said Seth, who could not repress a comment on this point, "and a sore pity it was a conference, and if Dinah had seen as I did, we'd a left the Wesleyans and joined a body that had put no bonds on Christian liberty."
"Nay, lad, nay," said Adam, "she was right and thee wast wrong. There's no rule so wise but what it's a pity for somebody or other. Most of the women do more harm nor good with their preaching. They've not got Dinah's gift nor her spirit, and she's seen that, and she thought it right to set the example of submitting, for she's not held from other sorts of teaching, and I agree with her and approve of what she did."
Seth was silent. This was a standing subject of difference, rarely alluded to, and Dinah, wishing to quit it at once, said, "Didst remember, Adam, to speak to Colonel Donnithorne the words my uncle and aunt entrusted to thee?"
"Yes, and he's going to the Hall Farm with Mr. Irwine the day after tomorrow. Mr. Irwine came in while we were talking about it, and he would have it as the Colonel must see nobody but thee tomorrow. He said, and he's in the right of it, as it'll be bad for him to have his feelings stirred with seeing many people one after another. 'We must get you strong and hearty,' he said. 'That's the first thing to be done, Arthur, and then you shall have your own way.
but I shall keep you under your old tutor's thumb till then. Mr. Irwine's fine and joyful at having him home again."
Adam was silent a little while, and then said, "It was very cutting when we first saw one another. He'd never heard about poor Hetty till Mr. Irwine met him in London, for the letters missed him on his journey. The first thing he said to me, when we'd got hold of one another's hands, was, 'I could never do anything for her, Adam. She lived long enough for all the suffering, and I'd thought so of the time when I might do something for her. But you told me the truth when you said to me once, "There's a sort of wrong that can never be made up for." "Why, there's Mr. and Mrs. Poyser coming in at the yard gate," said Seth. "So there is," said Dinah. "Run, Lisbeth, run to meet Aunt Poyser. Come in, Adam, and rest. It has been a hard day for thee." End of Epilogue. Recording by Tom Denholm. End of Adam Bede by George Eliot.